All right, so I got like a lot of small things that I want to hit on today. Like some things that we haven't talked about in a while. First of all, um, big game tonight for the Avs. You can hear that right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. A lot in the NFL that happened that were shockingly conservative. Like Mike McCarthy is coming back.
What? I thought my phone was broken when I saw that.
I did too. What happened there? And I got a theory as to why, and it actually kind of ties into the Broncos. So we'll get there in a second. Jim Harbaugh and a reported contract offer of $15 to $18 million per year to go coach the Chargers is one of them that's out there. Bruce Brown traded yesterday. I want to talk about Todd Helton losing Hall of Fame votes somehow, and whether or not you care about Dion's kids being at a fashion show instead of a team meeting. So a lot to get to.
I have a lot on that.
Well,
I watched the whole thing.
You'd be surprised, Marty, because there's a lot of people that have a lot of takes about this whole thing. And I think some of it rings of jealousy and some of it rings of hypocrisy. So again, a lot of different things I'd like to touch on today. But can we start in the NFL? So we all kind of assumed Mike McCarthy was just going to be gone. And they didn't pull the trigger. Jerry Jones is deciding to keep this going another year. And I think I know why. And you can make an argument that it's actually smart. They're going into the very end of Dak Prescott's contract on top of the idea that they maybe wanted to fire McCarthy this year. Like when you get embarrassed like that at home, okay? So let's put it this way. What if the Broncos somehow won the last 2 weeks of the season, the Chiefs lost, and you came away division winners? And despite everything that happened, you had a home playoff game. And you played against whoever it would have been as far as your matchup in the wild card round at Mile High Stadium, and it looked the exact way the Cowboys did. Incredibly and wholly embarrassing. But here's what I think they decided. If I got a quarterback at the end of his contract, and even if I don't like the coach, let's look at a couple facts here. Dak Prescott, Marty, had a very, very good season. He led the NFL in touchdown passes. His turnovers got cut down. They did all this after McCarthy basically took over as the offensive coordinator and started calling plays with Kellen Moore now being shipped over to, was that Los Angeles, right?
Chargers, right?
I think so. I think you can make the argument, okay, well, everything in the regular season looked a lot better. It was just one lousy playoff game. But also this. Were you ready to make the move on both? Because if you weren't, what's the point of making the move on one? If you aren't willing to say goodbye to Dak Prescott, but you feel like you might a year later, why would you change coaches, have somebody else take over? A year later, maybe you get rid of the quarterback. You start over at that spot. You're just restarting windows over and over and over again. The easier solution would have been, let's do this one more year, see if we can figure it out. If not, then we'll say goodbye. Doesn't that sound like a conversation that was taking place around here? This is going to hurt and really hurt the long-term future of this team and push you back a couple of years as far as like a winning window. So why not just give it one more run, see if you got it or not, and if not, make the decision then.
You don't think he's going to be on thin ice all season, like a two-game losing streak? It's like,
no, he's going to, but
from another shotgun shell.
I think what this comes down to is they decided they weren't going to move on from Dak yet. And so they wanted to keep at least some consistency within the offense and give him a fair shot to evaluate him one more time. What the Broncos did was, I can't take this anymore. I'm going to move on from Russell Wilson and eat all of this money, and we'll just figure it out. Figure it out's a weird plan. I actually, thinking about it more, kind of think that Dallas made the right move here. Because how do you pitch that? If you really want a star head coach, if you feel like that's what's missing, what if you wanted Harbaugh? What if you wanted Belichick? What do you say to the guy when he comes in for the interview? And make no mistake, this is going to be very much, if you're looking for like a top-tier head coach like one of those two guys, this is going to be much like a Sean Payton conversation with the Broncos, where the Broncos weren't interviewing Payton. Payton was interviewing them. And so if you have Belichick in there and you're like, all right, dude, what's going on with Dak? Where are we at on this? And Jerry Jones tells you, well, I think I'm going to give him one more year, see if he can figure this out. That means if he doesn't, and here's the translation, if he doesn't win a playoff game next year, then you're starting over at QB too. Those are two big positions that push back winning windows in a hurry. So why not keep it one more year, see what you got. If it doesn't work out, you move on from both. You know what's weird about Mike McCarthy, Marty? You look at his numbers as a head coach, win-loss record, playoff record. It's very similar to Mike Tomlin. The difference is Tomlin never really gets embarrassed. And didn't have Aaron Rodgers for a long time. Now, had Big Ben, but I think we all kind of know that Roethlisberger is not Rodgers. They're both Hall of Famers. They're both going to be in that club, but there's a different tier between them.
McCarthy also beat Tomlin in a Super Bowl, right?
Was that the one that Rodgers won?
The one that Rodgers won was against the Steelers, right?
I actually don't know.
Yeah,
I can't remember. It was? So I think that's a huge part of it, is they just don't want to keep pushing back the window. And so they decided to roll one more year. The Broncos decided the opposite. Like, we don't care. We aren't getting rid of our head coach. And I think that ESPN article that we saw yesterday from Jeremy Fowler told you a lot about what some people around the league think as far as league executives, that Russell can still play. He's a serviceable starter. But for him, it's got to be a lot of personality fit now. And their personalities did not gel together. That's obvious. Pete Carroll and Russell Wilson, for the most part, throughout their careers, got along really well. Don't you remember the beginning of the end of the Seahawks Super Bowl runs kind of started with Pete Carroll liking Russell Wilson too much in the eyes of Russell Wilson's teammates? I mean, ask Richard Sherman about that play to not run with Marshawn to this day. He'll tell you he thinks he did that because he wanted to make Russell Wilson the star of the team who made the play to win the Super Bowl. So for him, it's a lot of personality now. But they're showing some of the highlights of that Packers game. You're like, Dak, you're throwing it into the stomach of defenders. And they're wearing green. It's not hard to spot.
He had so many throws that should have been picks, too. Like, that was one of the worst games I've seen from a quarterback.
In a high-stakes situation. Yeah. High-stakes situation, a good quarterback. How do you handle some pressure? Not well for him.
What point did you give up on that game? Because I always thought it's like, well, the Cowboys could somehow come back and win. They have an explosive offense. They're so good at home.
If you ask Kyle Shanahan, who was preparing for the winner of that game, he said he gave up on that game after like the third touchdown. He goes, we decided we weren't going to look at any Cowboys tape and it was all going to be Packers. But I mean, when the game was over was the picks, or not the pick six, the Or was it the pick six?
Yeah,
that
the
made it
pick six
27?
made it like 27
Yeah,
nothing, which
that one.
like, yeah.
That's when it was over. But I think that's what they're going with. Did you guys see, and we've been dealing with some weather. I don't think I've ever noticed this before. And it's always something I've thought about when bad weather happens, like when Buffalo has all the snow and nobody can move and nobody can travel. And there's a travel ban. How do those guys, Marty, get to and from practice? Because they don't just stop doing things for a couple of days before a playoff game. And I've always wondered how that goes down. Do they have some sort of service that goes and picks guys up? Do they just pray to God that they can get to work? How do you do it? Because what we've never seen before is guy misses game because he just can't deal with the weather and the traffic. That happened yesterday. And it's for the first time like I've ever seen it. DeAndre Ayton, who's a Portland Trailblazer. Portland doesn't get a lot of cold weather, so when they do, they freak out. DeAndre Ayton missed a game because he couldn't get out of his house because of ice. And I'm trying to figure out, Marty, do they not have somebody that can help him in that department? Like, he didn't decide 30 minutes before the game, I'm going to try and head to work. This was hours before. Could he not make a phone call and somebody goes over that knows how to navigate this better than him, maybe, and then somebody picks him up?
I saw it was like teams sent officials over to go help him, but they were unsuccessful. It's like, okay, I understand if you can't like drive out of your house, but you can walk and someone can come pick you up somewhere.
Yeah, like maybe you live on a hill and it's too icy to get up or down the hill. What if you just got on your butt and scooted down the sidewalk until you were on some flat ground or something? Like, where does he live is my question.
I saw that. I couldn't stop laughing.
Like, is he in the middle of the woods in Portland?
When they said, like, it was unsuccessful trying to rescue him, like,
rescue? What? Yeah, a rescue.
Is he going to be okay?
So hang on, just to read some of this. DeAndre Ayton misses game after reportedly spending hours trying to overcome ice around the home.
It sounds like it was attacking him.
Yeah. Like, I would almost understand more, Marty, if he had like a bee colony like Mosier did and they just went nuts on him one day and stung him 15 times. Like, can't play. He's been stung by too many bees. And you're like, okay, I kind of get it. Ayton tried for hours to combat the sheet of ice leading out of his neighborhood, and the team sent people out to help as well, but to no avail, so he's out for tonight's game versus Brooklyn.
And he's the only one.
There's got to be something if you're a neighbor of his, and I know a few people that have lived around professional athletes, like they've been neighbors with them or something like that. It's got to be a trippy experience that you just walk outside. And remember that video, like right after Jerry Jeudy was drafted, he had his cleats on in the middle of like the neighborhood street running routes with his helmet. And you're like, that's got to be trippy, right? If you're a neighbor of his, you're like, is that the Broncos' first-round draft pick just doing routes outside of my house? But now imagine it's cold weather. You look outside your window, and you see a 7-foot-tall man who can't navigate the ice out there. Like, do they not have a car that has chains on the tires or something? Isn't that how they get around? Look, I hate ice, okay? Ice and wind can go to hell. But you got to think somebody, was it just his neighborhood that was affected like this? Did everybody else made it to the game?
Made it, right? What if they're going? Are they going on a road trip? What if he like misses this plane because he can't get out of his neighborhood?
I mean, when they say lasted for hours,
like just walk to a place where you can get picked up.
What is hours? A full day of warning to get yourself prepared, and he just couldn't get on the road. I still can't believe it. And by the way, this is something you don't live down. This is now on your resume forever. I'm sorry. But the fact that you couldn't leave the house, take a sled, you know? Take a sled with a paddleboard paddle and just do this down the road if you have to for a little bit.
Guy just doesn't want it. That's what it comes down to.
Like, I want to see the live shots of Portland. What does Portland look like? Were people driving? If they were driving, just find a way to get to a place where somebody was on the road. Or was nobody within like 2 square miles of him able to actually get on a road? I'm so confused and have so many questions. In fact, Marty, can we get somebody from Portland on the phone today? Like, I really want to see how the hell is this possible?
I would like to see some photos.
Had a friend in Portland send me a picture. It looks like an ice rink, but so nuts he couldn't make it. Ha ha. Yeah, ice is terrible. But what I'm saying is, everybody who lives in Portland, I'm assuming the other players do, got to the arena. The opposing team got to the arena. So what really happened? I need to know now. I can't stop thinking about this. And the thought of a 7-footer just being outside of his house with like a space heater on his driveway.
What's
like,
that?
please, melt, please.
What's the phone call like to the coach? Hey, man, yeah, no, I'm not going to.
I know.
No, dude, it's crappy out, bro. I'm not going to make it. I mean, I could probably make it, but I'm not going to.
All right, 303-504-0925. Can we talk about Deion and his children? Because there's really 2 schools of thought here. And I kind of understand both sides. It's the first team meeting of the year. Deion is very much about punctuality and showing up. But his kids were overseas in a, was it Louis Vuitton, right? Louis Vuitton fashion show as runway models. I'll tell you exactly why people have a problem with this next. It's a great question, by the way. Do you think that same scenario would happen with a hockey player? Oh, yeah, Nathan McKinnon couldn't make it today because he couldn't overcome the ice around his house. I think what you're asking is, would he just skate his way to work? It's a good question. Or skate his way to a place where other people are on the road? I think you could. I mean, if there's anybody built for it, it would be those guys. 7-footer couldn't leave his house. Too much ice. Can't make the game.
If it affected everybody, it would make sense. But you can't be the only one.
Yeah, you can't be the one guy. You can't be that. All right, listen. Dion and the Sanders family came under some heat yesterday because first team meeting of the year for the CU Buffs. And we know how Dion runs that football team. He's very much, I think, still a player's coach, but he kind of rules with an iron fist. It's his way or the highway. In this article from USA Today, said Deion Sanders laid down the law in his first team meeting of the new year this week, telling players that they better not disrespect women, spit on turf, smoke, vape, or be late for team meetings. Here's the quote. We don't play tardiness. That's from Deion. And he's doing that in a team meeting in which neither of his sons attended because they were in Paris for the Louis Vuitton Men's Fall Winter 2024 fashion show. They were models during this. Now, I'm going to give you two things here. And sometimes my mind works in both sort of manners, okay? I don't think it's a big deal to miss the first team meeting of the year to go and do something that's pretty cool. And now with NIL stuff taking over college football, you get these big endorsement deals. They get an opportunity. I don't get a problem with them going out and doing that. It says here that they were models, and they met with singer Pharrell Williams, who oversees the show as the men's creative director for Louis Vuitton. Like, that sounds pretty cool. It sounds like something you'd love to do. Here's the problem. I don't think Deion can really preach, we need to be all about football, all about football. All these things are important. We aren't late to meetings. We don't miss meetings. But his sons get to miss. Do I think that Deion would allow other players on this team to go and do that? Maybe. Like, I bet he'd let Travis Hunter. But I don't think he lets the backup tight end. I don't think he sees it the same way if... How about this? One guy that got a whole bunch of grief last year because he wasn't studying enough film and stuff like that, Cormani McLean. I don't think that he gets a pass to go to Paris and miss the first team meeting. So the issue that people have is the rules for thee and not for me sort of mentality. And of course he's going to treat his kids different. They're his kids. But when you're all about, we have to be here, we have to love football, we have to be punctual, these things are important. Unless you're Shiloh or Shador, then you can kind of go and gallivant, overseas and do what you want. That's the stuff that people have an issue with, and I totally get it. You want everybody to be about football. And it has to be football first. In one of those videos that was made by Deion Sanders Jr., the videographer who takes video of everything that they're doing, he was talking to Shiloh, and Shiloh says, we want to be multidimensional. We don't just want to be football. Well, I think Deion expects people to be just football when it's football time.
Yeah, but it's January 17th, dude.
I get it. I understand.
You're 9 months away from your first game.
I totally understand all of that. The point would have to be, I guess, Marty, would he do this for any of them? Could any player, if they got the opportunity to go to Paris for a Louis Vuitton fashion show, when football things were happening, would he allow them to do it, or is it just his kids? That's why I think people have the beef with it. And again, to me, I don't really care. Not a big deal. But I can see why people feel like there's some hypocrisy there. Texture says, it's college sports. Isn't it supposed to be education first, not football first? Wrong.
Oh, yeah. Hey, whoa, you're right. Yes, education first.
If they missed a test because they had to go over to Paris for the Louis Vuitton fashion show, I don't think this is even remotely a story. It's just the football part. But there's a lot of things that are changing now, and because, look, you get an endorsement deal with Louis Vuitton, and you get the opportunity to do this, I think anybody should. It sounds really cool. But I look over at another place, somebody that Dion wants to model himself after. He's actually said this before. He wants to be like Saban. So Saban is retired. Have you seen what's going on at Alabama? Despite them making the playoff, despite them having all these great players, they've had 25 transfers hit the portal already since Saban said he was retiring. And let me remind you guys for a second. I said this from the jump. DeBoer seems like a great coach. I mean, you take Washington to a national title, you know what you're doing. Do not expect Alabama just to keep the train rolling without Saban there. People think Alabama's a machine, that whoever you plug into it, it's just going to spit out W's. It's not how this works. Like Alabama's reign, Marty, I'm going to say it right now, 2 weeks after Saban retired and 9 months away from a football game. Alabama's run of every year they're in the top 4 in the country is done. That's not continuing without Saban. They can still be very good, but those expectations are now out the window. Alabama, before Saban got there, was a middle-of-the-road college football program at the time. I'm not saying overall. Of course, you're a blue chip program that is, a Mount Rushmore program in college football. But their record before Saban got there, in 10 years, they lost 55 games. That's an average of over 5 a year. Saban got there, they lost 29 in 17 years. It's a different level. I don't think Bama just continues to go on this streak like they used to. There's something that Saban had. And maybe it's just the allure of playing for the greatest coach of all time in college football. I mean, that's a huge part of it, obviously. The amount of first-round picks that he just kept spitting out in the NFL draft, huge. Not just anybody is going to continue that. And I think DeBoer's great, and I think Alabama will be good, but they won't be that again. The behemoth of college football for almost 2 decades, that run is going to be over. And they'll still be in the conversation. Like, do I think they're still a playoff team, especially now that expands to 12 every year? Yeah. They'll be right there every single season, or at least they should be in that conversation. But that part is done. I mean, and this is, you guys have an issue with this, by the way? Saban retired after signing day. And I think that was intentional. Saban didn't figure out after, what was it, December 20th, I think was signing day. Saban didn't figure out, on the 21st that he didn't want to coach anymore. I think he knew it. He wanted to get through signing day to help Alabama so they didn't lose a whole bunch of people right before signing day happened. And then he decided to hang it up and call it quits and make it public. But what that did for all the kids who signed there is I signed up to play for Nick Saban. And now Nick Saban's not there anymore.
But people are still leaving. So what would have happened if he retired December 1st?
they wouldn't get commitments to start with. Now I don't know how many of these transfers. Here's I guess what I'm getting at, Marty. I don't know how many of these transfers are people who just signed on the dotted line. I think these guys are guys that were already within the program. Like they have stud corner who just hit the transfer portal.
So you can't be an incoming freshman and hit the transfer portal already.
I don't
That's
think
what you'd
you
be
can.
forced to do in this situation.
Yeah, I don't think you can. I think you at least have to show up on campus. And maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe, I mean, the rules have definitely changed, so maybe what you're saying is true. But, Marty, how about this? You get one free transfer in your college career. You're going to use it 3 weeks after you sign? That sucks. That's pretty brutal. And coaches do this a lot, and I understand why. They don't want to screw the program by leaving and then just... That's why the timing of all of this is just really bad. And I don't know if there's a better way you can do it, but I kind of feel for some of those guys who kind of get left in the dust. Big game tonight for the Avs as they take on Boston. And I don't know what happens in Boston, Marty. Have you noticed? So remember last year, the Bruins at home were like unbeatable. Like 25 home games into the year last year, they had like one loss. And now it's the Celtics. The Celtics are literally unbeaten at home this season. I think it's 19-0. So the Bruins this year, 13-3-3 on home ice. 61 points on the year. It's tied with the Avs. They've done it in 2 less games. But this would be such a huge win if they can go to Boston and get a W tonight. And I want to see how the Avs react because, you had a couple days off, but you're coming off the back-to-back. You had this big comeback win. The nice thing about the Avs is no matter what happens in this game, you shouldn't change the channel. Like, if they're down 3-0 8 minutes into the game, could they still win? Of course. In fact, that's going to be my new go-to thing, by the way. When the Avs are down 2 or 3 goals, I'm going to jump on Circus Sportsbook. I'm going to make a live bet and just be like, moneyline Avs. Let's see what happens. Because there's a decent shot you make a good amount of money whenever that team goes down. I used to do this with the Nuggets a couple of years ago. Do you remember those games the Nuggets would have where they just come out flat and they're down like 15 at half? If you go to the money line during that or the spread on that game is Nuggets plus 11. And I'm like, they're going to make this a game at the very end. If they don't win, they're at least going to make it close. It was like a cheat code. And so part of me loved when the Nuggets went down big at halftime because I'm like, looks like I'm going to make some money today. Here we go. I'm going to start playing that game with the Avs. I'll let you guys know how it goes. Next couple of times you're down a couple of goals after like the first period. Look at those live odds. Be like, plus 250. Yeah, I think I'm going to jump on that one. But a big game tonight. Huge. And I want to see a game from Georgiev that's dominant. I want to see one where your goalie goes out there and wins a game for you. They've been doing this thing for a long, long time where they've given up, I think it's 25 goals in the last 8 games, which on the surface doesn't sound terrible, but you mixed in a shutout in the middle of that. So it's 25 goals really in about 7 games. When you're giving up 4 a game, it's tough. Now, the Avs are good enough to overcome that. That's obvious as we've seen them just continue to rack up wins. And it's part of the reason why Georgiev, despite the fact that he hasn't been all that sharp this year as far as total numbers, save percentage low, sub 900, goals per game way up from what they were last year. And yet, Marty, he leads the entire NHL in wins for a goalie. Like, the Avs are good enough to overcome stuff like that, but you can make life a lot easier. Like, I want to see a couple of saves that's like, ooh, that's a big-time save. You build out your defense, you build out your top 6, let them go and do some work for you. And if you can give me a nice little easy, comfortable win tonight, a nice little 2-goal win, it could be a statement against a team like Boston.
That's asking quite a lot. A nice little 2-goal win in Boston.
Well, what I'm saying is I just want to see Georgiev go out there and look sharp. Look sharp against a good team. Like, raise your level of play to the competition that you're playing. And I know he's not like taking it easy against some of these lesser teams or anything like that. And look, we had Bednar on the show yesterday. He thought Georgiev over the last few weeks has been great. That's what he told us. It's a lot of what kind of scoring chances are you giving up, and that's where the defense has got to be sharper too. But you got to be on your P's and Q's tonight because Boston can embarrass you. They're a really, really good team. So we'll jump back into this a little bit later. 303-504-0925. I want to give you a couple things from the NFL. A couple of mic'd up moments. One of them has to do with the way that the game is changing, the way that people are hitting differently. Another one has to do with maybe the smartest thing I've ever heard somebody from the Bill Belichick coaching tree say. We'll get to it next. All right, so Jared Mayo was introduced as the Patriots' new head coach yesterday. And just a couple of things that stood out to me. First of all, this little exchange.
Sherman. I'll get it right. Get it right.
Well, we'll have to.
No, it's all right. It's one of those black names. I'll help you with that.
Stacy told me he was
Exactly.
an expert.
Exactly.
So he goes right by the book here.
Robert Kraft looks so uncomfortable with that joke. Because he's like, don't pass that hot potato over my way. Don't do that to me, please. I'm an old man. This isn't good. So that's one. The second one was, do you know what Gerard Mayo said that I haven't heard any other coach from the Bill Belichick coaching tree say? That is the smartest thing that he could say. I'm not trying to be Bill. Very simple and incredibly smart. Everybody else has tried to be Belichick. Bill O'Brien, Josh McDaniels, you name it. Anybody who's left that place thinks they're the dictator. Mac Patricia, they think they're the same dictator that Bill Belichick is. The problem is they think he was good, and that's why he gets away with being an ass. That's why. If you don't have the resume, you got to be like Pete Carroll. You got to be Mike McDaniel. You got to be Andy Reid. You got to be Dan Campbell. You got to be one of those guys. The arrogance with no resume bothers people. Why do you think people hate Sirianni? I actually hate Sirianni for a whole bunch of reasons, but that's definitely a part of it. That guy has an arrogance to him that he feels like he's an all-time head coach, and he's coached about 4 games in his life. The smartest thing you can say is, I'm not him, and I'm not trying to be. I'm just trying to be myself. And by the way, Mayo is what, 37, 38 years old? He's super young. I don't even know if you can play that role if you're the same age as some of the guys you're coaching. Like, if I had Marty, especially if I'm a guy in my 20s or 30s, let's say you're 28 and you got a 30-year-old boss who just comes in there and tries to talk to you, and you make more money than them, by the way, tries to talk to you in a manner of, I'm in charge, it probably would rub some people the wrong way. Especially with no track record behind him. So that, at least, makes me believe that maybe Gerard Mayo can do something okay in New England because he said at least that part, the most important part, out loud.
Well, unfortunately, his team stinks, so...
Oh, his team's terrible.
Yeah.
Who is a good player on the Patriots right now?
Whoever they take at number 3.
But do they have one that you would consider like a very, very good football player? Like somebody that is worthy of a first-round pick? Like if you were to trade for somebody on the Patriots, is anybody worth a first? Am I just completely blanking on this? Because there's nobody on offense. I mean, I don't know what their offensive line is. Maybe their offensive line is better.
No, I wouldn't trade for... No.
Like, on defense, is there anybody that you would... I know there's good players. Their defense was fine. But as far as stars, like, I don't know if they have one. So, yeah, he's got some work to do. I need to talk about Todd Helton. Because at this point, like, the fact that this guy's in a shoe-in Hall of Famer is beyond me. You're talking about, first of all, forget the hitting part. A great first baseman, like fielding-wise, a great fielder. And then you add on top of that, this guy was the epitome of what you wanted to be as a hitter. I'm telling you, if I grew up watching baseball, being like, if I could be Todd Helton, that's like the peak form of hitter that you could be. Because, yes, there's Barry Bonds and there's people like that, but I'm talking about just somebody who goes to the plate and you know you're going to get a good at-bat every single time. And yep, he's going to drop some homers, but you know what else he's going to do? He'll hit the ball the opposite way for a single. He'll be smart with whatever count he's in. He'll be smart with guys on the bases trying to get the ball in a place to score a run. Like, incredibly intelligent. And I don't even know what the argument is against it. Like, it can't be
You
the
know
Coors
what
Field.
it is.
But it can't be. Because his numbers are the exact same away as they are at home. Right, maybe not the exact.
No, they're not.
No, not the exact same. But what I meant to say was similar to other players who go on the road in their road
He
statistics.
hit 345 at home, 287 on the road. I think that's it right there.
287 is not
Still
bad.
pretty good. Especially everybody struggles on the road.
That's what I'm saying. Not the exact same for his home and road stats, but the exact same road stats for other Hall of Famers that get in. Like, what do you think? Other Hall of Famers hit 350 on the road? That doesn't happen. His road numbers are in line with everybody else. Like, the guy is a star. And it's so amazing to me that you can hold somebody's resume down because of where they play. It's crazy. Watch the guy when he's at the plate. And tell me that's not one of the greatest hitters who's ever lived. Because he is.
This is his 6th year on the ballot. He should have been like, maybe not a first ballot. I could see that. 2nd or 3rd year, he should have gone in.
I already have my issues with the way that the
I know,
Baseball Hall
but
of Fame vote goes.
First ballot Hall of Famer is a different tier than anything else.
But here's the problem, Marty. 4 people thus far who had him on the ballot last year dropped him.
That's stupid.
And I'm like,
that's stupid.
what changed over the course of a year that you thought this guy, yep, he's a Hall of Famer, and now he's not a year later? How does that even compute in your head? Like, we're talking about, and I'll say it again. There should be one vote. Is the guy a Hall of Famer or not? He's not a better player 20 years past his career than he was 2 years past his career. All the numbers are the same. Nothing's going to change. Is the guy a Hall of Famer or not? Yes or no? It should be one vote. Boop, boop. Yep, nope. All right, then he's gone. Or, yep, he's in. But I've gotten past that. Okay, for some reason, this is the stupid way that they do the Hall of Fame vote. Cool. You can't consider a guy a Hall of Famer one year and then drop him the following year. I almost kind of understand more the I didn't have it before and now I do thing. Because you're like, you know what, maybe I was being a little bit too harsh on the judgment of this. I looked at the numbers again. The numbers are definitely, like, maybe I could see that. You can't have somebody in and then out. Because I remember I was counting up and tallying up all these guys that were like, oh, they added him to their ballot. They didn't have him last year. And you're like, all right, well, that's plus X amount. All he needs is, 2 more, and then he'll be in. But because people are dropping him, we're going like net negative here. And I'm pissed for him. Like, if this guy played in pinstripes, Yankees pinstripes, he's in like his 3rd year on the ballot.
Oh, easily.
Minimum.
And it's got to be such an emotional roller coaster every year. I got to do this for 10 years. Like, I'm right on the cusp every year. Got to get my hopes up. Oh, then it's down.
You can't look at me with an honest assessment and say that Todd Helton was not one of the greatest players of his generation. He completely and entirely was. And played forever, by the way. Like, a long career on top of everything else. Spit off some of his numbers. Are they in front of you right now?
Dude, look up his 2000 year.
All right, hang on.
He hit, where did it go? He hit 373.
Yeah, but what did he hit on the road? $190?
He
Did he
actually
hit
didn't.
700
he got 0
at home?
hits on the road, yeah.
I mean, the guy finished with 369 homers, 1,400 RBIs. His career batting average was 316. What the hell are you looking for?
Year 2000, 372, 147 RBIs, 42 home runs, 103 walks, struck out 61 times,
Good
463 on base percentage. And he didn't win the MVP that year. He finished 5th.
How are you 5th? Well, that was steroid times. I mean, I guess I don't know what
Jeff Kent won that year.
No. Jeff Kent. All right, 33 home. You know what?
I mean, he had a good year, but
It's a good year.
Todd Helton had a great year. Should have finished at least second.
Todd Helton had a better year than almost anybody else on that list. Yeah. No, he did have a better year than everybody else on the list. Like, he just did. Incredibly stupid. All right, 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR in the search bar of the Altitude TV simulcast at the Safeway Twitch feed. Safeway is Colorado's local grocer since 1926 and is proud to offer local products including beef, produce, and other Colorado Proud certified items. Moshe Lombardi and Kane next. Big game tonight for the Avs as they take on the Bruins. You can hear that right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. A lot of things, like small things to get to today. And I guess it kind of depends on how much your fire and your desire burns for stuff like Dion's kids going overseas for a fashion show when the first team meeting of the year is happening, because it pisses off some people and others don't care. We'll get to that in a little bit. But yesterday, I was wondering how Bruce Brown felt when he got traded to Toronto, who is not going to be in for anything this year. I know this offseason for him, Vic, was a lot. I mean, it was about the money, right? He's never been paid in his career. He got a big-time paycheck. But he was playing for a pretty damn good basketball team in Indiana. Like, they're good, and he was a big piece of it. And he gets dealt for Siakam, and now he finds himself in Toronto. Do you think that he's pissed right now?
I'd be.
Yeah?
I would be pissed, yeah. I mean, Indiana says, we're going to show you the money. We believe in you. We're going to pay you above freight to come in here. We got a playoff team, a young, energetic, high-scoring playoff team. We want you to be a part of it. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's in Toronto, and he's not going to make the postseason. And he's in the land of never, never land, essentially, because unless you've got Kawhi on your squad, you're not doing anything in Toronto. I would be pissed, yeah. Yeah. But you know what? He's still counting his money. So at the end of the day, the money is still the money.
He didn't make the move to Indiana about necessarily the basketball and championships. I mean, if that was the case, he would have stayed here.
But that was a good team he was
But
on.
it was a good team.
It was a very good team and a kind of team that gave him at least a glimpse of, I mean, it's a playoff team.
Yeah,
put
they
it
were
that
going to
way.
make the postseason.
And now he's on a crap team.
Who will not?
So, yeah. And as soon as I saw that happen, I get it. I know why Indiana wanted Pascal Siakam. I get that part of it. The part I don't understand, Mark Mosier, we saw the value of Bruce Brown in Denver. We saw how critical a piece he was for this team. Why does a guy like Bruce Brown keep getting traded? Why do teams keep trading him? He's been traded now 4 times.
I don't know. And number 2, I wrote a song about it in the Uber on the way over.
No.
How do we get him? What do we have to do to get Brucey B? The
answer is
go
Moj.
get Brucey B.
Moj?
Go get Brucey B. Go get mother trucking Brucey B. Yeah.
The answer is you can't. Like,
Well,
it's
you
almost,
can.
No, you can't.
No, you can't.
No, you can't.
Why?
You
Why
cannot.
not?
You don't have the room.
Oh, that's right.
You can't.
This is even if you had the room, you couldn't, right? Because there's some stupid rule in the NBA. Like you can't. He signed a free agent deal. You can't trade back for him or some bull crap like that. Some exquisite bird rights crap. Sidebar paragraph 3 note A. I mean, some crap thing in the CBA says we can't have him.
It would be extremely unlikely for him to re-sign with the Denver Nuggets this season. He would have to be bought out by the Raptors, which why would they buy him out at this point? They're paying the money anyway.
Yeah.
Why would you buy out a player that can contribute? He's actually a player.
So are you saying that they don't have the assets and they can't make the money work, or are you saying that by law he's not allowed to be traded back to the Denver Nuggets? What are you saying?
I don't know what the laws stipulate, but the Denver Nuggets don't have a $23 million contract place.
Do they
another player.
Do they have a couple players that can go the other way? I'm just thinking out loud.
Not that
here.
add
Just
up
thinking.
to $23 million. I mean, you know how many players it would take to get to that number here on this squad?
All right, well then screw it. Screw my song. Screw this discussion. Screw it all. I feel bad for Bruce getting traded to Toronto. He's not going anywhere. I don't know why they would want to do that. Again, I understand, like you, Vic, the interest in Pascal Siakam. I know what he can do. He's long, strong, going to get his friction on. He can play inside, outside. I know all that kind of stuff. But Bruce is a winner, man, and you specifically signed him to help your young team get to the next level, and now you deal him off halfway through the season. Blows my mind. Anyway, Brett, remember the song I just wrote and you really liked? Screw that song. It's dead.
Yep, as it should be.
And never bring it back again, please.
I saw a whole bunch of people trying to figure out how can we get Bruce, and I'm like, guys, not going to happen. Like, there's just I forgot what it was. I saw somebody tried that ESPN trade machine thing, And it was like a paragraph underneath the trade of how that couldn't work for the Nuggets about mid-level exceptions and trade exceptions and a whole bunch of things that just it's not going to happen. So I just feel for him because I know you get your money and all that, but part of it was I'm going to a team that can make the playoffs, and who knows what happens when you get in the playoffs, and now you're just stuck in Toronto.
He was playing pretty damn well too. He's averaging a career high in points, career high in minutes. He's getting his on a good team.
Yeah.
And now he's got to start all over in Toronto.
The other big thing from yesterday, and Vic, you can help a lot more with this because I'm sure you know more about this than most. The Warriors assistant, is it Dejan Milojevic? Is that his name?
Milojevic, yes.
Milojevic, who suddenly passes away at 46 yesterday. Him and Joker were tight.
Very. Yeah, he helped coach Joker in Serbia, helped coach him on his pro team there, on the Serbian national team. He served as a coach there. He knew him very well. He helped shape his career. Mm-hmm. And obviously wasn't with the Nuggets team yesterday. But from what I've gathered, listening to Scotty yesterday, when Joker got the news, it hit him pretty hard.
Sure.
Well,
as it would.
I think, Vic, again, when you talk about the Serbian basketball community, I know there are a lot of players. And I know it's pretty big, but at the same time, it's pretty small, especially for a guy like that who's so renowned and so respected in his craft and a guy who's helped shape modern Serbian basketball and then made his way to the NBA. It's a bummer, man. I know that the Serbian guys they're really hurting, and it's just sad for everybody involved.
Yeah. You know, for Nikola Jokic, who seems to bottle up a lot of this stuff, I just wonder what happens now. You know, I wonder.
That was going
how
to be
it
my
impacts
question.
him.
Like, he's definitely going to be impacted in some way by this. Now, I don't know what that would be, but look, when one of your close friends suddenly passes, it's going to affect you in some sort of way. So, obviously, thoughts and prayers go out.
But the way it happened, too, they're at a private team dinner in Utah. And boom, the night before game, has a heart attack.
Yeah.
I mean, in front of everybody. Right there and then. I mean, imagine the scar it's going to leave on those players and coaches.
Sure. Just awful.
Awful.
Awful story. There's a few more things here, by the way. And Moj, I want to jump into the Boston game tonight.
Are you
it's
going
a big
down like
one.
a laundry list of stuff, little stuff that you have on your mind? Is that what you're doing here right now?
Well, kind of, man. I got like
Okay.
a whole bunch
Okay.
of little things today. And I want to jump to the NFL for a second because the news yesterday was Mike McCarthy is staying in Dallas. And I was shocked by this, blown away. But I think I kind of understand where they're coming from. They aren't going to move on from Dak, but Dak's at the end of his contract. And I think what their thought process was heading into this is Mike McCarthy, Dak Prescott. If we get rid of McCarthy, we bring in a new coach, and we are still kind of unsure about the long term of what we want to do with Dak, why would I saddle that with a new coach? Why not give them one more year to try and figure things out? Because this sounds like the opposite of what happened in Denver.
Jerry Jones ain't getting any younger, Vic.
No,
Jerry,
but I think
he ain't.
I think Jerry understands Dallas has a big game problem. They have a big game problem. They don't have a problem per se during the regular season, obviously not, because they win. They win a lot. They win a lot of games. They produce a lot of points. They move the ball. That's not the issue. They have a big game problem. And I think they believe, and Jerry believes, firing the coach, sure, it may address the big game problem, but then we have to start over with the other stuff. And now you have to start building a team that wins during the regular season before you get to the big game. So they're already in the playoffs. They're a built-in playoff team. Got to get over the hump in those big games. And
My question to you, my question to you guys would be this: you look at the last coach. Who was the last coach before Mike McCarthy? It was Garrett, correct?
Yes.
And both of those guys, I'm trying to think back. When was the last time any coach had any sort of autonomy with the Dallas Cowboys? Was it Bill Parcells? Did he have did he have autonomy?
I think
tell me.
Yeah, I think Parcells tried it. Jimmy Johnson tried as far as he could.
That's 30 years ago, Vic.
Yeah.
I mean, more than 30 years ago. You know what I mean? Jerry also wants a guy in there that's going to do exactly what Jerry wants. Jerry wants a guy in there that he has control over, a guy that he can pick up the phone and say, hey, bench this guy, and they'll bench that guy, right? I mean, he wants a guy that he can control and manipulate too. And I'm not getting on McCarthy's bacon here, and maybe I'm overstating this a little bit, but Jerry again has his fingers are all over everything the Dallas Cowboys do, from the draft to personnel to game day to everything. So it would seem to me you can't get somebody in there. If I'm taking that job, I'm like, I'm doing it my way, and Jerry wants it done his way. He's got a guy who'll do it his way.
But also, I think it's what Vic said, it's a big game problem. You know what happened this year to the Cowboys offense? So they ship Kellen Moore out. Kellen Moore then goes to the Chargers. You know what happened to the Dallas offense? They got better. Like, McCarthy took over the offense, and Dak Prescott led the league in touchdowns and cut down on his turnovers. And that's why everybody felt like Dallas was going to be a behemoth in the postseason, was because Dak wasn't turning the ball over anymore. But then big game comes along, and he's throwing it into the guts of guys in green and yellow, and they're down 27-0.
In fact, I would be more secure.
Dude, he was throwing it, Vic, he was throwing it right to the Green Bay Packers.
Yes.
You understand? Like the Packers were his receivers. You understand that, right? I mean, these weren't like into double coverage and all. He's literally throwing it to dudes.
I would feel more secure as a Dallas fan if next year if the Cowboys started the playoffs on the road. I think playing at home like that almost adds to the pressure.
I think I saw, by the way, that Green Bay has more playoff wins in Jerry World than the Cowboys do.
Yeah, they do. Man, that's embarrassing.
Huh?
Yeah, that's embarrassing. An
That's
opposing
crazy.
team has won in your yard more than you have in the playoffs. That's extremely embarrassing.
Well, it certainly, how about this? You keep McCarthy. You keep this all rolling, and I hear what you're saying, Moj. Jerry Jones, he's getting up there. You don't know how many more bites at the apple you're going to get.
I'm not trying to bury the man. Don't.
No,
get
but
me wrong.
I understand. This is how owners think. I remember there was who was the owner of the Wings just a few years ago?
Mike Ilitch.
Ilitch, right, and he owned the Tigers too. And I remember he went
That is
all
correct.
in one offseason, and he was like, I'm going to buy as many guys as I can for the Tigers, buy as many as I can for the Wings, and we're just going to see if this works, because he knew that he didn't have too much longer left, and he wanted to try and buy himself a championship. Didn't work for either of those teams, but owners do think that way when they start getting up there in age.
Oh, let me tell you something. If I owned a team and I had all kinds of money, and I know that Father Time is going, hey, bro, you're not coming now, but the Uber's going to pick you up in a little bit, right? I'd say, oh yeah, just freaking, hey, I don't give a crap. I don't give a crap about 10 years from now, man. I don't give a crap about salary cap and draft picks and whatever else. It's my team. I want dude, and I know it's probably not going to work, but you know what? Let me go out with a bang. Let me watch dudes fight with each other and score a bunch of goals and give up a bunch of goals. So let me go out and see how it works, man. That's what I would do for sure, 100%.
I like your sweater. You look good. Look stylish today.
Well, actually, it's a sport coat, Vic.
Yeah, but you got a sweater underneath it.
Yeah, I've got my Avalanche
that's your
zip
look.
up underneath.
Yeah.
That's a good look, right? That's like a clean,
that's
crisp.
your look. That's sort of like a modern, young, I want to be younger than I really am look.
Well, well, no, I'm still young, bruh. Bruh, I'm still young.
But that's what you're trying to sell on people. Like, hey,
Moj,
guys,
the
look how
Uber
young
is
I am.
coming. It's almost time.
What did you say?
The Grim Reaper Uber. You just said it's coming.
That's not for me, Jack. I'm doing good. Look, I got my clean,
Marty, what happened
my
to
clean
your
white
face?
shirt on.
Did you get punched in the face?
No, I
Yeah,
cut
what happened to
myself
you?
shaving. Isn't it a bad one?
That's not a cut. That's
Jesus.
a deep
I know. I took a
incision.
lot off. It was
My
bad.
God.
You shaving with a kitchen knife, or what the hell are you doing?
Using just a straight razor.
I think I've told you guys, I have not used an actual razor since I was 17 years old.
What do you use?
Buzzer.
Uh,
What was that? what does that mean?
God.
What?
I mean, it's just a buzzer. I mean,
Hey, why do you have a beard anyway?
Yeah,
why do you have a beard?
Why can't
don't
you
you
just
get rid of that crap?
Let me ask you something. Why can't you be like normal people?
What is abnormal? What do you mean?
Get rid of that crap. I'm sure your wife hates it.
No, I'm just
No,
like,
she actually will kill me if I
You
shouldn't,
would be
but-
the only
Yeah,
guy
right.
on this show never to have used a razor.
I didn't say I've never used a
You haven't
razor.
used
I haven't
one
used it
year.
in a long time.
But you like take pride in that. Like it's check me.
Well, I don't get cuts on my face.
Good point.
Yeah. I'm just saying I was staying safe. That's all it was. 303-504-0925. When we come back, I want to break down some of this game tonight, Moj. Big game in Boston.
And I want to tell you about being on this road trip and what I've seen on this trip. And it pertains right here to the city of Boston, Massachusetts. Stick around.
All right, big game tonight, and this is what Boston kind of does, isn't it, Moj? I mean, we saw it, I think, last year. Wasn't Boston like 20-0-1 at home to start the year, and now we see, well, Vic, the Celtics are unbeaten at home?
20-0, baby.
I mean, goodness gracious. There's something
I
about
watched their game. I watched their game last night. Man, they were so good last night, the Celtics.
Yeah, their opponent wasn't exactly going to win ever.
No, I understand that. I mean, but everyone wanted to see Wembanyama. They wanted to see what he did, right? He had a pretty good game, but it didn't matter. I mean, Boston absolutely blew their doors off. It was a joke.
It's a good team, man. And the Nuggets, for the
really
Nuggets,
good team.
This is one of the few times I could say that this year, all right? For the Nuggets to beat Boston in Boston tomorrow night, it's going to take a near-perfect game. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's going to take a near-perfect game. They can't have those stretches like they did in Philly in the fourth quarter. Can't have it. Can't do it.
And they're totally capable of doing that. But, God, Boston's they're good. In both sports, Moj, they're good. And that's who the Avs got tonight. The Avs, a rare dog tonight against the Bruins.
Yeah, and they should be. I mean, Boston is a hell of a good team. Now, the Avs got them in a shootout in Denver, but they're 26-8-9. They got 61 points. They've won a couple in a row. They only have one regulation loss in their last 10 games. They're playing good hockey. And they've got, they've just got some very, very good players. They shut out New Jersey. That was a hell of a game. They beat the Blues. Before that, they had lost 3 in a row, including that one to the Avs. The rest of that road trip was not kind to them. They lost at Arizona 4-3. They went to Vegas and they lost to Squeaker. But they came home they finished out the roadie on the Blues ice, and they got them, and then they came home and won. So this is a team that could win 10 in a row if they wanted to. I mean, it's going to be difficult, really, really difficult, no doubt.
I want a Georgie game. I want one where you're like, oh, our goalie really helped us tonight.
Yeah, I do too. And it looks like Olmark's got a situation. He's day-to-day. I think we'll probably see Swayman again. So there you go. We'll see Swayman between the pipes.
There just feels like, and Marty's gonna find this audio for us. When we were talking to Bednar yesterday and talking about goaltending, he actually said he's been super happy with Georgiev as of late. He was talking about
he has been
the opportunities, and you brought it up yesterday, Moj. The what's the stat that you made up? Didn't make up, but you couldn't remember the actual name of it. Whatever it's called. Great scoring chances allowed or something.
Awesome scoring chances.
Awesome scoring chances.
Awesome chances against. Something like that, yeah.
He kind of touched on that yesterday and how that applies to goaltending. Here's the coach.
Yeah, so Gorgie's been great. If you go to back up a handful of games here, he's just been carrying the load, and Toronto game, that's high stakes. You can't make another mistake in that game. And give up another goal after you spot him, the ones in the first, because you won't get back in it. And those and the Toronto goals, there was the breakaway that Riley picked off Taves was the second goal. The first one's going wide.
That's Bednar yesterday with us talking about he's been fine with Georgiev. It's just kind of been what kind of chances are you facing and what's going up against him. I mean, how many times, Moshe, have we talked about a game where you gave up 4 goals and you're like, well, maybe one of the 4 he could have done this a little bit better, or he could have done that a little bit better. It's not been like, hey, all of these have been just really greasy goals that he's allowed that shouldn't have happened.
No, but at the ssame time, I think what you're looking at, Kaner, just what you said, he's been pretty damn good. And, even the games when he's not been good, I'm like, okay, the Avs have scored plenty of goals to support him. I want to see one of those games.
Mm-hmm.
I want a game where he makes 2 saves that you go, holy crap, how did he possibly do that? Onanen made a couple of those the other night, and it's not like Georgie hasn't done that, but I want to see it in a game where he gives up 2 at the most. You know what I mean?
I'll take a game like the last game they played against Boston. I'll take that game.
Sure, I'll take that game too, 100%. But I think Brett is onto something here. You just want to see a game where he's got it. And you just gotta you kind of stick it to him. You know what I mean? I like that.
Like where he's the first star of the night. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
he's the
100%.
dude that won the game for you. He was the best player on the ice for a night. And
100%.
to come on the road against a really, really good team, I think it'd be huge for his confidence too.
Completely agree.
Can I
was
make
talking
a,
about. Yeah, go ahead, Vic.
I just wanted to make. We're talking Boston now, and this is one of those rare occasions where both altitude crews are in the same city at the same time. Because I know the Nuggets crew got there yesterday. Didn't you guys have a nice dinner together there, Moj? After your big lunch
I didn't go to
yesterday?
dinner. I didn't. Yeah, I did not go to dinner with them. I had a great lunch yesterday, by the way. I'm not sharing that with you at all. It's private, okay? And I know you don't want to hear it anyway.
Private moment.
I know you don't want to hear it because you're just going to be a dill hole about it. I know, okay? But I had a great lunch with my friend George Luz Jr. yesterday, and then I met the crew.
What'd you have?
I had
Nobody cares.
This encrusted chicken with some pasta.
Oh. Where'd you go?
None of your beeswax.
North End? Did you go to the North End?
No, Moj, that's a good response. Nice job, buddy. Keep going.
Okay. So, but a great time. But, yeah, I met some of the Nuggets peeps out afterward, including Kaz, including Katie Wingy and everybody, and had a couple of brewskis and shot the breeze for a little while and traded stories, and it was good. Really good to see that.
Well, I was just reminded of this. Isn't it amazing how championship journeys take these twists and turns that until after the fact you look back at it and you say, wow. Last season, the Nuggets had the benefit of something pretty rare. They had home court in every single series. Do we remember how it unfolded in the finals where the Nuggets swept the Lakers, disposed of them early, and then they had to sit back and wait for about 6 days, sit back and wait for the opponent to be named? We all assumed that opponent would be Boston,
right.
in Boston, and they choked in Game 7.
Yep.
They choked. They choked that whole series away. But that's how closely the difference between home court, first two against Miami at home, versus get on a plane and go to Boston. Because Boston would have owned the home court in the finals last year had they taken care of business. And one thing has to happen for the other. And I'm not saying that the Nuggets would not have won the championship regardless, because I still think they're the best team in the NBA, better than Boston last season at that point. But the road may have been a lot harder.
Sure would have. Yeah. I mean, the Nuggets had the benefit of crazy home crowd, being comfortable in your own arena, and starting off a series with a couple of wins.
But the
typically.
ironic nature of this is that the only loss they had in the finals was at home in Game 2.
Yep.
I can't help but think, I cannot help but think that the Suns and 4 guy can still go to hell.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Go straight to hell.
Hey,
straight.
Can I bring you guys?
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Bye-bye.
Can I bring you guys a story? I mean, we're talking about ice, aren't we, Moj? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, but I want to tell my story real quick.
Yep. Go ahead.
So we start off the road trip in Toronto, and you look up and you see all the banners, right? I mean, the history of the Toronto Maple Leafs. They do have 13 Stanley Cups, by the way. They're a long time ago, but they got 13. All the retired numbers, all the legends of the game. And then we go to Montreal. All the retired numbers, all the history, 24 Stanley Cups. I mean, all the banners everywhere, blah, 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 blah. But these are just hockey, Toronto and Montreal. Now we're here in Boston, and I'm sitting in the booth, as you can see, right? I'm looking down on the ice. Man, when you have two teams that have done a lot of good stuff over the years, in the Bruins and especially the Celtics, you can't even believe the rows of friggin' Boston Celtics stuff over here to my right. Championship, world champions, numbers retired, blah, blah, blah. And then I'm looking over the Bruins. Stanley Cup, all the numbers retired. I mean, dude, this is just like, there's so much glory sitting in front of me, all the past history of both these franchises. It's pretty cool. This has been like one of those glory, this was one of these, ride the glory train type of road trip so far.
Have they always shared the same arena back at the Boston Garden days?
They've always been in the same
renters of
joint.
the same place.
100%. They've always played in the exact same building all these years, and it's just amazing to look out, boys, and again see all the green and white and all the gold and black, and see Ray Bork's number and Terry O'Reilly, Willie O'Ree, Middleton, and Schmidt, and Johnny Busick, and all this stuff. It's just really cool, man.
Willie O'Ree was
not related to Ed Sprinkle. Not related.
The first black player to play in the NHL.
Way to
And
go,
by the
Moj.
way, This today, I believe, is the anniversary of that.
Oh, really?
Yes. And so they're going to do a special presentation here in Boston. Now, Willie's not going to be here. He's at his home in San Diego, but they're going to do a really cool thing that will probably carry on the broadcast tonight.
Do they do this every year?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I'm remembering correctly, Vic, am I making this up?
Or the game that's right around that time, yeah.
I feel like right after Ed Sprinkle happened, they played Boston like 2 days afterwards, and it was this time.
I feel like the Nuggets
and you had to read that, and all I thought in my head was Ed Sprinkle the entire time that you did the read.
You know, it's funny you say that. Moshe, is it me, or do the Nuggets and Avs always seem to go to Boston at this point in the year? It's always like mid-January.
Well, it is now, but it used to be forever. The Avs played on Columbus Day in Boston. It was a day game all the time, right in the beginning of October, but the season schedule has been pushed back a little bit, so that's wiped out. But we were always starting the season on the road, and we'd always come to Boston for a day game, 1 o'clock day game on Columbus Day.
Did you ever go to the Columbus Day Parade in Boston? Because it's a big one there.
No, I did not.
Oh, it's a big one. It takes over the city.
No parades.
I'm just telling you, the Columbus Day Parade
Yeah.
in Boston, New York, those cities, Chicago, huge.
Brett, I'm pulling him along a little bit, okay? I'm getting him on the parade wagon just a little bit.
No floats.
And you don't have to sit there and take a whiz on our dreams and whatnot,
Wait,
okay?
can I bring something up, though? Because we are talking about ice. I mean, it's ice hockey, so can I bring something else?
I know where you're going.
Sure.
I've always wondered for, in Buffalo, when they have the giant snowstorm and it's a travel ban, the Bills aren't sitting at their house for 2 days until they're allowed to leave. Like, they're not practicing before a playoff game. So I've always wondered how players get around that stuff when it's really bad weather. And for the first time in my life that I can remember, I saw that a player missed a game because he couldn't leave his house due to weather. DeAndre Ayton, who now plays for Portland. Portland doesn't get all that cold, so they aren't used to this. There was so much ice, I guess, in Portland. DeAndre Ayton couldn't leave his house. He missed the basketball game yesterday because he nor anybody from Portland's, front office, they were trying to work with people to go pick him up.
They couldn't get to him. Well, we're having
What
fun
do you mean
games.
what do you mean they couldn't get to him?
They could not get to him. Apparently,
Okay.
his neighborhood, his little area where he lives, is so ridden by ice, it's so dangerous that you cannot take a vehicle in that area.
What if they have a 911 emergency?
I'm just telling you
Sorry,
what the
what are you saying?
report is.
Sorry.
So here, Moshe, I'll
Too
read,
much ice.
I'll
Sorry.
read some of the story from USA Today.
That sounds like a bunch of crap.
This from Casey Holdall. Ayton tried for hours to combat the sheet of ice leading out of his neighborhood, and the team sent people out to help as well, but to no avail. So he's out for tonight's game versus Brooklyn. The fact that he was out there for hours, they said, trying to get out of his house.
Weak.
They won the game, by
man.
the way, without Ayton. They beat the Nets without Ayton. So they may be onto something there without Ayton.
Man, you send the cops. You get one of those special, cop SUVs or one of those cop, tanks or whatever. Go get him. I mean, if there's a will, there's a way.
I don't
Not
think
like,
they deemed it that important, Moj. I'm not sure they needed to send the cops to get DeAndre Ayton to beat the Brooklyn Nets. The point is, I think we underestimate that sheet of ice in Portland. We've dealt with ice here before.
It's terrible. It's the worst.
Then how come it only affected him?
That's what
He must live in a hilly area. He must live in one of those areas where.
But could he scoot? Could he scoot down his sidewalk to get to a place where there's a residential road where somebody could get him? That's
Brett,
what I'm
you won't
wondering.
remember this. You won't remember this, but about 1996, 96, 97, the Broncos had a game in
Buffalo.
Who said that, Vic? And we had a hell of a snowstorm in Denver, okay?
Uh-huh.
And there were people that were on snowmobiles and snowcats going to Broncos players' houses to gather them, to take them to a place where they could get on a more reasonable transportation situation, like get on a bus or whatever. That people there was a will, there was a way. People found a way. Snowmobiles, bro. Okay, snowcats, bro.
Mm-hmm.
That's how bad it was. and they found a way to get the team together, get to Buffalo, and so on. So this whole Ayton,
But,
man, I'm locked in, too much ice.
can I
just
say-
start walking.
All right.
Just start walking to a place where, just walk a mile to a place where there ain't no ice.
Can I be more
I mean,
practical
what a-
about this?
It's just a bunch of crap.
We're not used to major ice storms in Denver. We get snow, and it's snow, it hardens, and we get plows. The
I
ice
don't think
storms.
anybody's used to ice storms.
Yeah, but if you lived in an area like I used to live in when I lived in Austin, Texas, it doesn't snow there. But sometimes you have an ice storm, and it shuts everything down,
Yeah.
and you can't move. You are literally frozen wherever you are.
Frozen. You can't move.
And in Portland, apparently, this ice is so bad. It's so thick. It's so bad. The entire city's paralyzed. So I don't even know how they had a game.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Like, how did and again, have you guys ever heard of anybody missing a game, an athlete missing a game due to weather? Has that ever happened before?
Oh, I'm sure it's happened many times.
But do you
before.
remember
Well, I
one?
mean, the Avs have had games postponed because of weather.
But that's the whole game is. I'm
talking
saying
about
a singular
particular
like player,
players.
like other people went to the arena or went to the field
No,
and played the
never
game.
heard of it
but
before.
one
Nope.
guy missed because he couldn't make
no.
it.
Dude, I mean, walk. Dude, like, gather your gear, get your warm coat on, and walk as far as it takes for somebody to be able to pick you up. This whole, well, I can't get out of my neighborhood. That bunch of crap.
Moj, I mean,
Dude, there were 17,000 people at the game last night, and only DeAndre Ayton couldn't make it.
apparently it was bad.
Nobody lives by him. It's just him.
Yeah.
Apparently his neighborhood was an ice block.
Well, I hope that, if somebody had appendicitis, I sure as hell hope there's a doctor in the neighborhood who can come over and knock you out with a sledgehammer and friggin' take it out. I mean, what? It just sounds like a tall tale to me. That's what it sounds like, a tall tale.
I'm actually kind of with Moj and Marty on this. It's like, how did 17,000 people make it to the game?
And look at Vic, and look at Vic, and Vic is defending him. Hey man, ice
I'm
man.
not defending
Enough
him.
said.
I'm telling
Hey,
you,
hey, bro,
if
ice. Enough said.
If the
Enough said.
entire franchise tried to get him and nobody could, what else do you want the man
That's
to
why,
do?
Marty, I
mean,
want to find somebody from Portland and get them on the show today. I
somebody
want to
on
figure
Portland.
out how this happened.
Get somebody, Marty, call Portland Ice Patrol.
And they can't say that they got stuff to do. They aren't doing anything, I guess, because nobody can move. I want somebody from Portland on the show to explain this to me.
Here's Vic's big explanation. Bro, ice. Enough said.
Well,
That's it.
And Moj, I've been there before where I've showed up late. Like, I actually showed up late to the show for the first time in forever, like really late. Was it last week that we had the big snowstorm that the roads were miserable in the morning? Moj, you remember you were like a couple of minutes late too, trying to get in here? What day was that?
Yeah. Oh, that was about 2 weeks ago. It was bad.
I didn't even know it was
But I
supposed
made
to
it.
snow like that overnight. And then I opened my garage. I go, uh-oh, this is going to be worse than I thought. And it took me like 50 minutes to get here. But he's not leaving his house 30 minutes before the game starts. It's hours before. So I don't know. I want somebody from Portland, though, immediately, Marty.
Let's
Stat.
see. I've got somebody. Terry Fry, who used to live in Portland, says it's hilly and snowy. Ice is 10 times worse than anything here. So I've heard this from a lot of folks that live in Portland.
But hang on. All of that is understood. But everybody else got to the game, and 17,000 people went to
He
the
must
game.
live in an especially hilly area.
Well, get your sled out and get yourself down at the bottom of that hill.
Do you remember one time? Remember last year, Moj, when I barely made it to the Nuggets game because I went off the road into a divide? No, what the hell,
Dude,
what was that?
You crashed into a ditch.
A ditch. That's right. I crashed into a ditch.
That's
when
why.
it was
That's
snowing
why
out.
Vic is feeling some empathy over here for DeAndre Ayton.
Totally.
But I did
Totally.
get there. I got help. People helped me get out of the ditch. It was an icy, snowy day, and I got there. But they sent everybody from the franchise to get him, and they couldn't even get to him. So you
That's
guys
what's
calm
weird
down.
too. That's what's weird. Portland's like, we sent all of our best agents out there to go get this man, and we just couldn't save him.
All right.
He's dead.
The 9387 as we get the break here. I love you, Mosier, but why are you such an old man? And I walked 10 miles uphill both ways in the freezing snow today. Martin just raised a very good point. Every other player and 17,000 fans made it to the friggin' game. And Ayton's like, peace out. Peace
it
out.
wouldn't be-
Too icy.
It would be weird if you had a packed
come
house at
on.
Ball Arena for a Nuggets game. And it's like, you know what? AG just couldn't leave the warehouse today. Couldn't get out.
Dude, it's
Called
the
the
same
coach. Yeah, man. It's I tried for a bunch of hours. I couldn't make it, so I'm not going to make it.
I understand his pain here. It's the same reason why on Monday and Tuesday it was really cold. I couldn't get out of my house, and I did the show from home for those very reasons, just in case.
could get out of your house. You
and
chose not to.
refused are two
I mean,
different
you
things.
never know. They
Two
would have had to
different
send people over.
303-504-0925. Can I yell about Todd Helton for a second? Have you guys seen what's been going on with these Hall of Fame votes surrounding Todd Helton? He's losing votes of people who voted for him last year somehow.
Why?
4. I don't know. That's what I'd like to discuss next. I don't like this perception, and it feels like we've broken through a little bit with the Nuggets and the perception that they had nationally, but the Rockies is just going to be there forever. If you can't say with confidence, as somebody who covers the sport of baseball, that Todd Helton is a Hall of Famer, then I don't know what I can say to you. And what's really weird, guys, is 4 people who had Helton on their ballot last year dropped him for some reason this year. Like, no longer on it. And I hate the entire concept of how baseball does their Hall of Fame voting anyway. I think it should just be one vote. Is he a Hall of Famer or not?
Or not.
And then, boom, be done with it?
It can't change year to year. It's like,
No.
His career has ended. What would change between last year and this year?
Nothing. So that the entire concept of this is stupid. Like, the NFL is different because they can only allow certain amounts of people, right? But the MLB is like, however many you want to vote for, you can vote for. If you look at Todd Helton's career, and like I said, there's nothing that changes in 15 years post-career than when he was, the first year he was done playing. But I'm trying to figure out how people drop this guy. So I kind of understand because of these rules they've set up. Maybe as the years pass, you're like, you know what, this guy is deserving. Okay, cool.
Dude, he's been retired for a decade, man.
Yeah. What is making people drop him from the ballot, though? And go back and look at his numbers. Somebody explain to me how that is not one of the greatest hitters who's ever played this game.
We
He's
can
a great hitter.
We can get
Great,
into this
great,
debate
great
again,
hitter.
and I'm tired of the debate. It's not worth my time to try to convince voters why Todd Helton is a Hall of Famer. It's stupid. But I do want to ask a couple things. Who are the voters that change their votes? Have they revealed themselves?
I know 2 of them are Mark Purdy and Mark Saxon are 2.
When are the votes due? When is this due?
What
I actually
happened?
don't know that. I don't know when
What
they're due.
happened where they say, you know what, 1 year, yeah, he's worthy, and the next year they're like, nah, he's not worthy. I mean, I don't get it. I don't want the Coors Field bias anymore. It took Larry Walker forever to get in. It's frustrating. And I'm also going to say this. I really like Todd Helton. I loved him as a player. I love him as a dude. He's a great dude. I've enjoyed, hanging with him on some occasions in the past. And I guess I'm biased in this regard, but he's one of the best hitters I've ever seen. I mean, he really is, Kaner.
He's a professional hitter, dude. I mean,
He's
all
just
you have
a
to do.
professional hitter, professional player, total stud. I just don't freaking get it.
I'll cue up just one at bat where he'll take a pitcher 15 to 16 pitches deep, and he starts the count 0-2. He'll be down 0-2, and the whole pitching sequence won't end. It won't until he decides when it ends. That's the kind of hitter he was.
Yeah.
And he was like, it's not just I'm going to go out there and hit bombs. He would hit a single to the opposite field if that's where the pitch was. He would work the count. He would be smart when guys were on base. How do I advance base runners?
And his glove. Let's not even get into his glove work.
And he's
it
an
was
amazing
legendary
fielder.
glove work.
Amazing
I
fielder.
don't get it. But the only thing that you can think is the impediment here is just that he played in Colorado, right? That's the only excuse that people would have.
know.
If he was
I
a
don't know,
Yankee,
dude.
Moj, this is a no-brainer. He's in the Hall of Fame with these numbers.
Dude, I'm going to look up how many times he was a 5-time All-Star. Awesome. He won 3 Gold Gloves, 4 Silver Sluggers. He won the Hank Aaron Award. He was a batting champion. I just don't know. I don't know how that doesn't qualify for Hall of Fame. Gary Sheffield is the same kind of guy for me. I think that people just got to be in their bonnet for him, and I don't know why. If anything, what should happen is he should gain votes over the years, right? He should get another vote and another vote. You shouldn't have guys dropping him off their ballot. I don't know how that happens. And in all honesty, Brett, I didn't know that this was happening. It really bums me out.
Well,
I'm sitting here.
texter-
And I'm really disappointed by it, man.
A texter just said it's up to 5, actually. I said 4. It's up to 5 now. And look, the way that this works for guys that are working their way up to get in the Hall of Fame after years and years is that they keep all of their votes, and then a couple of more start to jump on board, right? But when guys are doing that, and then you have people falling off, it's negating itself.
Mm-hmm. There is
And he's stuck in purgatory.
There is a former Rocky going into the Hall of Fame this year who's already voted in. You realize that, right? there is a guy already in that wore a Rockies uniform, and he wore it proudly. Jim Leland.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Jim Leland,
The year.
craziest managing year I can recall. Dude used to sleep in the clubhouse, used to go to the piano bar across the street. Dude, the amount of heaters that guy went through in a game, unbelievable.
Hammered him.
When did they say that he couldn't do that anymore, or did he just stop?
I don't know if he ever stopped. He would just go. He would just not be
But
seen.
he wasn't smoking in the dugout, at least in front of cameras. Maybe he went into the locker room for a second. I don't know.
Remember how he would hide it sometimes? He would try to hide the cigarette in his mouth.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Yeah, cup his mouth.
All right, let's take a look at a couple lines for tonight.
The points, the props, the favorites, the dogs. Mosher, Lombardi, and Kane presents tonight's lines this morning. Brought to you by Circa Sports. Betting the way it should be on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Circa Sports, obviously the largest sports book in Las Vegas. And if you want to download their sports book, it's available in Colorado right now. Tight money line splits, low holds, no gambling limits. Go check them out, circasports.com. The lines on Circa Sports for tonight. Again, Moj, the Avs and underdog plus 130 at the Boston Bruins tonight. One of the rare times, I don't know how many times they've been dogs, but one of the rare times on the year the Avs have been underdogs plus 130 tonight against the Bruins.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, the Bruins are a very good hockey club. Very, very good.
By the way, we took a look at some games for the NFL on Saturday. I like to get early looks at these. So Saturday games, those are the largest spreads of the weekend. Plus 9.5 Texans against the Ravens, and then the Packers are 9.5 point dogs as well against the Niners. But on Sunday, Bucks, Lions 6.5 point favorites, and then Bills and Chiefs. Bills 2.5 point favorites in this game.
Oh,
Do you think that sounds right? Now, game in Buffalo.
I like that
in
number.
Buffalo.
Yeah, I think
you like it.
Yeah, it's pretty much an even Steven.
You know that game.
I
want the Bills to win so damn bad.
So do I.
if the Chiefs are going to get got, this is the one.
Well, this is
If the Chiefs
Patrick
are
Mahomes-
going to get got, this is the one.
Patrick Mahomes' first road playoff game. Here it is.
First one ever. Oh, and by the way, I believe in the Mahomes and Josh Allen era, are the Bills, they're 0-2, right, against the Chiefs in the postseason with these two quarterbacks facing off.
Well, but they remember they also had that game where the AFC Championship game where whoever got the football was going to win the damn game. And it just so happens the Chiefs got the football. If it was the other way around and the Buffalo Bills got the football, they would have won that damn football game. That was one of my favorite games in the last 20 years.
You know what I want to see this weekend? I would love to see Houston upend Baltimore.
I would too.
I would love it.
Are you just looking for? Are you looking for chaos, or what are you looking for?
Houston's easy for me to root for.
You know what's really interesting, and
Yeah, but
again,
the Ravens are a big favorite, bro.
See, but here's the interesting thing, Moj.
Favorite.
The lines in those games, again, 9.5 point dogs are both the Texans and the Packers as they go on the road to the respective one seeds in each conference. There's something about taking that week off and those teams coming off of dominant victories the week before where I look at 9.5 and I'm like, that's a lot of points for a team who just buried their last opponent and is coming into that game hot.
And Lamar Jackson still has to answer some questions about the postseason.
Yep, he does. Look,
I bet he does. I bet he does answer them, though. I bet he does.
I think,
Dude, he's playing.
I think you're right.
He's playing so good. He's playing so well.
Who has a better chance?
I think he answers them.
Who has a better chance at the upset? Houston at Baltimore or Green Bay at San Francisco?
Green Bay at San Francisco.
Both big numbers.
I think it's Green
big
Bay.
numbers.
I think it's Green Bay.
Really?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. I don't know why.
Well,
Just
I just think the Ravens don't have a weakness on that team. And let's say that one thing isn't working very well. Well, they got two other phases of the game that I think they can dominate in. The thing with the Niners, like we're asking question marks, and there's plenty. I still got question marks of whether Brock Purdy can capitalize on this. And maybe I'll be totally wrong. Maybe he'll go out and throw 4 touchdowns on Sunday. I have no idea. Or on Saturday, but I have no idea. But you want to talk about unproven? Like, yeah, he had a playoff win last year, right? Was it 1 or 2 last year, actually? Were they the 1 seed last year?
They got to the championship game, correct?
Yeah, they didn't lose for like 12 straight weeks. But they won a playoff game, got to the championship, arm messed up. We know the rest of the story. I just wonder, Can they do that, especially with a week off?
Well,
just stay hot.
Jordan Love made it look so easy in Dallas.
He looks so good right now. No,
And Aaron Jones and that combination. I mean, if they bring that combination, that kind of offense to San Francisco, watch
Tell
out.
you one thing. The Detroit Lions are going to wax the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I don't
Tampa's
think so.
got to deal with the weather.
Wax off.
I don't think so.
Hey, wax on, and then over here with this hand, wax off. They're going to wax them off.
I think.
Weather will be a factor, whether you think so or not.
Yep. Keep that in mind, Moshe. It's 13 degrees in Detroit. 303-504-0925.
She's still been unnamed, right? Nobody still knows who she is.
I don't think so.
Yeah, they're doing her a favor. That's good. Yeah, protect her at all costs.
We'll ask Leggy. Has Leggy had a moment like that? Where he's been at a press conference, he asked a question, he goes,
We've all had moments
I
like
know,
this.
I want to know what Leggy's is.
We've all had moments where we were dumb.
I want to know what Leggy's is. We'll talk to him next.
I'm gonna let you go, gonna let you turn and walk away. I know how this goes, you wanna have it your own selfish way. You've always been the spitfire, baby, you know I'm like the water, we don't always mix. It's like someone lit your soul on fire, always burning with desire, can't extinguish it. I don't wanna make war, I just wanna make love to your body, yeah. The fire in your eyes has got me mesmerized, it's got me bleed. We'll need water to put out this flame. I don't wanna make war, I just wanna make love to your body, yeah. The fire in your eyes has got me mesmerized, it's got me bleed. We'll need water to put out this flame, yeah. Never wanna plead with you, I don't wanna argue, never wanna fight, never wanna beg you to stay. I'm saying I wanna be true to you, I wanna be your muse, pick you up on them bad days. I know when you blow your top, baby, that you'll never stop feeling like the world's on fire. It keeps raining all around you, yet you're covered in a cloud of steam. Heartbeat pounding like a rock machine. I don't wanna make war, I just wanna make love to your body, yeah. The fire in your eyes has got me how this goes. You wanna have it your own selfish way. You've always been the spitfire, baby. You know I'm like the water we don't always mix. It's like someone lit your soul on fire, always burning with desire.
Talk to Jeff Legwold here in a second. Texter says, good morning, guys. What do you think your worst question or statement on a live broadcast has been, like the weather reporter? Mine, actually, I think came as far as dumbest. It's when I asked if Dixie State has always been in Utah.
I've told you guys mine. Tape of it somewhere. I go to Phoenix to work at the CBS affiliate there. I'm hosting the Buddy Ryan Coaches Show. Season just ended. They got rid of 2 of their quarterbacks. They have no quarterbacks on the roster going into the offseason.
Yeah.
And I asked him live on the show, you plan on signing any quarterbacks soon, Coach? And he stops. Live television says, of course we are, you dumbass.
Dumbass. I like it.
Yeah.
Well, it's also Buddy, right?
Yeah.
That's just what Buddy is.
But he did it in a joking, half-hearted manner. But at the same time, I'm like, yeah, well, I deserved it.
Well, let's go out to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com joins us. Jeff, what is your, how will you deal with the weather in Detroit question of your career? Which one is yours?
Well, actually it was this year. How about that? I asked Frank Clark's status on a day he practiced fully. So, yeah, that was my I waltzed right into that. That was good. Yeah. But I don't have any, how the weather's going to be in a dome type question.
Well, you know how it works, though, Leggy. This time of year in the playoffs, all these local stations let their news people enter the chat, right? And the news people don't necessarily know everything about the respective sports, so you see it every year.
Yeah. Now, I was once, way back in my newspaper days, I was once thrown out of a news meeting because they were going on and on about election night, how they're going to buy pizza and make this huge thing in the newsroom and all that. And I said, you know what we call election night in sports? And they said, what? And I said, Friday. And they threw me out.
It's so true. You're so true. They make news operations make such a big deal, like of election nights, and we're like, yeah, every high school Friday in any small market in the world here, it's the same damn thing. You're hustling and bustling.
Take a wrestling meet over the phone, the regional wrestling meet over the phone on a Friday. Then come talk to me about the city council election.
There you go.
But anyway.
Yeah, Jeff.
Frank Clark. I asked Sean Payton the status of Frank Clark, and he looked at me and he was like, we practiced the whole day. So I was like, oh, thank you.
For all the things that have taken place here over the last couple of weeks, we got the press conferences from George Payton and Sean Payton, and we still don't really know the clear idea of what their offseason is going to look like. But if you had to guess right now, just from what you've heard so far, what do you think the plan is heading into the offseason?
A little pain, frankly. I mean, salary cap pain. I think they're planning for it, and I think they're trying to put the smiley face sticker on it as much as they can. They keep saying, "Oh, we've got a plan no matter what we do." But there are certain things they're not going to be able to escape. So, I think it was a very big admission that sort of flew under the radar that they admitted right up front, we're not going to be looking at top-tier free agents. I mean, they said that out loud. So that tells you they're bracing for a little pain, because in a normal year, this ownership group could do whatever it wants in free agency and get whoever they want in free agency. And to admit that out loud tells you already they admitted it in January. That tells you they're bracing for what will be a difficult off season.
Yeah, and they knew that going into it. What the decision, if they're going to make that decision, what was going to be the effect of that. Jeff, did you get a chance to listen to the Sean McVay discussion about Puka Nacua before the draft? Did you hear that audio or see any transcript of it?
Yeah, I've seen a little of it, and I've talked to many scouts about Puka. That was he was sort of like Penix in this draft, not to the degree of Penix, but he was a medical. Puka was a medical, and a lot of people had sort of the 4th, 5th, 6th round grades on him.
McVay, though, he knew what he wanted, and he knew what he saw. And he said, I don't give a rat's rip. We're taking this guy. I want this guy. This guy is going to be great. Trust me on this. Talking to all his personnel guys. And he was right. I mean, Puka Nacua was unbelievably good. And it might have been a bit of a gamble when you talk about the medical situation. So don't the Broncos have to do the same kind of thing? Don't they have to get a little bit lucky or have some serious foresight to help out the skill positions here, Jeff, when you can't go buy anything and you've got to draft it and develop it?
Well, they don't have many picks, Moj. I mean, that's the other crimp in this. I would also ask you, if Puka Nacua was here, do you think he would have played that many snaps? And I say no.
Well, he also has Stafford delivering him the football. I get that. I dig. But
how many snaps did Marvin Mims play? I mean, was he not one of the 3 best receivers on the team? Yes, but Sean McVay had a different approach because the Rams had a different approach. They essentially said, we're going to play all these rookies and we don't care.
Yeah.
I don't think this coaching staff here would do that, but that's just my gut. We don't know officially yet, but I'm going by the information I have at this point. But they're going to have to. That's going to be the toughest choice for Sean Payton and this coaching staff, because your only way out of this difficulty is to get younger and play younger, and he has not done that very often in the past.
You are so right. I mean, first of all, to have the conviction to draft certain players and then go get them is something that McVay has shown. But then they won a Super Bowl recently, so they can afford to say, screw it, let's play the young guys. We're rebuilding anyway. And what do you know? Those young guys took you to the playoffs. The approach in Denver was far different. The approach was, we got to fix this now because it's been going on too long. And you saw the difference in the way they handled young players here. They don't give them the leash that McVay did. Do you see that changing? I mean, I don't know. How does that change next year?
It has to, or they're going to be playing a lot of middle-of-the-road veteran players because that's all they can afford, and their choices are going to be to play younger players or stick with these middle-of-the-road, some of these middle-of-the-road guys. I keep telling the story, and I don't know if people are really understanding. There were 4 teams this year that went into the season with $60 million or more dead money. 4. 3 of them did well because they were 3 of the youngest teams in the NFL. Green Bay was the youngest, the Rams were the 2nd youngest, and the Buccaneers were the 8th youngest. The 4th team was miserable, the Cardinals, because they were the 20th youngest. The Broncos were the 24th youngest team this year. They are not set up. They're not set up for the decision they made, which is why I've been critical of it. I'm not critical of the idea of releasing a quarterback you may not be a fan of. I'm critical of doing it when you're not prepared to do it, and they are not prepared to do this. And I don't care how many smiley face stickers they put on it. Going young is the only solution, and they only have 6 draft picks, and only 2 of them are in the first 2 days of the draft.
Leggy, on that subject, last year it was a lot about, and by the way, all conversation with Legwell brought to you by BetSafe Colorado, the exclusive club for passionate gamers and bettors across the state. Last year was about, is this a Russell problem or is this a Hackett problem? And this year, the question I'm asking now is how much of it was a Russell problem and how much of it was surrounding talent? Because me and Vic and Moj talked about this the last couple of days. If you watched that Sunday night game between the Lions and the Rams, and you saw Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua and Kyron Williams and Jahmyr Gibbs and St. Brown and Laporta and all these different guys, the Broncos have none of those. Like, none of those weapons at all. And so now you brought up Tampa Bay. If I put Russell on Tampa Bay, are they still division winners? Are they still winning a playoff game? Do they still look the same because they have Mike Evans and Chris Godwin and some talent on offense?
Well, I would ask you, and I've asked the Broncos this. I've asked people with the Broncos face to face. Can the Broncos honestly say, in the 2 years Russell Wilson was here, did they do everything possible to make Russell succeed? I would argue no. I think they've had 2 coaches, the only guy who fit Russell into what they were doing was Jerry frickin' Rosburg. And look what Russell did the last 2 games of the year last year. He's the only guy who said, hey, Russell can do these 5 things. He doesn't like these 5 things. Let's not do the other 5. Let's do the 5 he likes. And look how it looked. It's very
Why
simple.
is that such a point of contention then, Jeff? Why is it like pulling teeth then?
Because the NFL sometimes is the NEL, the National Ego League. Everybody wants to do it their way and have it look their way. I would argue, and people can argue, look, I know a lot of folks just want Russ gone and they don't care about any of it. I get that. That's fine. But I would argue, or I would ask, did the Broncos really do with Russell Wilson what they said they would do? I mean, I heard Sean Payton say, I don't like to sing karaoke if I don't know the words to the song. And yet, I think he handed him a song and said, you sing it this way.
When did it go sideways? Because having spoken, even back at the Super Bowl last year, Sean Payton seemed enthusiastic about resuscitating Russell Wilson's career. He seemed to really want to live. I want to get into this and help him so he can help himself, this and that. When did it go bad? Was it the losing streak? Was it a particular game? Was it training camp? Was it the first time you saw him? When did you notice that disconnect?
I'm not sure they ever, for whatever reason, I'm not sure it was ever really connected. I guess I think in OTAs and mini camp, I saw kind of, it was heading toward good progress, I thought, from what I was seeing. How they were lining up, what they were working on. It looked like to me, hey, they're going to make some progress here. But I think a lot of it is sometimes like when you try to change a guy's throwing motion and it works okay in practice and it's fine. And then he gets in a game in the stressful situations and all the changes go out the window and he goes back to what he was doing. I think that's kind of how the season went. And when they started 1-5, I think it just exacerbated it.
Yeah, I think there was a tell too, Jeff, in just how he addressed certain topics after games. Like, after the Raiders game,
we gotta be better in the passing
yes,
game.
Yes,
he dropped
yes,
that one time.
Yes.
We can't have that fumble.
Our communication, we have to be quicker with the play call.
You pointed it out.
Those are all
last
code
game.
words.
The last game, Vic, when he said the offensive line needs to protect better, he never
yes.
said that for
and
Russell.
That's the point I'm trying to make, Jeff. After the Raider game, he pinpointed Peyton did the offensive line and up front and how we didn't protect.
He never threw
did
Russell that bone
ever,
all year.
Ever.
It was the same problem all year.
Right. Yeah.
And I, just little things. And look, part of this job that I do is little things. He calls Stidham Stiddy, a nickname, colloquial. He never does that with Russell. And I don't know, and it's all dime store psychology. I get it. But I would argue for 2 years, the only guy who really tried to fit Russell Wilson into an offense is Jerry Rosburg in a 2-week span. That's what I would argue.
All right, Jeff, we're going to let you go. Does chalk walk this weekend? Is that what it is? I mean, favorites all going to just walk their way to the title games?
Well, they're the better teams. I think the guy with the most pressure on him this week is Lamar. I love that team, and I think he is a spectacular player. But people have been riding him about his playoff performances and all of that. So he's got a little pressure on him. But the Niners and the Ravens are the best teams, and if they flex and do it right, they're going on through.
How many 1 seeds make the Super Bowl? 0, 1, or 2?
Well, we almost never see the 2-1, so it's hard to say that. But they are the 2 best teams, and if that was the Super Bowl, I think it would be a pretty damn good one.
That is Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com. He joins us every week. Thank you, Leggy.
Thanks, fellas. We'll see you.
Jeff Legwold, brought to you by BetSafe Colorado, the exclusive club for passionate gamers and bettors across the state.
What did Vic just say?
He said, see you, Leggy?
Said, see you, Leggy.
It sounded like...
His mic was off.
Yeah, my mic was off. Sorry,
That's
I was trying to
When we return, can we talk about the Shiloh and Shedeur Sanders doing Louis Vuitton fashion modeling as opposed to being at the first team meeting? And is that hypocritical of Deion Sanders or not?
Who hasn't modeled before?
All right, so it depends on where you stand on
in
this.
this rink. I am freezing in this rink. It's damn cold inside TD Garden here in Boston. You guys are all comfy, cozy. Your little.
Thank you for turning him down. The guy does hockey for a living. You would think you could bring a jacket alongside. I mean, this is what he does.
Bro,
You're
got
in an
one.
icebox.
Bro. I know, but bro,
Well,
listen.
then put it on. And
My toes.
Nope.
Thank you. Turn him down.
Here's
Take
a
it
question
easy,
I have.
DeAndre Ayton.
A couple of things here. You have one or two schools of thought on this, and I don't know if there's an in-between. So CU starts off their first team meeting of the year, and the only players that are absent from that are Shiloh and Shedeur Sanders. Why were they absent? They were in Paris for Louis Vuitton fashion winter something, and they were models for it. The question is, does Dion allow that for other players or just his kids? Because Dion's very much about punctuality. There for the team. Let's be about football. Let's be about winning. You have to show up, like all of that. But his kids, for the first meeting of the year, weren't there. So it's either you don't care or you think it's hypocritical of Dion. I'm more of the I don't care category, but I see where people are coming from.
Let me start by saying something that's pretty obvious, should be obvious to all of you guys. Life isn't fair.
Yep.
Life is never fair. And no one's equal in the eyes of a parent, especially your kid. I don't care what anybody says at any level, anywhere, anyhow, any sport, any position, anything. If you coach your kid, there's zero chance you're going to be fully unbiased. Zero.
And it could be beyond that, Vic,
Zero.
because I think he would let Travis Hunter do the same thing.
Zero chance. Zero chance at any level. So you know going in that that's the situation. It doesn't bother me one iota that the two Sanders boys are in France doing what they're doing on a mid-January day when the effects of whatever meeting they had is not going to have any impact whatsoever on the season. None. Doesn't bother me one bit. The only bother comes in this. You knew the perception would be there. Why hold a team meeting or whatever it was?
Yeah.
Why put yourself in that situation, Dion? Why would you do that? Why would you give people this fodder? Why would you give the world a reason to gnaw at you? Why would you do this? It's not a big deal that they're doing what they're doing, and clearly they're not interested in academics. So let's get that out of the way right now. All right, for this whole notion that these are student athletes, let's stop with this crap. All right? Let's stop with the whole, big-time college football. Let's take care of the student athletes. Stop it. They don't care about school.
A wise man
It's not
once
what
said,
they're there for.
we ain't come here to play school.
They're not here for school. All right? That's number one. No big deal that these two are in France. They're two great players that are going to play a big role on this team no matter what. But you can't say to the rest of the team, you got to earn your stripes. We're only going to take guys who earn it. Because you just showed us, you really don't have to earn much. You came here and you already told everybody you got your quarterback already.
Well, that was like the first thing, right? Was everybody has to earn their position. And at the same time at the opening press conference, that's your starting quarterback right there. He said that before they even stepped foot on the practice field.
So, I mean, it's a very contradictory way to run things.
Yes.
Don't hold a mandatory meeting in mid-January when you know your guys are in France.
Or push it just a few days later because, as you said, Vic, that's just like, it's a bad PR move is what it
Looks
is.
bad.
You knew it was going to come. Why not just move the meeting until they're back in Boulder and then they could all go?
What if the backup left guard says, I've got my cousin's baptism in Grand Junction. I'm not going to be here.
Yeah.
And it's really close to me. My cousin is a good friend of mine. We're cousins, first of all, but I need to be at the baptism.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nope. I bet you he thinks of it a little bit differently. And again, Vic, I'm with you. I don't care. Like, this is January. The first game isn't until 8 months from now. It's not a big deal.
This guy on Twitch, he literally said at his opening press conference, he said Shedeur would have to earn it. If you are gullible enough,
he said that's your starting quarterback.
Cacti. If you're that gullible to think that Shador wasn't the starting quarterback no matter what? And you think he actually had to go above and beyond to earn it? And he did earn it because he's that much more talented. But don't unveil your gullibility in front of everybody here. Don't do that. It's not a good look.
What this was too is this is an unnecessary stepping on the rake. That's what it is. It's an unnecessary situation that he put himself in. This is a misstep. And I'm like you guys. Look, if I had the chance to be a model in Paris,
hell yeah,
you think I'd
go?
go?
Yeah. If you had a chance to go milk cows in the greatest milk festival on earth, and you told Kevin Shockey during a ratings month, I gotta go.
Fond du Lac, Wisconsin.
Yeah.
And Brett Kane, you're
the Mecca,
you're,
if you will.
The granddaddy of them all.
Yep.
Absolutely. So I would go do it, but if you're having a mandatory meeting and it's your starting quarterback, your sons are not there, it's just you're opening, even whether or not the team itself was cool with it, the players loved it. Yeah, man, Shiloh and Shador over there in Paris, and they're walking the runway and everything is cool. By the way, did you see they went like running a circle? It wasn't a runway. It was like a track. It was kind of weird. Anyway, even if the players themselves are cool with it and they loved it and all this kind of thing, you open yourselves up for criticism on a larger scale. There's no reason to do it. It's a self-inflicted wound. I just don't know why he would do it.
It doesn't bother me one bit from a football perspective that the two Sanders kids were modeling because you know what?
Me either.
They're dogs. They're really good players, and I know that come next year when it's game time and when it's practice time, they're going to bring it to the fullest. It doesn't concern me one bit. Those kids, they play hard. That doesn't concern me. The only thing that bothers me, why would you put yourself in that situation when you didn't need to?
Or for that matter,
why?
It's not even yourself, your kids, because it makes them look like they don't care.
Why would you make your kids look like they're spoiled little brats?
Yeah.
Because that's what you're doing.
Yep.
That's what you're doing right now. You're doing that. You don't have to have a mandatory meeting in mid-January. You don't have to call it mandatory or whatever the hell it is. You don't have to do any of that. And I'm going to say this for the last time. If I hear another administrator refer to these ultra elite college athletes as student athletes, I'm going to vomit.
Mm-hmm.
Because the last thing on their minds is school.
Right.
The last thing on their minds is school. Could you imagine, take yourself back to school. If you had to miss a week of school, dude, I would panic. I'd go into panic if I had to miss a week of school. I'd be so far behind.
Dude, I remember I had jury duty that lasted 4 days, and it was in the middle. Look, it was like a Monday through Thursday, and the amount of stuff I had to make up for was atrocious. I hated it. They aren't doing that.
They're not student athletes. They're athletes, students. All of them.
Can I give you guys
every single one? I mean, and there are some who break the mold.
Sure.
But they're paid now. They're paid. So once you're paid and it's a business, you're not like everybody else. You don't want to be treated like everybody else, correct? You want to get paid, correct? So you're not a student first. You're an athlete first. That's the fact.
Can I give you guys a couple of things here? This blew my mind. So during the Lakers game last night, the Lakers beat the Mavericks. And a lot of people focused on LeBron after the game, like he had to rush out of this media session because his son was playing, blah, blah, blah. They threw up a graphic in the middle of that Lakers game that I want you guys to hear and understand. LeBron James, and Vic, we've talked about this a lot. Amazing how LeBron, at this age, for how long he's played, is still playing at this level. It's crazy.
And unstoppable. I watched a little bit last night, dude. When he goes to the hole, when he decides I'm going to take this basket, I'm going to go to the bucket right now.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't nobody stopping him.
They threw up a graphic during that game last night, Moj, where they said LeBron James has played against 35% of all players in NBA history.
That's crazy.
35% of anybody who's ever put on an NBA uniform in a game has played against LeBron James before.
That's crazy. That's really
the
crazy.
hell is that?
Did I see a stat? Help me out with this, guys. That's really crazy. That Jamie Moyer, the former pitcher, has faced like, I don't know, 11% of all major league players ever.
Yeah, and that dates back to the 1800s.
That's old.
Right, it's something
Pebble
crazy
Jack.
like that.
Beverly Jack, yeah.
These guys who are around forever, those are crazy stats. 35% of all NBA players of all time. That's
Ever.
insanity, man.
Ever.
It's crazy. Craziness.
Imagine that. Imagine you played against over a third of anybody who's ever played in a league before. And by the way, you're still like one of the most dominant players in the league, despite all of that.
Yeah, it's crazy.
From 546 say, hey, the rest of the team loved that the Sanders boys were there. Other players loved it. Doesn't matter what others think. Dion and his family have been criticized their entire lives. They used the envy and hatred. They're used to envy and hatred from others. Nobody's.
Jesus. Can I say something, please, Vic?
Yeah, please do.
It happened yesterday as well when we were talking about the Clippers wall of fans and all that. Can everybody just stop being so dramatic? Seriously, can you just stop being Elton John here and let's settle some things down and nobody is nobody's trashing them or anything of that nature. You don't need to be They don't need you to come to their defense. We're just saying optically it looks bad, and I don't even really give a rat's rip. It's not going to affect the football team one iota.
And I have no problem with treating.
And I don't either.
I don't have any problem whatsoever. I said life first of all isn't fair. I don't mind treating certain players differently. Who was the coach, the great coach that says you never treat players fairly? You'd be dumb to treat players fairly because not every player deserves to be treated the same. Mm-hmm. Some players deserve more. Some players, that's just the way it is. It's life. That's anything. That's every job, workplace. It's just the way it is. You're not going to be treated the same. I get it. Mm-hmm. But I knew that going in. They're going to be afforded certain things that other players are not. That's fine. That's hey, man, pays to be in the family.
Right.
That's fine. And they've earned it because they're damn good. They're damn good. But don't try to sell me on some impression that everything's equal. Because it's not.
No. And even, dude, forget the fact that it's his kids. They're really good players. Like I said, I'm sure he would let Travis Hunter go over to Paris Fashion Week and go walk the runway. It's not his kid, but he's really good.
But you know what? He probably wouldn't let the new guy who showed up and transferred that's just trying to make the team.
Probably not.
You're not. And you know what? That's fine too.
Yep.
You can't go. You've got to be here. You got to learn the system. You can't. You're not Travis. You're not Shedeur.
I'm wondering why I didn't get the phone call to go to Paris and walk in that fashion show and carry a Merce. Why didn't that happen for me, man?
I did, but I chose work. Sorry, Louie.
I thought you cut your face shaving, and that's why you couldn't go.
They could slap some makeup on there. He'd be good. I also, just as a sidebar, don't get it. I will never understand the brand loyalty stuff and why people pay $8,000 more for a bag that looks like another bag. I don't know why you need a bag in the first place.
I don't understand the whole Louis thing either.
Let me say this, man.
Like I had a buddy, Moj, I had a buddy who,
I don't buy French,
whose dad had a Mercedes. And I guess, look, I'm never going to have one. And I know the inside of it's really cool, and you got the nice leather interior, and it's a whole bunch of...
A Mercedes-Benz is over-engineered, though. Yeah, they make a cup holder out of 27 moving parts.
But most to me, like, a Benz and a Honda Civic look similar. Like, I understand the appeal of a Lambo. Like, that looks like a really cool, sleek car. I don't get Mercedes. I thought the whole appeal of an expensive car was it looks cool from the outside. It's got curb appeal to it.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you this about the Louis stuff. And you're right. I mean, why would I ever buy a bag I'm just going to destroy anyway, right? It's just going to get beat up. I mean, if you got a lot of bread and you want the finer things in life, I mean, they're exquisitely made. I've seen them. But I was in Paris one time. Marty, give me a ding, please. Can I please have a ding? Thank you. I was in Paris at one point, and I had my daughter and Jake's two daughters with me. And they said, we want to go look at the Louis Vuitton store. It's okay. That's fine. You can go do that right down there in the Champs-Élysées. Mm-hmm. Man, the line just to get in the store to look at things was like it was going to take like an hour to get in. I mean, or maybe that was the Bear. No, it wasn't the Bear.
What do they
It was the
sell
kids.
that men wear? I don't even know what is it.
Well, they sell dudes bags and backpacks and all.
So they
that
just
kind
sell
of- and hats
bags? They're just bags?
Yeah, bags.
But why is that bag 10x the price of another bag that does the same job?
They're I think they're exquisitely made.
Why
of
are
the
people
finest
into expensive
materials.
bags? When did this
Blah, blah,
when did
blah,
this
blah,
start
blah.
happening?
Vic, I don't know why people are into expensive anythings.
No,
really.
but like bags. Like a bag carries stuff. When you go to King Soopers, do you bring a Louis?
But hang on a second.
But if I get food, like I understand the appeal of buying a $40 steak. It's a good meal.
But a gym bag. Do I need a $10,000 gym bag?
That's what I don't get.
I mean, I got sweaty socks in there.
See? I didn't think you'd be on my side on this one. And look what I found. Allies.
That's amazing. Now, this is also the guy, though. You got to be careful, too. I mean, will a knockoff work? I don't know. Vic's buying 4-stripe shoes off of TikTok or Insta or whatever the heck he's doing. He's getting hosed, right? They're coming from some place that you don't even know where they're coming from. Made by who do you know who they're made by?
Yeah, I don't understand the brand stuff. Never have, never will. Ever, ever, ever. 303-504-0925. Chunt Mazda text line. I got a couple of pieces of audio I want to give you. Yep. I got a what's the name of the mixer I have at home? The red one. What's the name of that mixer?
KitchenAid, right?
KitchenAid. I got
How
a
did you
KitchenAid
know
mixer.
that?
Because they're the best of all time. Let me tell you something. If you want to buy a mixer, it's going to last for. So I married my lovely wife, Bear.
Oh,
so
God.
Bear has a kitchen. Hold on a second. This is great. This is why sometimes you do buy quality. Bear has a KitchenAid mixer. Mine was pretty new. Hers, she got at a garage sale. She said it works great. It still works fine. It's awesome. When she bought it at the garage sale, she opened it up, and inside the instructions was a note from a dude to his wife that said, like, "Dear Mary, happy anniversary, like March 1974." And that ma has worked since 1974 and has continued to work and kick some serious butt. So sometimes you need the quality. And a KitchenAid mixer is the baddest mamma jamma on the block. And that's all I got to say.
It's not better than a Ninja, buddy. The Ninja's top of the line.
Yeah, Marty, just
Wrap that sucker right up.
do the thing.
Once you go Ninja, you never
All right, a couple things here had to do in the NFL. And one of them, we've talked a lot about the NFL changing rules where you can hit guys, target areas, blah, blah, blah. So in the Rams game, Tyler Higbee, their tight end, goes out. He tears his ACL after taking a low hit. Now, the reason why I'm going to play this audio for you is Matthew Stafford was mic'd up during this game. The player who hit him is Lions safety Kirby Joseph. He did this exact same hit a couple of weeks ago that also tore the ACL of TJ Hawkinson against Minnesota. So after this happened, Stafford's mic'd up.
So he's done it twice?
Twice in about 3 or 4 weeks.
I didn't realize he has a history of doing that.
So Stafford runs up after the hit and says this.
Left, Stafford flips his hips, wings one middle, bobbled, and cut down Tyler Higbee in dangerous play.
Stafford was not happy about the celebration by Kirby Joseph either.
Hey, that's a good hit. That's a good hit. You dirty as you know it. You dirty as It's been on tape. I've seen it. Hey, it's been on tape.
So that prompted a whole bunch of questions to Dan Campbell saying, are you teaching them to hit this way, dirty, blah, blah, blah.
That changes my tune because when I first saw it, I thought, hey, man, he's just doing what the NFL wants you to do. They don't want you to aim high. They want you to aim low. And I didn't realize he has a history of blowing out ACLs.
So that begs the question, is that dirty? And as a safety, if you're going up to hit a tight end, how do you hit him? Now, Kirby Joseph, by the way, undersized. It's not like he's some Brian Dawkins figure or anything like that. He's a smaller type of safety. But this is now I think it's the last 4 weeks, 2 in the last 4 weeks that he's hit a tight end coming over the middle at the knees and busted up an ACL. Is that bad?
Well, let me ask you this. The circumstances, and I believe it was a third down situation. If your goal as a defensive back there is to you want to prevent a first down. So to prevent a first down there, you have to detach the football from the receiver. You have to make sure the football is not caught. So any means necessary to do that doesn't get you penalized or fined. If he tried to do that up high, which would be the first choice, right?
Right.
Let's go get the football up high. What happens usually? What happens if you hit him up high? You get a flag. So
and a fine.
So if you hit him in the hip area, let's say you aim just in the middle of the road, you probably don't detach the football.
And there's a big chance. I think part of it too is when it's third and whatever, the guy's at the sticks. You don't want him to gain another inch.
You don't detach the football. You do make the tackle. You do everything the way you're taught to do it. But the guy gets the first down. He's got a split second to think about it. I got to hit him so hard and so violently that he doesn't catch the football. So he hits him low, flips him, and tears his ACL. Obviously, the results are awful.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to see that. And the fact that he's a repeat offender now makes me think twice about it. And it makes me wonder, does the NFL really want this? Does the NFL know what it's doing? Because the NFL has legislated you cannot hit high. All right. Here's what you get.
Okay, yeah, this is how the game has changed, and that's one aspect of it. There's one thing from last weekend that I did not like that's happened to the Broncos, and I don't know how it changed the game. I think the game would have won anyway. Buffalo beat Pittsburgh 31-17. But the Josh Allen 52-yard run for a touchdown that made it 21-0.
Fake
You
slid.
guys recall what happened?
Fake slid. Yeah, that's not cool.
I flippin' hate that play. You remember when Sam Darnold was playing for the Jets and he fake slid on the Broncos and then took it to the house? And here comes Allen down, and he's got defenders around him, and he does one of these. He
chopped his feet.
Yeah, exactly right. And I'm thinking to myself, man, if anybody touches him, they're going to get flagged. So they don't. And you know what he does? He says, I'm going to keep on going then. And that's a bunch of bunk. Yeah. That is absolutely a bunch of crap. I hate the fact that defenders in that regard, they don't know what they can and cannot do. And you're allowing Josh Allen to run 52 yards to the house. What are they supposed to do? I mean, they chased as best they possibly could. I just hate that.
Holy crap. Look at this Mount Rushmore. We got the Mount Rushmore of hockey talk right here. Connor Mosier and Scott Hastings. Scotty at the same time.
Scotty's going to be sitting in tonight with Con Air. We're going to try to maybe grab him too, but he will have done like every sport known to mankind once he does a hockey broadcast tonight. I mean, football, baseball, basketball, hockey, curling, friggin' speedboat racing.
Hold on.
Hastings has done it all.
Scott Hastings is the tallest color commentator for a hockey broadcast ever, right?
He's got to be. Yeah, he's going to set the world record for tallest hockey broadcaster ever.
Hey, take your headsets off and put them on Scott. I got a question.
Okay,
for
hold
him.
on.
I got
a
question.
I already got a hockey nickname. Here, take
some
video.
Yeah. All right. He's going to put it on right now as they're switching in.
Yep.
And now Scott wants like an Instagram.
Right, here's
shot.
Scott.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the program. Mark Mosier here, live from Boston Garden, the TD Garden here in Boston.
Scott, have you ever called a hockey game?
I have never called a hockey game.
Yeah.
I have called outdoor professional lacrosse.
Okay.
Horrible at it, by the way.
Okay.
Actually, I do play-by-play for that.
All right. Good.
That was bad.
All right. So
A few Bronco games, about 9 years, 100-plus games in the NFL.
all right. Good. You got a little bit of everything.
A few thousand NBA games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hey, can I ask you an NBA question while we have you? And I know tonight you are a hockey Scott.
but first, Scott, you're the tallest hockey broadcaster that's ever lived, right? After tonight?
I think I will be in the Guinness Book of World Records. I've already got a hockey nickname. They called me, what'd they call me on the little guy? Yeah, where's the little guy?
You guys do
I've
that?
now got a hockey nickname.
Do that on your show. Call Guinness, the Guinness Book of World Records, and say, is there anybody who's ever been taller calling a hockey game?
No
And you
chance.
might get in.
Yeah, there's no chance.
You might actually set a record.
Mosier and Connor might know this. Is there ever been a guy 6'10" sit in on a hockey game?
Mm-mm. Mm. Yeah. Darren Pang is 5'6", so he would not qualify.
Yeah.
Hey, Scotty,
Yeah,
I got to ask
Yeah.
you a question because sad news came out of Utah the other night when it was announced the assistant coach of the Golden State Warriors, the gentleman who coached in Serbia, who coached Nikola Jokic at his mega team, passed away tragically of a heart attack. They actually postponed the game last night. I'm wondering how this affects Joker, and I'm sure that services will take place at some point. Might he be excused for a couple days to go to those services? He was really close to this coach.
You know, I was talking to the warden about that last night, and you guys know this. We all got this. I'm still sitting here with the hockey guys. We are fortunate to do the jobs we do, and it's an unbelievable experience. It's an unbelievable job. We get caught up in travel and sitting on an airplane for 8 hours, or in Philly we got set onto the tarmac for another 3 hours, and you're like, and then you hear the news of a guy losing his life, living his passion, right? Being a coach and coming from Serbia to coaching the NBA, it changes your entire perspective. That's one. I did see Nikola last night. He was getting a workout in at the hotel gymnasium with the strength and conditioning crew. Kind of rode up in the elevator for a little bit. Didn't share a lot of words. He kind of patted me on the shoulder, and I walked out, and I just gave a thumb up and said, "Man, I'm thinking of you." So I don't know. I think he'll probably play tonight. I've not heard, tonight. Tomorrow night. If he plays tonight, oh my gosh. But he'll probably play tomorrow night. I haven't heard anything to the contrary, but it would be very interesting, and it would be typical of the Nuggets if he said, "I need a couple days to go to these services." The Nuggets would say,
"No
go,
doubt.
go," and they've been phenomenal in those situations. Yeah, I don't know that listen, I bet you this guy has a lot bigger reach than you realize, even in the NBA. So. It's just tough news, horrible news, just horrible news.
Mm-hmm.
But real life, right, in the middle of exciting years for the Nuggets and for the Avalanche and all that stuff, this reminds everybody the life still intervenes.
Scotty, I just couldn't imagine because it was a private dinner with coaches, and I'm not sure if players were there, but this guy has a heart attack in front of everybody there. And the scar it's got to leave on the people who witnessed it and spent the night at the hospital with him. Man, I feel for them. It's not an easy situation to be in right now.
No, because, listen, this is a cutthroat business, right? And everybody's looking to advance. But when you hear coaches and players talk about this is family, it's the closest thing you'll ever hit. In fact, during the season, you're around your teammates and the other assistant coaches more than you are your family.
Mm-hmm.
And so good organizations, it feels like a family. You look out for it. Listen, Mike Fratello wasn't the most loved coach in the world, but when we were in Boston Garden one time and we turn around and see him about 5 rows deep getting waylaid by a fan, we're in the crowd with rescuing our coach. It's our brother. So yeah, it's just tough news, guys. It's tough news. And it's callous and cold to say and probably too soon, but the world keeps moving on, and you just pray for that family and everybody else.
Yep. So, Scotty, you're going to be on with Connor tonight calling the hockey game?
Well, I don't know how much I'll be calling the game. I mean, as much as I want. I said.
By the end of the broadcast, he's going to be like, "Shut up, Connor! I got this."
Yeah.
Did you ever see Foghorn Leghorn? Will you say anytime I want? Anytime. Okay, hold that. No, it's cool, man. They're very gracious. It's very cool. And two worlds collide in Boston, Massachusetts. Last time this happened, we were kind of crossing over in Dallas a few years ago. But hey, I don't want to say anything, but I just came here, took over Mojer's seat and headphones. He's sitting there drinking a beer.
Well, be careful. Be careful.
Hold on.
Hey,
I'm not going to drink. I stopped drinking, but can you see it right there?
Jesus, that doesn't surprise me one bit. Whatever you do, Scott, listen. Do not take a sip out of any cups that are seated.
No.
Do not.
I see that to the right of me right here.
Don't sip.
I already saw. Hey, but if I could go viral.
Scotty, you're the best, buddy. Thanks.
See you, brother.
See you guys. Here's Moj.
All right. Scott's going to be on the call tonight right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, doing a little bit of color with Connor McGahey. And I'm not kidding. They should call somebody. I think he's the tallest guy to ever call a hockey game.
Bro, are you really drinking a beer? Is it?
No, it's a ginger ale, you dip holes. It's ginger ale.
Who the hell drinks ginger ale?
That's what I tell my wife at night.
It's ginger Heine. No,
I'm sorry, I just wanted a Frosty.
Hey, right. Moj, who was the real quick the former Bruins defenseman, 6'8" guy?
Zdeno Chara.
Yeah, Chara. Is he still hanging around Boston?
I think he does. Yeah, but he's only 6'8", man. He ain't 6'10", and he's never called a game. So
yeah, but he's 6'11" on skates.
Yeah, this has got to be a world record, though. It has to be.
If you guys missed, by the way, well, first of all, when the Nuggets played the 76ers, Jamal Murray was not good, especially late in that game. And if you guys missed the quote from yesterday, I think Jamal is going to drop 40 the next time they play Philadelphia after he sees what an opposing player said about him next. So the Nuggets will play the Celtics tomorrow. Jamal Murray was not good at the end of the Philly game a couple nights ago. And I think after hearing this quote, somebody will bring this to him. I think he's going to go for 40. Because here is Patrick Beverley.
This is typical Beverly, though, right?
Of
this
course.
is not out of pocket.
Typical.
This is
Absolutely
not
typical.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
What a surprise. In fact, I'm surprised when he doesn't say something.
Patrick Beverley on the keys to slowing down Jamal Murray late. Quote, no key. I've been locking his ass up for years. On his approach against a guy like Murray, no approach, normal day. That is what Beverly said, and I think that Jamal is probably going to make him eat those words. Now, whether he does or not, different question. Beverly is a decent enough defender. But I think Jamal is one of those guys. You give him extra motivation, he uses extra motivation.
When is that game? Give me that game.
It's,
What's the date of that game?
It's next Saturday, not this upcoming, next Saturday.
Okay, so that would be the 27th.
Yeah, January 27th. It's an ABC game.
So it's a day game?
I believe it's a day game on ABC.
I am all over that, Ma. I am all over everything about that, Ma.
That's getting pitted against a championship game?
I'm telling you, it's an ABC game on a Saturday because I'm not going to be here.
Take a look here. Okay.
I'm going to be out.
It is, well, no, it's 5:30 p.m. our time. I say our time. I guess that would be 3:30 Denver time. I'm guessing that they're putting me on the East Coast right now, so 5:30 p.m. East Coast time.
Wow, you just confused
that would
the hell out of me on game time. You gave me 8 different times.
Just say mountain time.
Jesus.
What is the mountain time?
What time's the game?
Well, it's got to be 3:30 then. It's got to be 3:30 Mountain Time. It's got to be.
Yeah, but if I was watching in California, what time would it be on?
I will be
That would be
in California
2:30.
that day.
Why?
None of your business.
You're missing that game?
It's on ABC. We're not broadcasting it.
You're missing that game?
Yeah, whatever.
We're not broadcasting the game.
You're missing it?
By the way, I do like my Jamal Murray a little mad. Jamal Murray plays his best basketball when he's got a little bit of spice to him.
Yeah.
When he's got some spice, right? And he's going after somebody, and you got that look in your eye like, okay, Jamal's got the look. I don't like Jamal when he plays when he's just carefree. I like him when he's mad.
Well, I like him in the post game after he's had a game like that, and he's spicy and he's prickly. That's the guy that I want. Absolutely, that's when the killer in him comes out, and he's absolutely draining stuff all over the floor on people. I want that, and believe me, I mean he's a total pro, but that's not going to be forgotten. It is not going to be forgotten. Not a chance.
Can I give you guys a couple of more pieces of audio here? Number one, the introduction of Gerard Mayo yesterday as the Patriots' new head coach, succeeding Bill Belichick. I thought he said the smartest thing you could say at that press conference. Now, it remains to be seen if he'll do it, but it was incredibly intelligent. You know what he said? I'm not trying to be Bill. And he's maybe the only guy in that coaching tree that if he follows up on what he's talking about, might actually succeed. You want to know why? Because nobody else that coached under Belichick is Belichick. And you can't carry yourself the same way. I don't know how many more countless examples we need from McDaniels to Patricia to Bill O'Brien to you name it. Like, all those guys ruled with an iron fist with no resume behind them. And I think Gerard Mayo is like, I'm 38 years old. I'm taking over a football team. I got this great opportunity. First of all, I'm going to do it my way. I'm not going to pretend to be somebody else. But that is the smartest thing he could have said, right? You can't. It's like DeBoer taking over for Alabama. You can't be Nick Saban. You can't. You have to do it your own way. And it's probably not going to be as good. It won't be as good for either of those guys.
Yeah, it can't be. But, I mean, it's always difficult to replace.
Saying that, I think he's got a fighting chance to be a decent head coach if that's his mentality.
Yeah, I do too. It's always difficult to take over for a legend. I'm trying to think of the times it's really, really worked. The Pittsburgh Steelers, of course, they've had, 3 head coaches in the last 50 years? I mean, you went from Noel to Cowher to Tomlin. That's it, man. That's pretty crazy.
God, they've had
Jimmy
3
Johnson.
50.
Jimmy
Think about how many
Johnson
the Broncos have had in the last 8.
It's insane. Jimmy Johnson succeeding Tom Landry, that absolutely worked. Partly because of the Herschel Walker trade and the guys they got, and Aikman and Irvin and Emmett and all that kind of thing. But that did work. But it's a difficult task. And I look at this DeBoer guy going to Alabama. Have you seen the guys that are already in the portal and the guys that are getting their way out of there.
Yeah, but that's natural. Everybody's making a big deal about all these Alabama transfers. Let me tell you something. Most of the guys who are transferring were second-line players who weren't going to play.
They've already had at least one big recruit bow out as well, though.
I understand, but once a coach leaves, you have the allowance. Correct me if I'm wrong. You are allowed to transfer if a coach leaves.
That is correct.
You just get one free transfer no matter what.
Okay, but
it doesn't matter. I don't
isn't
think
there
it
a
matters.
concession if the coach leaves?
I think you can maybe petition the NCAA for it, and they can either grant you one or not. But they had a star corner leave that was playing for him. Like, here's the thing. Here's the deal with DeBoer, and I need people to understand this. Guys, the reign of Alabama going 12-0 every single year in the SEC championship game and always being a top 4 team in the country, that's done. Okay, they very well might continue to do that occasionally, but the every single year thing is over. DeBoer is not going to be Saban, and that's not a slight to him. It's that nobody else is that guy. And just because I think too many people believe that Alabama is just a machine and the coach is the cog in the machine, it's not true. Alabama, in 10 years before Nick Saban got there, lost 55 games. Over 5 a year on average.
Yeah.
And then Saban got there, and they lost 29 in 17 years.
Boy, you're really going out on a limb. Alabama won't be the same.
No. I'm saying it's not going to be this powerhouse that every single year is going to be a top 2 team in the country. It's not.
Well, do you remember when Gene Stallings revitalized that program and won a natty in the 90s? Do you remember that? Gene Stallings brought Alabama back, and I thought, oh, here we go. It's going to be another 30 years of Alabama, but it just didn't really happen that way. He never really was able to, to get back and win multiples the way Saban did. It's definitely going to change now. I think that Bama fans are going to be a lot like Patriots fans, and no offense to everybody here in Boston, but they're going to find out what it's like on the other side of the fence again, and it ain't going to be fun. It ain't going to be pretty.
They'll still be good. No doubt about that. But
They'll still be good, but listen, Saban had everything knocked. He had the portal knocked. He had the recruiting knocked. He had the boosters knocked. He had everything at his fingertips, everything he wanted, the money, everything. And it's just not going to be that way anymore. I would argue that a Nick Saban era in any team, in any sport, is a once-in-a-lifetime proposition. That's it.
By the way, the audio I wanted to bring you from the Mayo.
Did you see this? Connor just
What are you
posted
laughing
this.
at?
Sorry. Mark Rycroft's press credential just submitted, just given.
Yeah,
it says Arthur Rycroft instead of Mark Rycroft. Why does it say Arthur?
Artie.
I have no idea.
From now on, he is Arthur to me. 100%.
Arthur Rycroft.
He is Arthur.
The audio I wanted to play from the Mayo press conference, by the way. Robert Kraft is introducing him, and he mentions Gerard Mayo's brother, Shermont, okay? But he doesn't say the name right. See if you can spot the hot potato that was thrown in Robert Kraft's lap once Mayo corrected him.
Shermont. I'll get it right. Get it right. Well, we'll have to. No, it's all right. It's one of those black names. I'll help you with that. Stacy told me you was an expert. Exactly.
If you saw Robert Kraft's face when he said it's one of those black names, he was like, dude, please don't do that to me right now. Please don't. It
turned into an SNL skit real quick.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, it really could have. But anyway, Mayo, it looks like Mike McCarthy's having a press conference right now about him returning to the Cowboys. I still can't believe that from this morning. When you got the news yesterday that Mike McCarthy is going to stay, literally, I was blown away.
Really?
We all thought he was gone.
I'm not blown away at all.
He was thinking about firing McCarthy last year, and then they lose like that at home in a playoff game, Vic?
Again, this is a team that when it comes to the big game, they fold. When it comes to the regular season, they shine. I don't know if you're going to solve that just by firing a guy now.
So they're Embiid? The Dallas Cowboys are Joel Embiid?
Yeah, they're Embiid. They're Marty Schottenheimer. Remember, Marty Schottenheimer faced a lot of that.
Yep.
Marty Schottenheimer in the big game.
So did Andy Reid.
Then he broke through, and then he
just wins all the time.
And then he got a guy by the name of Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
That changed everything.
I mean, Mose, were you shocked? Again, it looked like Jerry Jones was cleaning his shotgun, just waiting for that game to get done, and now he's coming back.
I was a little surprised because, to me, you can't lose that football game. After the 12-win seasons and the 12-win seasons and 12-win seasons, and you're at home, and here come the Packers with essentially a rookie quarterback, and they're in a sort of a quasi-rebuild themselves, you can't lose that football game. And they not only lost that football game, they got beat up. They got smoked.
I like
and
Mike McCarthy.
I don't dislike him. Don't get me wrong. I don't dislike him, Vic. I'm just saying Jerry Jones has patience, man, and maybe he shouldn't because he ain't no spring chicken. And if he wants to win again, but let me go back to this too. I think he likes to have a guy that he can control, a guy that he can tell whatever to do whenever he wants him to do it, and that's what he's got in McCarthy. That's what he had in Jason Garrett.
Speaking of coaches, and I want to get back to the Bruins game, get a preview of that when we come back, but also came out that the Chargers have offered Jim Harbaugh a contract or are thinking about offering him a contract anywhere between $15 to $18 million a year to be their head coach, which I think for Broncos purposes, not a big fan of this.
See, this whole thing about Harbaugh interviewing with the Chargers, that's more Harbaugh trying to figure out if he likes the situation in LA.
That interview is similar to the Denver and Sean Payton interview
Yeah,
where the team's not interviewing the coach is interviewing the team to see if he likes it.
Yeah.
But I want to break that down a little bit of what that would mean for the Broncos, first of all. And second of all, if you're Michigan, do you just say, bleep it, I'm done with this. I can't do this every year. You threatening to leave every single offseason?
Oh, they got their natty. They're fine.
We'll get to that and a preview of the Avs-Bruins game next. All right, we'll get to the Avs and the Bruins in just a second, but just quickly here. If the rumor is true that it's $15 to $18 million a year for Jim Harbaugh, that's the offer from the Chargers. I don't like that, first of all, because I think Harbaugh's a good coach, and he would, I think, get the Chargers bleep together for a franchise that always seems to be, like, on paper amazing and never good in practice. I think he fixes that. But secondly, if I'm Michigan, I'm just like, hit the road, dude. Thanks for the championship. I'm not playing this game with you every year. I'm not doing
he
it.
He accomplished what he needed to in Ann Arbor. They also took money away from him. You remember that too. They took money away from Jim Harbaugh.
He doth not forget.
I don't know that he harbors grudges or anything of that nature, but that's not going to be forgotten where, hey, man, you guys made me take a pretty big pay cut, and then I brought you all the way to a natty. He's done what he needs to do at Michigan. If he wants to be back in the NFL, he's absolutely – this is the time. Absolutely now would be the time. He's still young enough. You go do it. And, again, I don't want him in L.A. either, but have we heard him interviewing with anybody else? Have we heard his name?
Yeah, the Falcons. Arthur Blank's interviewing everybody.
Okay, so he did interview with the Falcons, or he's going to?
He did.
Okay, I knew Belichick did, but okay. So those are the only two gigs out of all the gigs that are open that Harbaugh would consider? Is that it?
For now, anyway, yeah.
Why does it sound like there are children there? Are there children on the
Because
ice?
there are children here. Yeah, it's funny. But there's a group of kids in a suite over here to my right. And the Avs have come onto the ice, and they're shooting pucks, and Cogliano was first out. And anytime they put a puck in the net, the kids all cheer. They go crazy.
Don't they have school?
It's funny. Don't you have school?
No, seriously. Find out. Is
I
this
don't know.
like a field trip or something?
I have no idea what it is.
Does anybody go to school anymore?
I don't.
Wondering the same thing.
I mean, seriously. I randomly does school happen? Dude, if I missed school, do you know how much trouble I'd be in?
Dude, I would be dead. If I just bugged out, my parents would have killed me.
If you're late to class.
I guarantee these kids are saying, hey, man, Shiloh and Shador are in Paris at Louis, so we're going to the
Avs morning skate. The Bruins do not skate. So at least they don't skate here at this building. So the Avs are the first guys on the ice. And these kids are having a field day. They're cheering
Good for them.
everybody.
Well, they're having fun. Good for them. That's a good field trip. I've always felt if you're going to do a constructive field trip, that would be one of them. Go to a skate.
Go to morning skate?
Yeah.
What's the educational value?
You get to hear Mosier talk.
Could be part of it.
Hey, let's. You want me to be all right? As long as you brought it up. What's the educational value of half field trips? Half the field trips you go on. You know how many field trips I went on where I was bored beyond belief, and you sit in the back going, "Why are we here?" If someone said you got to go to a sporting event, I'd be like, "Yes." Now that's constructive.
Like going to
That's
the
true.
woods and learning about trees.
Like going to an art place and looking at art. Does nothing for me. For me. Not for you, but not for me. Did you?
Yeah, you're probably
Did you like those field trips? I'm just curious.
I did.
Did you like it?
I liked them. I
You know,
didn't have to be in school.
I wish I was a kid like in Broomfield, and they took me to the Butterfly Pavilion. That would have been a pretty fun field trip. You know what I mean? Have butterflies and tarantulas crawling you and stuff, and I'll be pretty good for a kid.
That's funny. I have.
Although, in all honesty, coming to TD Garden to watch the Avs in
That's
you know,
pretty
their morning
badass.
skate, that's pretty cool.
That's teacher of the year material right there. You got to get to the bottom line here. Find out who.
Looks like the kids are all leaving. They're not in the suite anymore. They all have been gathered up by whomever.
Yeah,
they're leaving.
Vic is not cultured. I'm not. I'm not cultured. I've been to the Sistine Chapel. I've been to all those things. I'm just not into it.
Omaha is a very good zoo, one of the best zoos in the country, and they have a butterfly pavilion inside of that. And I remember we were on a field trip, and at the end of your little, because you get a guide that takes you through, and at the end he said, "Any questions?" And I remember thinking to myself, never have I, and never will I have a single question about a butterfly. I don't think I could conjure up a single question that I would want to know about a butterfly.
Take me on a field trip to like a golf course where you could play a few holes. That'd be a nice field trip.
Teacher needs to get in 9 holes today, so we're all going to the old course to hit balls. All right, cool.
So
sounds good.
The teacher's going to be in this cart, Don't worry about what's in the cooler.
You give me beer.
You guys stay at the clubhouse. I'll come back in about 3 hours, okay? All right.
See you then.
Anyway, Moj, the game tonight, I'll start, or I'll say what we said to start the show. I think that, I want this to be a game where you come away with this saying, Georgie got one for you tonight. I think it could do wonders for his confidence, wonders for the team's confidence, knowing that they don't need to put in 5 goals every night to win a hockey game.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I would love to see and I think just for our sake, Brett, I'm talking about you, me, and Vic and Martin, I think in the fans, I'm not talking about the players themselves, but to know that he's got that, right? Just say, okay, that game in January when he just friggin' went crazy, and I don't even need him to necessarily go crazy. I don't want anything to leak. And even Jared Bednar said the other night, his last start in Montreal, that one up against the post and blah, blah, blah. I just, nothing leak. Just be square to the shooter, have a Georgie game, and come out with a win. Or if you do make a couple of saves that you don't expect anybody to make, in traffic, whatever the case may be, like that was a brilliant, brilliant save. Have a couple of those mixed in and come out with the 2 points. This is going to be a tough proposition. I mean, the Bees are 13-3 and 3 at home this year. Pretty damn good team.
Do you remember there was a nice streak where the Avs owned the Bees in Boston? I mean, they went years without losing in Boston. Do you remember that? I mean, full ownership
Absolutely.
of that franchise
full
on
ownership.
their ice.
Yep, 100%. Yep, that's happened here.
From the text line 6931 on the topic of field trips. This person says, I went to school in Arvada. They once took us to the sewage treatment plant. Well, I don't ever complain about going to the art museum ever again. I'll be honest with you. If I'm a child and you gave me a choice between the art museum and sewage treatment plant.
Oh, come on.
10 out of 10 times I'll take sewage treatment plant. 10 out of 10.
I want to relay something that
At least you learn how sewage is treated.
I just witnessed something outside of our window that is one of the most hilarious things ever. So one of our salespeople, Jill, is out there. She was carrying 3 coffee mugs to the sink to wash them out, and it's right outside our window. One of the coffee cups had coffee in it, and it was tipped. And she's walking, and it's just spilling for about 15 yards all the way in towards the kitchen. And now she's trotting all the way back to clean up this mess. The brand new carpet that we have out here, all of it. And I'm just watching and never noticed until somebody pointed at the floor and said, you're spilling everywhere.
Leaking oil here.
Yeah. It was incredible.
Michael says,
lack of awareness.
Michael says, I went on a field trip in school. We went bowling. See, now that's a quality field trip. You accomplished something.
I went on a field trip in school one time when I was little, and we went to the Wonder Bread Factory.
That's a
where
quality
they make Wonder
field
Bread.
trip.
I like that one.
We never had field trips. What the hell's wrong with my school?
Yeah,
I don't
Holy
remember
Family. You go to confessional.
We went to field trip at church. I don't remember a single field trip we ever took. Honest to God. 1st grade through 12th. I don't think I ever went on a field trip. Like, we never got to leave. Nobody ever assigned a place for us to just hang out.
I worked at a daycare when I was in high school and college.
Yeah, we know.
I went on these field trips. And when they assign 17 kids to one person, for you to walk around a zoo, it's herding cattle. Why would they trust me to do that, by the way? I'm still shocked to this day that nobody showed up missing.
Yeah, I was a volunteer chaperone for my daughter when she was in kindergarten. We went to the National Stock Show, and I was in charge of about, 5 kids. And this one kid, they're like, do not let them eat. Do not let them eat. And this one kid kept going, I want my lunch. I'm like, dude, you're going to have to chill.
This guy says,
you ain't getting your lunch.
This guy says, I went to Summit Middle School. We went on a field trip to the 16th Street Mall. Went to the Denver Police Department where they showed us homicide pictures.
Jeez, no.
That's great.
No, they didn't.
I mean, that's a quality field trip. You're learning. You're learning stuff.
I did the trip where we went to the county jail when I was in high school because it was like a criminal education class or something like that, and you talk to the prisoners, and they do the whole scared straight routine. Yeah. They get in your face, they yell at you, and I'm like, I'm not a bad kid. I'm not here for this program.
That's why you're not a bad kid.
No.
They scared you
I don't know.
straight.
No, I was like,
They
I don't know,
scared
bro.
you straight, brother.
I think they confused the classes though, because I'm like, no, we're studying criminal like behavior.
Please tell me.
I wasn't in juvie and just got out, and you're like, do you want to be here, boy? Like, I don't. That's not what the class was.
Please tell me I'm not off about this. I'm not. Please tell me 8 out of 10 kids do not enjoy the field trip to the art museum. At least 8 out of 10.
I don't think that's true because they just like to get out of the house.
But
Or out
I
of
mean,
the
but
school.
if you gave them a choice of where to go, the art museum would be the last on the list. Please tell me that's true. It's got to be true. It's got to be.
I don't know, man.
I think you're wrong.
Brett, it sounds like a court-mandated program that you were on.
Yeah, maybe they tricked me.
Is there something you're not telling us about yourself, brother?
I mean, I wasn't dealing drugs. I don't know why.
Did you go to visit Nolan?
Listen to this one.
Wink, wink.
Devin writes in, we took a field trip once to the state capitol in 8th grade. It was on 420. I don't think administration thought that one through. At least you learned something. You saw something. You remembered. And now that's art. You want to talk about art? That is an art trip.
Well, according to Ian Rappaport, Bill Belichick's taking a second field trip to Atlanta for a interview with the Falcons.
Really?
Yep.
Interesting.
I'm telling you
Very
guys.
interesting.
I don't want to say, like, I called this from the beginning. I think Belichick just was like, give me a team with weapons, please.
9847 in high school, we went to the Douglas County Jail and morgue. One kid passed out in the morgue.
It's a bad place to pass out.
Isn't
Wake
that
up
like
Scared you straight. Don't die.
You guys,
That's what it was, yeah. Just a reminder.
you guys have seen Fast Times at Ridgemont High, right?
Sure.
Yes.
Sean Penn's character?
Okay, remember he goes on the field trip and Mr. Vargas goes, "Hey, are you in my class?" And he says, "I am today." And so they go in and Mr. Vargas pulls the heart out of that dude. Remember that corpse?
Yes.
Oh, friggin' great.
Dexter
Friggin'
says,
great.
I can't stop laughing at Mosier's story about the poor kid who just wanted his lunch. Marty whispered in my ear during that, by the way. It's Mosier ate it.
I did not eat his lunch.
Sorry,
the kid
it's
was
gone.
really. I still remember the kid's name. I'm not going to say it. But the kid, I'm like, dude, you're not my kid. All right. I basically what I said was, if you can scrounge anything off the floor here at the Coliseum, at the Denver Coliseum, then have whatever you want to have, kid. You're 6 years old, man, but you ain't getting your lunch yet, buddy. And the teacher was specific. Do not let them eat until lunchtime.
8849. Now, this
all right.
8849 is on my page right here. I chaperoned my daughter's first grade field trip to the art museum. The most educational part was seeing the cops rolling the drug addicts in the park across the street.
Sweet.
Jesus. Can I ask you guys a question about if you've been waiting and waiting and waiting for your team to accomplish something? The Nuggets last year finally get a championship. Those tickets were a lot. And I know for fans, like, there is a limit to how much you can spend, like just how much you can on a ticket.
Well, for sure, man. I mean, it's crazy.
The lowest
Sometimes.
price right now in the secondary market to get into Detroit for this divisional round is $1,186 for a ticket.
You are kidding me.
How much?
$1,186.
At which game?
The Lions' home game this weekend.
Where did Detroit get all this money?
Great question.
Because it wasn't Detroit broke? Didn't Detroit, the city, go bankrupt? Isn't it broke?
According to Pro Football Talk, that's the highest price for a divisional round game ever, which would
My
make sense
God.
because it's divisional round.
Well, but where are those tickets? Because I see right here tickets as low as $4.85.
I'm sorry, not lowest, average ticket price.
Oh,
sorry,
average ticket price. Okay. I see tickets here you can get in. Just to get in the building, though, it's going to be $5 just to get in the building. That is insane, man. Meanwhile, in Buffalo, I think they're getting more snow, by the way, in Buffalo. I think they're going to get another couple of feet. 141. You can get into Baltimore for $89. You can get into San Fran for $166. If you want to go to Detroit, $5 will get you in the building. Oh, my God. People there have been waiting for a long, long time. And to see 2 playoff wins in 1 year, you will have doubled the playoff wins of the last 50 years in one wild card and then divisional round playoff. Amazing.
These games this weekend should. I know the point spreads are large on these. Like, again, the Saturday games are damn near 10-point spreads in each of those. I still think they're going to be good games. I really do. Like, Vic, you looked shocked when we said that we thought the Packers had a chance to upset the Niners earlier. Or if we had to choose a game that would have an upset, Packers over the Niners. There's something about getting that week off that I don't think I would like as a football team.
I think the Texans have a better chance against Baltimore.
Why is that? Now, why is that? Why
I don't trust Baltimore yet in the playoffs. I got to see Lamar do it.
Vic, I agree with you, but he's playing at such a high level
I know
right
he is.
now. I mean, things have changed for him. Listen, I would, like I said earlier this week, I would love to see the Texans go as far as C.J. Stroud can take them. I would love to see that. To see a rookie come onto the scene and bust everybody up, it's really a cool thing, especially for DeMeco Ryans and that team that won 3 games last year. If they could go to an AFC title game, that would be pure insanity. That being said, I don't think it's going to happen. I see Baltimore winning by 2 touchdowns in this game because I think Lamar is the best player in the game right now. That's me.
You know what's funny?
The only thing that could fix that or change that would be the weather. I mean, if the weather is crappy, the pigskin is slipping all over the place, that could change things.
Who do you guys think is the favorite to win Coach of the Year? Because it has to be a 2-horse race between Ryans and Campbell, right?
Has to be.
It's got to be but just those two.
Well, DeMeco, I would say DeMeco has the edge because DeMeco, I mean, listen, we knew Detroit was going to be a better team coming into the season.
Yeah.
We knew already that Detroit had the makings of a playoff team. We knew this.
Yep.
Nobody, and I mean nobody, expected Houston to do what it did. Nobody. That is by far the biggest surprise team. By far. And Green Bay's a close second.
So I'm trying to find this here. They haven't given these out yet, have they?
I don't think they do that until the NFL honors. That's Super Bowl week. NFL honors, they have that Thursday night. Remember we snuck into it? This year we got credentials, by the way. No sneaking.
Oh, you don't have to sneak anymore?
No more sneaking.
You're still going to try and sneak into this
Let's
Hall of Fame party.
Let's sneak into something, but that one we have credentials for.
Wait, no, Hall of Fame party is during Hall of Fame week, right?
Yes, that's a completely different. That's in
so.
Canton.
Oh, so the award show is what you snuck into last year. That's what you're
the award show. It's a Thursday night show where they unveil Hall of Fame class, they unveil league MVP, all the big honors.
I think they actually took these off the board for these sports books because I don't see them anywhere. And maybe it's because they already know who the winners are and they don't want people spilling the beans on this. But I think you're right. If you're going to pick a Coach of the Year, the fact that the Houston Texans after last year, go back and think about what that job was. Nobody wanted that job. 0 people. DeMeco Ryans takes over and not only gets them to the playoffs, Moj, wins a playoff game the way that they won.
Yeah, but when you've got a good coach, and he is, and you pair that with a quarterback sensation, which is what C.J. Stroud has been, good things can happen, man. Now, again, when you're talking about the defensive side of the football and playmakers and so on, you get those elements figured out. You get your coach paired with your quarterback. It just, everything else seems to fall into place. It just does. I mean, you give me that combination, and I'll put guys around that will make that team a winner.
Moj,
I promise you.
One last question, because yesterday Coach Bednar told us both Byram and Lecky are on this trip, but they're not.
Bowen Byram is on the ice right now in a no-contact jersey.
That's what I was going to ask you. And Lecky's been on the ice too, but he says the likelihood of them playing tonight is not going to happen. Maybe in Philly. Maybe
in Philly on Saturday.
But he expects them to play when they return home.
That is correct. And the Avs will be home on Saturday night. The next game will be, I believe am I correct in saying it's Monday evening? Help me out with that, Martin. I think it's Monday night. The Avs are back at it. I'm looking right now. And no, it's not till Wednesday. So Saturday to Wednesday, Washington will be in town. LA will be in town. And then the Avs are off for the bye week and the All-Star break combined. So next Friday the 26th is the last game before the Avs play in New York against the Rangers on February 5th.
So again, if you guys missed it yesterday, we had Bednar on, and what Vic was just talking about. Those guys won't be on the ice tonight. They might be on the ice at the end of this road trip, but he expects
you would
them
think.
at home. Yeah.
You would think, Kaner, again, after Saturday, you come home and you're not playing again until Wednesday. You're going to have 4 days off there, 3 days off. See, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. You 3 days off. You'll practice. That those guys probably would be pretty good bets to get in against the Capitals next Wednesday at home.
Yeah,
that would be that. I mean, if you're looking for a target, I would expect those guys to be ready to go for that. We'll see about Philly on Saturday. We'll see.
This texter says when he was in school, Lambright says they had their choice: the Golden County Detention Center, the Denver Mint, or the Art Museum. You had your pick of the litter there. Those three. Where would you go?
Say that again?
The Denver Mint, the Golden County Detention Center, or the Art Museum?
I'd go to the Mint.
I'd go to the detention center.
I would too.
Yeah, 100 out, 100 times.
Why?
Just want to see what it's all about.
You can make memories. Jason said he saw his first boob at an art museum in 1998.
Like art? Or
sounds like Jason lived a sheltered life.
Turns out he was 42 years old at the time.
Right, exactly.
303-504-0925. Fact checker next. All right, big game tonight. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, the Avs and Bruins. And if you're listening on the radio call, you'll hear Connor McGahey alongside the tallest hockey analyst that's ever lived.
Who told you that?
Scott Hastings. So tune
I don't know
into
where they
that
went.
tonight.
They were up here. Obviously, Scotty jumped on the show an hour ago. I don't know where those guys went, man. I'm looking down, seeing if they're watching morning skate. I don't see those dudes.
I almost said Scott Hansen, which I got a bone to pick with that guy. You freaks who think Scott Hansen is better than Siciliano.
Scott Hansen's the best at what he does.
No,
He's the absolute
Siciliano was so much better.
best.
I think Siciliano's good, man. I like.
I'm not
I like
saying
the ears.
Siciliano's
I like the whole
bad.
package.
I'm not taking away from Siciliano. He's really good too. Scott
I think
Hansen
they're both
is
good.
a staple at that.
You know what
I
I'm late
think
to the
they're
party on. Hang
both
on, Moj.
really good.
Hang on, Moj. No, see, I can't do it with Scott Hansen. I have to have it on mute.
Why?
Mute.
Yes, mute.
What?
What's wrong with him?
Here's what happens when Scott Hansen calls a big play in a game. Oh, and they scored! Wow, what a play by Derek Carr! I can't.
Yeah,
that
emotion
voice
sucks.
is crazy. It's so broadcaster voice. I can't.
So he
take it.
does the Mosier voice?
Let's go out to the Octobox. It's like, would you just speak? Would you just speak? What is this? What's this voice that we're doing here?
He does the Mosier voice.
Oh, and he threw an interception.
That's how he speaks.
That's
That's
not how he
his voice.
speaks. It's not how he speaks.
He's into it. What's wrong with that?
You can be into it and not do a broadcaster voice.
How would you do it?
How would Siciliano do it? Oh, there's a touchdown.
Oh,
That
good.
was
It's
neato.
Oh, it's picked off. Like,
Hey, there's a reason.
Just speak like a normal human
Well,
being.
there's a reason you're not doing the red zone. How would you do it?
I wouldn't.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, that's your answer.
I wouldn't.
Okay. Yeah.
He's better than me. That's not to. I don't need to like it. I guarantee you, give it 30 seconds, wait for the delay to pick up. People will agree with me. 100% they'll agree with me.
Hey, can I say something, Vic? You commented on my get up earlier today.
Mm-hmm. Looks good.
This is a good look for me.
It's a little.
This
a
is
little
a good look.
Too tight. I don't know if I would button that jacket the way you have, but
No, it's not. It's great.
Ooh, dude, that button's hanging on for dear life.
that
thing.
That
thing
thing
is
is
hanging
on its
on.
last thread.
No, it is not. Look,
That button is
Moj,
struggling.
if that button could talk, it would be saying this.
Trust me, that button does not want to be there right now.
I'm just saying. Twitch, is this a pretty good look for me today? Let Twitch be the judge.
It's a grand look.
Wait,
we all
wait.
appreciate the look.
Vic, you asked me how I would call Red Zone. Fine, I'll do. Do you want my impression?
Sure.
I'll do it. All right.
Yeah, please.
And that is a touchdown. The pass, Patrick Mahomes to Sky Moore. They're up 14.
No, that's good.
Now, let's go to the Octobox.
Now get to the witching hour.
That's out.
You
That's
have to get us to the witching
Okay,
hour.
hang on.
It's time for the witching hour. All games come down to this moment. And it's picked off Dak Prescott.
There. You want that one?
Yes.
Is that better?
See, now, had you applied for the job using that voice, you would be Scott Hansen. And you would have to go 8 hours without
I'll take
peeing.
it. You know what? Half the salary. I'm in. Whatever you're paying Scott, I'll do it for half. There you go.
I just
That's
think
kind of cold. You're trying to take Hanson's gig from me. He didn't even do anything to you.
I think the fact that
He did. He
that a
ruined my
gentleman
Sundays.
can sit there from 11 a.m. Denver time to around 5:36 p.m. Denver time and not go to the bathroom once
Hold on a
is
second.
amazing. That is like ridiculous.
What about if somebody else did the broadcast?
How does he eat?
What if it was Chris Hansen instead of Scott Hansen? What if he? Go ahead, have a seat right here. Yeah. It says here on your IM chat that you thought Dak Prescott was ass. Is that true?
You want Chris Russo doing it?
Oh, that's
No,
hard.
sure. You're free to leave. Go ahead.
I have no power in keeping you here. Are there going to be authorities outside? I can't answer that question. I'm sorry. Marty, if Mad Dog was doing the red zone, please.
Oh my God, Dak Prescott's interception. This guy's got to get out of here.
All right, give us Stephen A. Smith doing Red Zone.
I'm not going to sit here and say that I knew the Cowboys were going to drop that game.
But Yes. Who else we got? Moj, you want to give us Clinton?
Listen, here gets Dak back to throw the pass out to the right. Oh, my God, that sucker caught it. Yeah, Kim Cowboys, they're doing their thing again. Now, I have been friends with Jerry Jones for a long time, ever since he played at Arkansas. Anyway, back to you.
Back to you.
There's
You
no back
are
to
the
you.
I don't know.
You
Hell,
are
I'm all
the
by
you.
myself.
You're the you. It's
I'm
you
just
by
trying
yourself.
to throw it to you.
You're on an island all by yourself for 7 hours.
Oh, God. I'm on my own island over here. I got Siciliano on the other side. Speaking of, what a pun. I had no intention of saying that like that, but it just came out that way.
Marty Bednar doing Red Zone.
I haven't had a chance to watch the games.
How about John Cooper? Give me some John Cooper doing Red Zone.
All of these morons out here bashing each other's heads in. I just don't think I like this sport.
I love these impressions. They've stopped doing their job on Red Zone, and now they're just opining. It's a 7-hour free-form discussion
All right,
now.
speaking of, can I get this off my chest? You just mentioned football. You see that California state legislators are trying to ban youth football.
I saw that, yeah. I did see that.
And their governor vetoed the bill. I'm going to say this once. I'm going to say it with some sort of authority. If you guys think that child football, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, is dangerous, you've either never played or never coached or never been to a game. Those kids at that age, they're just happy to be wearing football pads. They don't use them. They don't know how to use them. They literally bounce off each other like a bunch of marshmallows. I acknowledge that the game gets violent and dangerous once they hit puberty. That's when you're concerned. But at ages 7, 8, 9, it's no concern. It's not a dangerous sport at all. Trust me on that. And maybe I'll get some people to agree with me. Those of you who disagree and think it's the end of civilization as we know it, either you've never played, you've never seen it. It's not dangerous at that age.
It's also, hey, you have the choice. There's plenty of options
Just
to
don't
not play
play.
tackle football. You
But
can play
don't tell
flag.
me my kid can't play.
I agree with that.
You don't play. Go play. Listen, flag football's great. Love it. Football gets dangerous when guys get bigger and faster. When they're 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, it's not dangerous. It just isn't. They're wearing, you know why they're wearing pads? Because they get to wear pads.
Yeah. You guys ever seen a 9-year-old football game? You know what's never
Yes.
happened at that game? Ooh, what a hit!
Yeah.
Never happened.
The Higbee hit doesn't happen at age 7. And, you know, I also think that weight classes should be part of the deal, too. You shouldn't, if you have a kid that's, we've seen them, genetics, you have a 10-year-old that's 6'4", 250, he shouldn't be playing with those little kids. He shouldn't.
Dude, so I spoke to a middle school class about radio podcasting stuff yesterday. There is a middle schooler who is 6'4". 6'4", and like 200 pounds.
That's pretty common now.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
The kid was bigger than me.
Yeah.
And he was an 8th grader.
My problem is most of those girls are bigger than me.
That is true.
I remember when I was in 7th
Genetics.
grade, 8th grade, we had a kid who had a mustache.
Oh, we had one of those. There's always a kid. There's always a
somebody.
6th grader who's got a mustache.
Yep.
Hell, my cousins Joe and Ralph had mustaches when they were like 8. Kidding me?
I thought you were going to say, my cousins Loretta and Diane, hell, they had mustaches when they were 9.
All right, Moj, give us one last preview of this game, please.
It's going to be a good one. This is really, again, back to the McCarr thing. He's at the exact same spot Bobby Orr was, 298 points in his 278th game. And then Bobby Orr's 279th game, he scored 2 points to get to 300. So KO can do that tonight here in Boston against the Bruins. Nathan McKinnon right now tied with Kucherov for the scoring lead in the National Hockey League with 72 points. So this is it's a big deal. It's going to be tough. I mean, the Boston Bruins have won 2 in a row. They're back here on the home ice. And it's going to be a hell of a fun game, though, I'll tell you that much. B's going to be looking for revenge. They dropped one last week in Denver in a shootout.
So if McCarr does the thing tonight, if he gets 2 points and he ties Bobby Orr for the most points by a defenseman through 300 games, right? That's the number?
Right. No, three. The fastest to 300 points.
Fastest to 300, yes.
In 279 games, yeah.
Is Bobby Orr, what are the chances of him being there tonight?
I don't know.
That would be
hopefully
cool.
good.
That would be really cool
cool
if he were in attendance for that.
That would be really, really cool if he could do it, yeah.
Especially for it being in Boston. That'd be so awesome. But you can hear that tonight right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Scott Hastings going to be on the call with Connor if you guys want to listen right here on 92.5. Thank you for tuning in. Podcast can be found iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane. If you're watching on Altitude Television.
What is that? You keep saying that, and I always think you
Spreaker is the new platform that we're on.
Is that like a
podcasting platform?
Is it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Spreaker. Go check it out. You can find our podcast there. So have a wonderful day, everybody. We love you all very much. We'll talk to you on a fun little Friday tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Coming in outside from the outdoors, it's hard to believe that just a few days ago it was negative temperatures.
It's like summer out there.
Yeah, I know. That's one of the things that negative temperatures will do. It makes 30 degrees feel like 60 degrees when you
I
get
had my
there.
windows down last night. I was like blasting the AC. It was beautiful. Sunscreen on my face.
That is the voice of Kim Becker. I'm Christopher Dempsey. Steve Nelson and Josh Grismer along as well.
Huge,
here.
yeah.
That's right. I'm just happy to be here. If we're just being honest, so I just rolled into the studio. Let's see, the show it's 10:02.
Mm.
I rolled in at about 9:58.
You sure did.
Yeah, that's what it was. And
I didn't want to say anything, but I was sitting there like, oh my God, do I have to start this? There's no way. I need Dempsey here.
What
There's
you have
no
done?
way.
You have done it before.
Done it before. It was kind of an accident. It just happened one time. I introed the show out of context. Wasn't supposed to do that, but hey, we got there. We got there.
Yeah, it's for full disclosure, I live far away.
Mm-hmm.
The studio's in Lone Tree, and I live on the Broomfield Superior border, basically. And there was just a car that was stalled in the middle of the road on I-25 in Evans, and the backups were just all the way back to, it was past University, and we're just sitting there and inching along.
It's been 84 years.
That's what it felt like. And so, you have this, you're coming into work, and you're just looking at the clock, and you just wonder, there's a point at which you wonder, am I going to make it actually on time, or am I not going to make it on time? Because also, I didn't know what was happening on the road and for a couple of miles in front of me.
And of course, it's on a day after all those sub-zero temperatures.
Yeah.
Where we probably spend a little more time planning our commute in. But no, it's on like a summer day. High of 40 today. It's going to be beautiful. You don't think about it. Nelly and I would have been on our own here. Nelly, we would have had a good time.
Yeah.
Let's see. To kill time until Dempsey would have gotten here, I probably would have just brushed the dust off of all of your favorite Russell Wilson quotes. We would have just done a hits only. Oops, all Russell Wilson quotes.
Do you guys not realize there are people in Denver who supported Russell Wilson? You act like all of our listeners hated Russell Wilson and were against them just like you guys, but you forget that there are people on the other side of this in our city.
We all loved Russell Wilson.
Shout out to them.
What are you saying?
All right?
We love Russell
Just
Wilson.
got to remind you guys. I got to put you two in your place. That's why I'm really here every Thursday.
That's not what he wanted to cook.
That's my favorite.
Need I bring up Pete Carroll's goodbye speech again? We settled put the nail in the coffin on this one. We understand now where Russell Wilson came from and where his mentality came from. It was Pete Carroll's goodbye speech. He is an apple does not fall far from the tree, people.
Yeah. Well.
Anyway, on that note, let's move on.
Actually, we will get to Russell Wilson a little bit more because there was an article written in ESPN about potential landing spots for him should he leave the Broncos, which we all expect that it's going to be the case. So we'll jump into that for sure a little later on in the program. Rodney says Google Maps Dempsey. That's exactly
that
what
doesn't tell you when there's a stalled car.
It doesn't, and I Google my way here every single day. Because you just don't know what's going to happen on the road in front of you. So Google Maps is exactly what I use. Thank you very much.
And you see that solid red line, and then it just says 15-minute slowdown.
Yeah.
16-minute.
Yeah.
17-minute, and it just keeps counting up as you're still not moving.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean Google Maps like while you're in the car stalled out on the highway yourself? And I see what you're saying there.
No.
Stoney. Was it Stoney? Stoney was talking about the Google Maps? Is that who it was?
No, that was Rodney.
Rodney.
On the text line, who, by the way, very angry energy on a Thursday morning, all caps, Google Maps, Dempsey.
Yeah, what's going on here, guys? We just got here.
I know.
Waze.
It's almost the weekend, Rodney. Learn how to do
Junior.
lowercase. Yeah.
Come on.
Let's get some camel case,
Positive
man.
vibes.
Yeah.
It just is what it is. But guess what? We made it here. We made it on time. And look, before I left, a couple of things. Let's just start here because as we were leaving yesterday, the news that Bruce Brown was being traded was pretty interesting to a lot of people, including me. I mean, it was we know what he meant to the Nuggets here last year, but so he's getting shipped off to Toronto in a deal that was bringing Pascal Siakam. There's a lot of moving parts, right? There's draft picks and other players, whatever. But Pascal Siakam is the main piece coming back to Indiana. And because I hadn't completely left the building yesterday after the news came out, I popped on with DMAC to talk about this just a little bit. You know, it was one of those super rare instances, Kim, where a player's contract actually worked against him in this instance. Because in NBA, when you make those trades, when you make those trades, the salaries have to be comparable, coming out, going in. And $23 million is what Bruce Brown is making this year. And Pascal Siakam coming back, I believe he's making $37 million this season. And so but with one contract, you're able to really just gut out the lion's share of what you need going back to Toronto to make that trade. And so for Bruce Brown, unfortunately for him, the good thing is you got paid. The bad thing is that because you are a little bit more of a role player, and they were able to make the money work because your contract was huge as well. You are now in Toronto, and it for him, I'm sure, is very shocking. Yeah. But it is. I can't remember another instance where a role player's contract A was that high, but B, it's this is kind of the gift and the curse of making a lot of money, and so now he's gone.
So do you think he would have been better off staying for the Nuggets? I mean, obviously we have no idea exactly what numbers would have played a part in this whole equation, but had the Nuggets maybe been able to give him an offer that obviously wasn't as much as he would have been making now currently, but do you think had he stayed here, would it have been a better situation for him?
Is Brucey B going anywhere? Hell no. Hell no. Hell no.
That's sports, people. Don't believe anything you hear.
But he had to leave, right?
Well,
because
he had to.
When $23 million per year for 2 years gets plopped on the table, then you just sign at the dotted line, and you don't look back at that. So no, I mean the Nuggets really had no chance. I mean, unless the market wasn't going to pay him more than, say, $13-14 million per year, and now the Nuggets can kind of swoop in and say, but we can do this. We can give you this same money, but we'll have to structure the contract a little bit differently. That would have been their only chance, but when a team goes overpay.
Yeah, no way. No, not even an option.
Yeah, exactly right. So then the question really kind of becomes, what happens with Bruce Brown over the next, I would say, the balance of the season and then into the offseason? The second year of his contract is a team option. Toronto will most certainly not opt to pay him $23 million next year, which would then make Bruce Brown a free agent again next summer. And could there be a reuniting of Bruce Brown and the Denver Nuggets? The Nuggets still don't have a ton of money. Obviously, they're kind of cash strapped. But maybe if you make a couple of moves, that might be something that could be revisited next year. And you would have a bench that would have theoretically at that time Reggie Jackson and Bruce Brown coming off the bench and P. Watt, whatever. It would be a really good bench. But what an interesting piece of news yesterday coming out of the NBA for obviously a player that we all love around here.
Yeah, totally.
Moving on. The Nuggets in general are playing at the Boston Celtics tomorrow. They're in town today. Scott Hastings is going to do the hockey broadcast because the Avs are playing the Bruins tonight.
Yeah, which will be very entertaining. Everybody tune in right here.
Like, how good do you think?
To that one.
What do you think? How good will he be?
I think he will be hilarious, and he will make Connor McGahey. We'll be able to see a different personality probably in Connor McGahey also as well. So I'm just so excited to see that dynamic, and I hope that Scott Hastings gets quite some airtime to really give us his takes on what's going on the ice down there.
I actually obtained a clip of Scott Hastings here. This is him warming up today at morning skate practicing.
Pulls it back there, and now Murphy. Murphy throws the pass across. And that puck's going to go out of play here, and that's going to do it for that sequence right there. 9:25. I apologize if I just damaged your eardrums there. It went right over the mesh, right over my head. So, oh my God, I apologize for that. I'm sorry. Everyone's few people look at me. I'm fine. I'm fine. Oh my God, I apologize for that one right there, and for saying, oh my God, I shouldn't be saying that. I'm sorry.
Hastings tonight. The interesting thing to me, Kim, is I don't know, like, when is he going to talk? Because Connor has to describe all the action, and in hockey, like, it's always happening all the time.
That's what I mean. We're going to have to see a different Connor McGahey tonight to give Scott Hastings some platform to give us his takes on things. I don't know. I mean, I hope that Connor at one point just stops talking and looks at him and kind of is like, it's all on you.
Yeah.
Off you go.
Yeah. I'm so interested to hear what that might
so
sound like, because we have seen this in the reverse where Mark Mosier has sat in with Jason Kosmicki. As a matter of fact, I was there the last time that this kind of thing happened. I was there, and Moj sat on the radio broadcast. I was still kind of new to the TV broadcast, and it looked like it was a whole lot of fun.
Yeah.
It looked like it was. You have these instances where the Avs and the Nuggets kind of cross over in the same city, and you can do that. Yeah.
Well, and I think Denver's so lucky in that sense to have two teams really under, the same umbrella here. You guys are all so incredibly talented, and you get to share the same studio, sometimes on the same night, share the same arena. There's so many cool correlations to really be able to put it together and have all the fans in Denver be able to hear that as well and be a part of that, I think is so awesome.
Yeah. So be looking for that tonight. The Avs and the Bruins, Connor and Scott Hastings on the call. Meanwhile, when the Nuggets play tomorrow, I think there's a percent chance maybe that Nikola Jokic may not play. We'll just see.
Right.
We had the news of Golden State's assistant coach, and right now I don't have his name in front of me, but he is of Serbian heritage, and as a matter of fact, I believe coached Nikola Jokic in Serbia.
Yep.
Well, he had a heart attack and passed yesterday, and my understanding of that from what was going on in the Nuggets team brunch and whatnot was a lot of tears and obviously it's a lot of grief.
Right.
The Nuggets also have an assistant coach of Serbian heritage, and so look, if they played tonight, I wonder if Nikola would even play at all. This coach meant that much to him. And so I would think that there might be a chance that he doesn't play tomorrow, but I think I would still expect him to play.
Okay.
We'll just see what kind of happens.
Right.
We'll start to get the quotes, and we'll start to get the some information coming out of there. Today, I'm sure the Nuggets will practice, and they might be practicing right now.
Mm-hmm. Did the Warriors play tonight? I mean, that's got to be even.
That's a good question. We'll definitely check that out. But I think that is a situation that is definitely worth keeping an eye on as the Nuggets.
Postponed. Their game is postponed.
there you
The
go. Okay.
Mavericks at the Warriors.
Oh,
Yeah.
there you go. Yeah.
Yeah. Time to be determined.
There you go. So there you go. There. The Celtics, obviously one of the best. They're undefeated at home. They're 20-0. And so it would be a tough matchup no matter what for the Nuggets, and we'll just keep an eye on and see if Nikola Jokic participates in that, given obviously the great amount of grief that he and a lot of people around the league are feeling here. All right, let's take a quick break. Let's get to Nick Kosmider, the Colorado Sports Writer of the Year.
Let's go.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll chat through a little bit of Broncos. He had a very interesting article about which players may stay and which players may not stay. The free agents on the roster. We'll speak with him about that and some NFL playoffs when we come back. Welcome back into the program. Chris and Kim with you on a Thursday morning. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, talking all the things. And all the things are happening. Not so much for the Broncos, but all the off-season things are happening for the Broncos. And let's go to the Ramos Law hotline. Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. And that's where we find the Colorado Sports Writer of the Year, Nick Kosmider of The Athletic. First and foremost, Nick, congratulations, my guy. I mean, that is so well deserved. You have to be very happy.
Oh, Chris, I appreciate that, man. And I caught what you said the other day. Like I said, that means a lot. I remember, sort of taking over for you when you left the Denver Post, covering that Nuggets beat, and just sort of like thinking that there was, no way that I could do this, as well as you had done it. And so, yeah, always appreciated the support from you, my man. Learned a lot from watching you do your thing. And, like I said, I've always appreciated you being in my corner.
Well, it's amazing, man. I couldn't be more proud of you, my guy. Couldn't be more proud. All right, let's jump into a couple of articles. Actually, I see the Alabama cornerback, but I want to jump into the Broncos free agency because it has so much impact on what the Broncos are able to do if they were to obtain a free agent quarterback or what. But 12 free agents is what you is what you kind of have here in the article. And I wonder, just generally speaking, how many guys do you expect the Broncos to really and truly want to pay to come back and then be able to pay the rate that needs to be paid to get them back, just generally speaking?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty small number of the class that gets brought back. And, I keep going back to one of the first things that Sean Payton said at his end of season press conference early last week was he had a meeting with Russell Wilson, and he said, listen, this is not going to be, a long drawn out process in terms of deciding sort of the team's future with him. And the biggest reason for that is that the Broncos need to have that piece of business settled and understand exactly what the financial ramifications of it are going to be, whichever path they take, so that they can then get on to the business of fitting the rest of the roster around that. And I think either way, though, that they make that decision, whether it's just a straight cut of Russell Wilson with a post-June 1 designation, whether they, restructure his deal in some way and try to trade him, whether that small chance that we've discussed that he does come back in some way, whatever the case is, they are still going to be kind of up against it in terms of salary cap space. Already $30 million over the cap. There's a number of things that they could do that are relatively simple in terms of restructuring contracts that will get that number, closer to zero and then give them some money to spend as well. But this is going to be either way a pretty limited amount of free agency spending, and that includes their own class.
So how do they prioritize who they want? And you're talking about guys like Josie Jewell and Lloyd Cushenberry, PJ Locke. Is there a read on who might take precedence for them, or is one guy kind of like another? I mean, there's no real hierarchy here.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. George Payton and Sean Payton both spent a lot of time in that press conference talking about how much this class the rookie class from last year, and even to a certain extent the class from 2022, how much that group is going to really need to take a big step next year. They're going to step into larger roles, and it certainly put my antenna up when George Payton said, "Hey, we view Alex Forsythe, who was a 7th-round pick of the Broncos last year, made the active roster, but didn't really play this year. We view him as a starting center in our league." That to me says that they are understanding of the fact that a guy like Lloyd Cushenberry, who just had his best year as a pro, is going to have a market that the Broncos probably can't meet. They're going to have to get younger in a lot of positions. I would think that probably includes, linebacker. Obviously, Josie Jewell and Alex Singleton have been a strong duo, but when you're talking about a guy in Josie Jewell that's made $5.5 million the last couple of years, they probably think they can get quite a bit cheaper for comparable production. So again, I think some of the guys toward the top end of this class, which it's not a lot. I think Cushenberry, Jewell, those are going to be the guys that command decent salaries on the open market. I just don't see the Broncos having a lot of leeway there to bring a guy like Cushenberry back if he is indeed going to get kind of this 2 to 3 year contract, with sizable money.
Nick, there's been so much talk on social media about PS2, Justin Simmons. I mean, are those guys you could potentially see not on this roster next year in the grand scheme of things in this moment? Is that something you could see happen?
I mean, I never say never to anything, and certainly like we've seen a couple of those in league history of a dynamic all-pro type young player getting traded by a team that really needs to add the draft capital. But if you look back at what the Jaguars got for Jalen Ramsey, it looked like such a huge haul at the time. But when you now game it out and see what they've got and what that turned into, it rarely comes close to what you're giving up in the player. I just don't see the Broncos doing that. And Jalen Ramsey also had, there were issues there in the building between he and management and coaching staff, that there's no such divide between Surtain and the Broncos. I would be floored to see that happen. You spend a lot of time drafting players trying to get a player like Pat Surtain, and so I just don't see that as a reason to move him, to get capital that you need. Yes, but like to what end, right? To make your team quite a bit worse defensively. Simmons, again, he's a guy that doesn't have guaranteed money left on his deal, but I think the Broncos will probably get something done with him in the offseason where there's an extension that would bring down his cap figure in 2024, give him some more guaranteed money, because again, he's still a highly productive player. And a guy who, when he wasn't on the field this year, early in the season, we just saw how lost that secondary seemed. So I don't think they're in a position yet to have a guy come in and replace Justin Simmons. Among those two, I think it would be more likely or more possible that they would move on from him, just given the salary cap savings, the idea that you could maybe get something closer to a replacement. But again, I think the defense would take a big step backward if they lost either of those two players.
Yeah, so it's interesting. It sounds like, from what you're saying, that if they can keep the defense intact at all, at least for the most part. I mean, maybe move on from a couple of players, slot in like a Drew Sanders. Maybe it sounds like to me that sounds like what the Broncos might want to do. Am I reading that right?
Yeah, no, you are. I think they see an easier path to continuity where they were kind of getting better in the second half of the season. They certainly still need to get younger on that side of the ball. I look at a position like the second corner spot opposite Surtain, kind of struggled there, a lot of up and down. If you have a guy like Riley Moss, who they gave up a future third round pick in order to move up and draft him last year, if they believe that he's ready, he's gonna slot in potentially to a starting role. So you're going to need some of those guys to step up. Drew Sanders, the name that you mentioned a second ago, they'll need to see a big jump out of him with some more playing time. But yeah, I think the idea that you can get back, the same defensive coordinator, kind of get the same scheme going, have the veteran presence that you do. You should be able to kind of hit the ground running defensively a lot quicker than you were this past season.
Nick, I want to ask you a personal question here, because I think a lot of people don't realize that there truly is no offseason when it comes to following and covering an NFL team. But when you are looking at the offseason on an NFL schedule, the calendar year, what kind of stories do you look for? What do you do to make sure that, the Broncos stay relevant in what you're doing? You can stay engaged in your own profession, in your job, keeping everybody else engaged and interactive. What kind of stories do you look for right now?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think importantly, you try to give these guys, in terms of your own reaching out to players and trying to connect for stories in that way. Like, they've all been through it for a whole season. Like, all the coaches have this has been the coaches' week off that Sean Payton gave them. So there's not really anybody in the building right now. There's not a lot going on. But again, I think the importance is trying to set fans up, readers up, with the opportunity to understand how the coming days and weeks and months are going to play out. What are the team's priorities that they have to attend to? What are some of the possibilities, that could occur in the coming weeks? And of course, when you have quarterback uncertainty, you can't write enough about quarterbacks in the NFL. It's a constant topic of discussion. So for me, I try to sit down and say, okay, well, how can we write about this in a way that's illuminating, that offers up different possibilities, but gives concrete information to people as far as what's going on. So you make calls trying to understand different ramifications of how different, things could play out. That's really, I think, this time of year, Kim, is where you're just trying to get a good sense of laying the foundation of the offseason and what people can expect going forward.
Yeah, it's a lot. There's no doubt about that. The draft is one of those things, and Terry Arnold is a cornerback from Alabama that you wrote about here, and I wonder for the Broncos, would they not take a quarterback like a Michael Penix or Bo Nix and pass that up and draft a cornerback in that first with that first pick in the first round?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing is if they're going to stay at number 12, and again, so that this exercise with Terry and Arnold was reacting to the mock draft that my colleague Dane Brugler, who is one of the foremost draft gurus out there, so kind of just examining the pick that he made for Denver, which was Terry and Arnold, who basically took over for Pat Surtain the year after Surtain was drafted, and is one of two Alabama cornerbacks. Kool-Aid McKinstry being the other one who will be drafted likely in the first round. His thinking was, again, we talked about that other cornerback spot. You could quickly have one of the best young secondaries, best young corner tandems in the league. I think they would be more inclined to take an edge rusher if they're going to select that high, if they're going to make that pick at number 12. Certainly, I think offensive tackle is going to be a big position to look at because you got Garrett Bowles right now. Again, no guaranteed money left on his deal. He has 1 year left on his contract. The cap hit for him is currently $20 million. The Broncos would save $16 million by either trading him, or releasing him. I don't think they would release him because they certainly, I think, could get some value for trading him. And if you do that, then okay, well, can you get a first round tackle that could step in right away and be just as good, if not better, than what Bowles provided? So those are the areas to go. With quarterback, look, we know this is a two-man class at the top. It's Caleb Williams. It's Drake May. Those guys are probably going to go in the top, 2 or 3 picks. And what the Broncos would need to do to get to that point would be significant, right? From 12 to 2 or 3. That's a major jump that's going to require future first-round picks, perhaps a player, multiple draft picks. Again, that's something the team's already done significantly over these last couple off seasons. Do you really want to get into that game again? And if you look past those two, now you're talking about Jaden Daniels probably being the number 3, at least at this point, seemingly the consensus third quarterback. Is he around at 12? Do you need to get to maybe 9 or 10, which would be a little bit of an easier jump, but would still cost you in terms of draft capital? Those are the discussions they're going to have, and that's if you even decide, that Daniels is a player that you really want for your offense. So there's just so much that goes into it, and again, you talked about Nix, Penix, maybe guys that were going to be further back in the draft. Can you trade back, add some picks that you need, still get an impact player, and then get your quarterback later? That's what makes this process really interesting, is that there's a lot of different avenues that they could take. But, my early prediction is that they will end up with a quarterback from this draft. I just don't know whether that's going to be early in the process.
Yeah, this is a lot to think about for the Broncos coming up here in the next few weeks. We'll get you out of here with this one, Nick. Obviously, there's active football being played in the playoffs. What are you looking forward to most here in these divisional round games?
Well, I'm just like counting down the seconds for 4 p.m. Sunday. I mean, Mahomes versus Allen, round 3 playoff matchup. For the first time, that game's going to be in Buffalo. Patrick Mahomes' first ever road playoff game, which is just mind-boggling since he, has been doing this playoff thing since 2018. I saw a stat today. His career record when he's playing a team that has won 5 or more consecutive games is 7-1. The Bills are on fire right now, but Patrick Mahomes just always finds a way. That is for me. There's a lot of intrigue elsewhere, right? Can Jordan Love repeat that performance and give a rested 49ers team any kind of challenge? Does C.J. Stroud able to replicate what he did in round 1 while going and playing, outdoor cold weather against Lamar Jackson? There's just really sort of, really entertaining matchups throughout. But yeah, I mean, Sunday afternoon, 4:00, Mahomes, Allen. I cannot wait for that.
Yeah, that's I saw a stat today, or I think it was a set of stats, kind of the head-to-head between those two quarterbacks in the playoffs, and they were almost identical. Like Josh Allen has been just as good in these games. He just has not won them. But now he gets it on his home turf, and we'll see if that is the that gets him over the hump on that. Yep, definitely looking forward to that as well, Nick. Nick, we really appreciate it, man. We'll obviously we'll be checking in with you as the weeks go by to see what the what the Broncos are doing and what they're thinking and how it's all unfolding and the analysis of it all. So thank you, and we'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, and congrats.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, there he goes, Nick Kosmider of The Athletic. It's just a wealth of information every single time he comes onto the program, and we definitely appreciate that. Yeah, it's interesting because these games this weekend, that's definitely the marquee matchup. I mean, the quarterbacks on the board there are you could argue them the best two if you wanted to argue that with them, and then C.J. Stroud and Lamar Jackson. I don't know if he can continue to do this.
Dude.
I don't know if he can continue to do this. But you know what I'm not going to do is doubt that anymore.
No way. No way.
Then there's a whole heck of a lot of pressure on Lamar Jackson.
That's going to be a good one. That's going to be a good game.
To win after having a great regular season. So, more playoffs to come. All right. Nathan McKinnon gave a fun interview and in which he talked about all the things, and including a little bit about Nikola Jokic as well. What we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back. We're going to play some of that. And we'll react to it because it's always interesting to me when star player really sits down and is super honest and maybe even talks about all the things in a real way. Well, Nathan McKinnon did that. We'll listen to that and we'll react when we come back. Welcome back into the program as we approach the 10 o'clock hour, the 11 o'clock hour, actually. 32 Thoughts is the podcast by a couple of guys by the name of Jeff Marek and Elliot Friedman. They recently had Nathan MacKinnon on their program, and he said all the things, very interesting things. It's as a guy who's interviewed a lot of people, it just sometimes, especially when you're just a reporter with a recorder in the face, it gets a little stale and robotic, and they feel like they can't really open up, and there's things they should say and shouldn't say, and you need these instances, and I love podcasts for this.
Yeah,
where people sit down, across from somebody who makes them feel super comfortable.
Yeah,
and then you start getting the real stuff.
I mean, podcasts have changed the game in that sense for sure.
Mm-hmm. And so MacKinnon said some interesting things, some thoughtful things. Let's just start with what he had to say about Nikola Jokic and work ethic and all those things. Let's just start with that right here.
Yeah, but you hear things, and that's actually not true at all.
Okay.
With him, I always thought that too. But I guess he's an animal in the gym after games, and he's actually looks super competitive. He's got suspended a couple times for hitting people. Have you seen his brothers?
Yes.
So
I would not want to cross those guys.
Like he's a fiery guy, and I think he just looks so funny, and I guess people say he treats it like a 9-to-5 and doesn't even like it. But I hear behind the scenes how hard he works and how much he loves to compete and win. So maybe there's a little bit to it that I do. Hopefully, hope I'm not wasting my time.
No, you're not.
To hear that from a hockey player, also, I mean, when you're talking about those reporter player interviews sometimes can get robotic, especially with hockey players. They're just a little bit more soft-spoken than maybe some NBA and NFL players. So to hear that from Nathan MacKinnon, who's this big guy and is out there literally hitting dudes as part of his job on a hockey team, to say, have you seen his brothers? You wouldn't want to cross those guys. I think that is hilarious. I mean, it probably speaks to the Serbian heritage a little bit as well. Obviously, those Eastern European guys, they've got some mad aggression. They are different personalities, and I love them for it. But to hear that from Nathan MacKinnon, again, sharing an arena, sharing, an owner, essentially, in Kroenke with this guy who is truly one of the best of his respective sport, talking about the other guy that's in that same arena who's the best in his respective sport, is just really cool. And again, that's why I love podcasts for this, because you get to hear really the personal reactions. And he spoke on, he said he doesn't have the strongest relationship with Nikola Jokic right before this. They've met a couple times. Obviously, he respects him and honors him so much, and everything that he does is super inspirational and admirable. But, he said they're not super close, but he just respects everything that he does. And I think it's so cool to just hear that from another athlete in a sport that is also so aggressive and, just so crazy in a way. To really be able to, acknowledge what both of them are doing is so cool, especially hearing it from one of their mouths.
And also a little added context for that question, by the way. Elliot Friedman asked MacKinnon about how a lot of people say that Jokic doesn't work. He looks like he just goes out there and he plays and it comes to him naturally, and he doesn't care about the game, right? He treats it like a 9-to-5. And that's why MacKinnon started his answer by saying, no, that's not true at all.
Yeah.
I've seen him work. I know how much he cares, which, as you said, is really cool to hear coming from somebody who's just as dominant in their sport.
Yeah,
in a different sport.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, if there's anybody who knows the mind of a superstar, it's another superstar.
Sure.
and MacKinnon obviously is that guy. One of the things that each one of them has the ability to do is to kind of block out everything else and keep the main thing. Well, MacKinnon talked about that in reference to him and Jokic as well.
I wouldn't say we have a relationship. I've met him a few times at events like that. I'll go to some Nugget games and see him there and say hi to him there. But I know Caleb Jones' dad, Popeye.
Seth, yep. Mm-hmm.
Seth and Caleb's dad.
Sorry, yes,
no worries.
Popeye, yes.
Popeye.
Popeye, yeah.
Popeye Jones. So I talked to him actually last night at the event, and I'm just so interested in Joker. I think he's an anomaly,
yes,
obviously, and he doesn't have social media. And I watched an interview he did with Michael Porter Jr. He's got a podcast. Him and Joker did an interview, and he says he doesn't want a phone when he retires, and he just lives like a low-profile kind of life. And everyone just talks about how selfless he is. He's not worried about external awards, or he just wants to win and have fun with his teammates. And I think he's an awesome guy to look at as an athlete and try to emulate.
Yeah, which I love that he talks about that as well, because to everybody that thinks Nikola Jokic maybe doesn't care, if he didn't care, he probably would have social media, right? He would be caring about the other things that comes with being a professional basketball player. And he doesn't have any of those things. He does live a low profile life. So that just really confirms how much he cares about the sport, because that's where his focus is. It's not on the flashy, spotlight stuff that happens in the outskirts of all the social media and the interviews and whatnot. Like, you really don't get a sneak peek into Nikola Jokic's life. And I love that, because that just means that people are speculating that he doesn't care about the sport, and they don't actually understand that all he cares about is the sport and his family. And those are the two most important things to him. And I think Nathan MacKinnon just speaks on that perfectly.
Yeah, and admires that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not very often that the guy who doesn't seek out the fame and the spotlight is now held up as the example of, what I want to be is kind of like that.
Yep.
And Nathan MacKinnon, I guess I'm really not honestly privy to any kind of commercials or whatever products or endorsements that he has or doesn't have, but it doesn't seem like it's a lot, because I don't feel like I see him. But the respect that you respect the mindset, you respect the look, let's come to work and let's do this thing, and then let's go off and live my life in a way that is not flashy and is quite honestly private. And to hear MacKinnon really love that is really cool as well. He referenced the Michael Porter Jr. interview, which, we have said here, it's, if you guys haven't heard it or watched it, seek it out on social media. Curious Mike is the podcast, and it's super rare to get Nikola Jokic to sit down to do any interview at all. But if you do, B, getting any information out of him is super difficult. Unless you're Michael Porter Jr., because he was able to get all the things out of Nikola Jokic.
But one thing he is entertaining. It seems like any time you get these rare interviews or these rare tidbit of especially from Nikola Jokic's mouth directly, it's always entertaining. Like, he is truly a really fun guy to listen to speak. But having his teammate be able to pull that out of him, I mean, that's something special. And that was what I thought was pretty special about this Nathan MacKinnon interview also on this podcast, because those two guys are NHL insiders, so they're not teammates of his, but he speaks on a lot of his teammates and some really personal stuff that goes on, behind the scenes, some golf trips, some dinners that him and Drouin go on and whatnot. So that's also a very good interview. If you guys haven't listened to it, 32 Thoughts, you should definitely seek that one out as well.
And it's really cool because Nathan MacKinnon breaks down his tough exterior, and he's just a guy hanging with dudes.
Just a hockey dude.
It's so fun hearing him be normal person Nathan MacKinnon. And at one point in the interview, he talks about how he misses his dog. When he goes on these long road trips with the team, he misses his doggy. She's a good girl, and he needs her.
He literally says going back to her is better than scoring goals. Like, it's adorable, and she's a cavapoo. Like, how cute is that? No, it's awesome. And again, I mean, he also speaks on so many things about being Canadian, about being a hockey player, other hockey players. I think that there's something so special about the sport of hockey. And I'm not just saying this because I'm an ice skater, but they truly have this bond that I think we don't understand. Like, and all hockey players across the board, especially Canadian hockey players and guys who just grew up doing this as a hobby just outside because there were frozen lakes, right? And that's how a lot of these guys learned how to skate. So there's something really special about that. And so again, to hear this kind of stuff from Nathan MacKinnon's mouth is an inside sneak peek that we do not get a lot of in the NHL as well.
The Avs looking for their second consecutive victory. They won at Ottawa a couple of days ago. They are in Boston tonight to face the Bruins, 5 p.m. You can hear that right here. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. They have won 10 of their last 13 games. Kim, what are you seeing that you like most about the Avs?
Well, I will say, I mean, Demps, the last couple of weeks I've been like, I'm hesitant to really say that I'm on board with what these guys are doing and the consistency, because that's what Jared Bednar wants, is the consistency. But that's exactly what I'm going to speak on right now. because we've seen the consistency really stick in the last couple of weeks, way more than we had. And, I'm just going back to this podcast, going back to Nathan McKinnon's interview, he spoke on the 7-0 loss to the Golden Knights in Vegas, a couple months ago when all the moms were in action in the audience. Right. He spoke on that.
That's right.
And he said, that was one game. You have a short-term memory. You put it behind you. So to hear that also, I'm sure that they're all like, okay, short-term memory. What do we focus on moving forward? And I think that's what's looked so good is that what Jared Bednar has said in their post-game pressers about, finding their groove, sticking with it, working on that momentum, doing exactly what we did in the previous game, but a little bit better. You've seen a lot more of that rather than just having one devastating night. Like they had several games of that in the first half of the season. Mm-hmm. So the consistency and the momentum, I think, is great. The speed of their play looks really smooth, just looks really strong. They're coming out strong. Obviously, they're going to be losing, and they have lost, Val. That's a huge component of what's going to go forward, but they've been figuring it out, and I think just consistency is what I have noticed so much more of.
And on the horizon, the return of Arturi Lehkonen and Bo Byram, not tonight, but maybe in Philadelphia on the last game of this road trip, but most certainly, Jared Bednar said, if not in Philadelphia, most certainly when they return home in their first home game, which I believe is like next Wednesday
night,
against the Capitals. So reinforcements are on the way for the Avs, who are quite honestly figuring it out. I think that's just the best way to put it right now. And sometimes it just means you got to score 5 goals unanswered, which they have now done twice on this road trip to be able to pull out a game. But they have done those things and keep themselves right at the top, right or near or at the top of the Western Conference. All right. I promised you a little Russell Wilson.
Yeah. Yes, you guys.
Where will he be? The carousel for Russell Wilson, the teams that might be in play. We will talk about that when we come back. All right. A lot of stuff happening in the world today. I'm trying to actually. So what I just saw go by was the third returns for the NBA All-Star voting. I just want to see where our guy is. Nikola Jokic. He is number 2 among front court players. 3 million votes, almost 3.5 million votes.
Who's number 1? Who's number 1?
LeBron James.
Oh.
LeBron James in the front court.
Duh.
Oh, yeah. He'll never not be number 1.
That was a dumb question.
3.9 million votes for him. And then the guards. Yeah, no Jamal Murray in the guards.
Aw.
Austin Reeves in the guards.
Ooh,
Let's come on, people.
Drama.
Come on, people. You can continue to vote for All-Star Nuggets. Nikola Jokic will always be in it. Jamal Murray certainly is hoping that he will. Obviously, with this doesn't look like he's going to be included in the starting lineup. But the coaches could put him on. That they have votes as well. So we'll see. But Nikola Jokic continues to be second. Continues to have a ton of votes. For that.
Is it really true that there were certain days where your vote counted like 3
times?
Is that really true?
Yeah.
I feel like I don't really like that because isn't that kind of cheating? I mean, someone can really just go in and vote a bunch of different times and different names, and it feels like cheating. It doesn't feel real.
So when I see a name like Austin Reeves at the bottom of it, coming in at number 10,
you wonder.
Yeah, that the 3 votes for one day. Yeah,
See, I don't like that.
That I'm sure.
I think that's stupid.
Yeah, because Austin Reeves obviously doesn't deserve to be within the same zip code of an All-Star game. He just has not played that way this season. All right, Russell Wilson, your boy.
My boy. Let's ride. I'm still riding. You guys, I am still on the Russell Wilson hype train.
Do you think?
Here we go.
To
play my theme song, Nelly. Play my theme song.
If he is, how much do you want him to return to the Broncos?
Like, honestly, for his sake, not at all, because I feel so bad for him. Because he will never, I do not think that he and Sean Payton will ever mend their relationship and what happened. But I'm saying for the last 2 games of this past season, I wish he would have played because look at what happened. That Vegas game, you got to be kidding me. I was so pissed during that Raiders game. Like, I turned it off. I was like, this is not the way that I wanted to end this season. Just give him a chance. Let him finish it. And then all the stuff that came out after, I just feel so bad for the guy. I do hope that he goes to play somewhere, though. I really do.
Do you remember when Jarrett Stidham put up the same exact stats as he did against the Chargers? Okay.
It was a different Chargers team. There was no head coach. There was no GM. Justin Herbert didn't play. It was Easton Stick. How many times? It was Easton Stick. Easton Stick. Nelly had it ready to go, and I didn't even know you guys were going to bring that one up, but obviously you guys did. You're conspiring behind my back. Conspiring. No, I just think that's ridiculous.
Stick.
Yeah, that's how you say his name. That's how you say his name. I looked it up.
Some anonymous personnel people in the NFL gave Jeremy Fowler of ESPN their unvarnished comments. I'm going to put that in air quotes about Russell Wilson for an article written on ESPN. I just want to read 2 of them because they're, if I put the right 2 here, they're kind of polar opposites. One AFC personnel person said, quote, he actually played well during their midseason streak. He's still a good quality starter. He can still make all of the throws, still mobile. Honestly, his skills haven't declined that much. It's more about the fit as a person. His teammates seem to like him there. Here's another one. Physically, Russ is declining, and his deep ball mobility and overall accuracy are fading. I think his career arc is unique because he's basically an older version of his younger self in Seattle. He needs a strong running game and defense once again to be a serviceable starter. You have the floor.
I'm sorry. Did you just say that someone literally wrote he's basically an older version of his younger self in Seattle? Like, of course he is. That is probably one of the most ridiculous statements I've ever heard. What is that supposed to say? We are all older versions of the younger selves of ourselves.
I think they were trying to say that, rookie Russ is different from peak Russ to where he got in Seattle. And so now he looks like the older version of how he entered the league as a rookie.
Oh.
I think that's what they
I
mean.
hope
but
so.
I agree that is a strange way to word that.
Yeah, that's worded very, very I don't know, misinformed, I guess.
Do you think he has a lot left in the tank?
No. No, I don't. Okay. And I can still like him and be honest about what I think about him. Do I think he has a lot left in the tank? No, I don't. But I think he has more than we have given him credit for. Okay. Why are you guys laughing? Are you guys like texting behind my back right now?
No, I'm just asking questions. That's what I do.
Okay.
I ask questions.
I don't think he has a lot left. Do I think he has another year or two as a starter somewhere that could actually help their team better than Jared Stidham? Yes, I do. Dempsey, you now have the floor.
I think he's going to look good in a Minnesota uniform.
Okay, I'm fine with that. Minnesota's fine. Minnesota's fine.
Okay.
Poor guy.
Some teams with some quarterback openings, theoretically. I mean, Minnesota, it's Kirk Cousins. He got injured, and obviously during the season, but his contract was up.
Yeah.
So, do they want to re-sign him? Can they re-sign him? Are the dollars going to be too high? Russell Wilson's dollars wouldn't be as high as Kirk Cousins, not anymore.
So, you know what I think we have to look at when we are trying to figure out where Russell Wilson would play well is the head coach.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's been the topic. That's been the storyline for the last 2 years. Nathaniel Hackett and he didn't work. Sean Payton and he didn't work. Do we think Kevin O'Connell will work with him? Actually, yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I do think so because he's got kind of like a fun side to him, but he's still all business, right? He's kind of like in that middle. I think at one point Scott Hastings on their show after us a couple weeks ago was like, in the climate of the NFL these days, you either have an asshole as a head coach or you have like an incompoop, for lack of better words.
Mm-hmm.
And which one do you want, right? And I think most of them and us decided we'd rather have the asshole as the head coach, which in this context would be what we have currently here in Denver. But I think that Kevin O'Connell kind of sits in the middle of that.
Yeah, probably so. And, it's interesting because I think the relationship between – I think it's really just kind of Sean Payton looking at this guy and saying – I think there's a couple kinds of coaches out here. One is the type of coach that just says, you do what I do, you do what I say, and that is it, or you got to go. There's another type of coach that is a little bit more, I would love for you to do what I say, but let's have this be a little bit more of a teamwork situation to come to the best situation for both of us. And that's, I think, the coach that Russell needs. And that might just be Kevin O'Connell, because and he's the kind of coach that gets a lot out of quarterbacks. I mean, Kirk Cousins, if you could look back over his history, I mean, he has thrown for a lot of yards and touchdowns. I clearly understand that. I promise you I understand that. But he was also really impacting winning for the Vikings. And I think Kevin O'Connell is really, really good at that. That might be the type of coach that he needs because what Russell has proven that the last two head coaches that Russell has had, one, he didn't have the respect for,
right.
And that's Nathaniel Hackett. Nathaniel would just say, hey, you know what? Like, can we just run these plays over here? And he'd just run those plays over there and just wouldn't care. And then Nathaniel Hackett would just look at all of us and go, but he's such a great guy. Like, he's amazing. This is fine.
Yeah.
But so you have to have some respect for your head coach, which I think he ultimately had for Sean Payton.
Yeah, I agree.
He talked openly about, hey, I want to come and work. I want to work with this individual. He's the real deal as a head coach and as an offensive play caller, all the things. And then Sean Payton couldn't get through some of the things he was asking Russ to do that Russ wasn't doing, and he just took such offense to that he was just washed his hands of the situation.
Right.
Got to go.
So you think it
Two
was
lattes in the morning, 40 minutes later, I'm regretting it.
Yeah.
So you think it was a Sean Payton problem?
I do.
Then why are you so hard on Russell Wilson?
Because he deserved some of the. How hard was I on Russell Wilson? Was I super?
Every time I come in here, you guys are like, so you still like Russell Wilson? Like, as if nobody else likes him. I'm like, what? So now I just feel like I have to defend him all the time. Your hot take is that you don't like any. And you also just asked me, and don't act like you didn't have your own opinion on this one, how much he has left in the tank, which makes me think you do not think he has much left in the tank, Dempsey.
I don't know what he has left in the tank. You know what? You know what's interesting? Here's my full evolution.
Okay, let's hear it.
On Russell Wilson.
Let's ride.
When he arrived, you couldn't tell me that he didn't have things like he didn't have more left in the tank. Because there was a little bit of that coming out of Seattle, which was, I don't know, like, is he really the same player as he was going to, and I just looked at you and I just give you the hand. And I just said, no, he's got so much left in the tank. He had one losing season in his entire career, and his finger was messed up. And like that whole season kind of got derailed for, reasons beyond just he wasn't ineffective on the football field.
Did you really hit Kim with the talk to the hand because the face ain't listening? Did you really?
Yeah, he did.
Give her that for Russell?
No,
Wilson?
to everybody else.
That was to everybody else.
That
was to the general everybody.
Crap.
Yes. So last year, but Nelly, I am not beyond giving anybody the hand.
Now I'm going to get it for
because
sure.
the face don't understand.
That's right. But then last year happened, and last year when he was supposed to do things his way, Russell Wilson his way, and that fell apart and I basically just crashed and burned. I started looking at the situation and looking at him as a player, and I thought, okay, well, there's an element of this that he just bit off more than he could chew. He thought he could be the guy that you could just put a team on his shoulders and he would throw that team to victory. He wasn't that guy. And then late in the regular season, when they fire Hackett and he starts basically kind of reining himself in, and like Rosberg and whatever game plans they were putting on the field at that time. I mean, he looked good in a couple of those games, and I just think the Arizona Cardinals comes to mind in my head. I would have to double check that, but he looked like a better version of himself. Is my point later on in the season. So I entered this season thinking, okay, but if you can just live in that space for the most part this regular season, then the Broncos should be fine, and he should be fine. But despite having really good stats, what I just saw in an offense was like, and look, you can say, and we will see this happen on the text line, it was more than just Russell Wilson. Yeah, that's true. But he is the quarterback. And when the offense is that inconsistent and he fumbles and there's just like weird, you couldn't string together consecutive possessions where it was, really you scored and it was productive and you looked like an offense that was kind of dynamic, and maybe you had to really deal with the Broncos offense. That to me almost always begins with the quarterback.
Yeah.
And even if you have some talent that should or could be upgraded around that, what is the head of the snake doing to make everyone else better? And over the course of the season, I didn't really care what his stats were because the offense looked terrible or average. Not terrible, but average, because they did average more points than they did last year.
Yeah, there were just no explosive plays, right? That's kind of what I think back to this season and last season is how many plays did we have that were really just like getting the crowd going at Mile High, that we were standing up, oh my gosh, like this offense is on fire. There wasn't a whole lot of that. So I guess when I look at Russell Wilson and when you ask me the question if I think he has more left in the tank, him personally, yes. It was the offense around him that I automatically go to. And I know you're saying that is all there and you understand that, but that's not what we're talking about. So I think we do have to separate it when we're talking about Russell Wilson and what he has personally, because it's easy to bring the rest of the offense into it, just because when I think about the Broncos and if they were successful and what I wanted to see, it's the explosive plays on offense in general. Yes, they all start with Russell Wilson. So you're totally right there. It starts with the head of the snake at Russell Wilson. The quarterback is the guy making these decisions, making these plays. But it takes the receivers to get open. It takes the running backs to have good blocks, like whatever have you. And so that's, I guess, why I just don't like blaming it all on Russell Wilson. But you are very right in what you said, and you just explained it very well, that we're used to seeing a Russell Wilson in Seattle who can go out there and he's like a Patrick Mahomes or a Tom Brady, and if the game's on the line, he can run you down the field, he can throw you down the field, get you to the red zone, score, and win. And there just wasn't a lot of that. There were some games that did happen, especially in this 5-game streak this year. But you're right that we didn't see enough of that type of Russell Wilson that we saw in Seattle for me to, really say, okay, yeah, he would have been totally fine here the next 3 years. So I'm with you on that one, Dempsey. You got me. You sold me on that one, okay?
Okay.
I'll give you that.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Patrick Mahomes it's an interesting comp because obviously we're not saying that he's Patrick Mahomes.
No.
But here's where I think it's the point. like who are the wide receivers for Patrick Mahomes right now?
I mean,
do
not
we know
many.
them? Right?
No.
You know what I'm saying?
Not this year.
They dropped all the passes, didn't they?
Yes.
And they made all the mistakes all season long. And just yet somehow Kansas City continued to be able to win these things.
True.
And they still, while this is not nearly the offense that it used to be, Travis Kelce's not even the player. He doesn't look like the player he used to be. They continue to be maybe the most dangerous team still. Now their defense is amazing.
Yeah.
But
people have been talking smack about Patrick Mahomes also because of
because he's blowing up on the sideline on these people.
Well, that too, but also just saying, he hasn't played well. I mean, look at how he played in Denver this year. Okay, you had the flu, whatever.
Yeah,
I had the flu and I still would skate. Like, don't give me that.
Yeah, the Broncos were one of the few teams that really made him look bad. And it's more to the story for him as well.
Yeah, it's not really comparable. You're right. It's a tough.
But he finds ways to get that offense to score something as consistently as they possibly can. And I think that's maybe what I want to just see out of Russell Wilson that we never did see.
That's asking a lot.
And maybe somewhere else we'll see. Maybe it's in Minnesota. Maybe it's in Atlanta. Who knows? We shall see. All right. Let's take a quick break. Come back with Nellie's NFL Notes. front door.
Yeah, we're
Yes!
sponsored, baby. Let's go.
I was going to say,
Nelly!
that's a new little intro. I love it.
That's amazing. That's
Is that a
amazing.
surprise to you, Dempsey?
Yeah, that's the first time I heard that.
Nelly,
That's amazing.
Congrats.
What can I say? I'm in showbiz. I like a dramatic reveal.
The glow up is real. The glow up is real.
And I can tell you that Nelly's NFL Notes is brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand, mountainhighappliance.com.
So good. If you weren't behind that glass, I'd be giving you a big hug right now, Nelly.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Amazing.
All right, what's story number 1?
Someone that you and I didn't exactly give a big hug at the beginning of the show was Russell Wilson. We have been known to clown him on this show from time to time, and Kim took umbrage to that, as she usually does, and said that there are still people out there in Broncos country who are fans of Russell Wilson. It's not just her riding by herself.
Thank you.
And as you know, on our Altitude Sports Radio app, there's that little microphone button at the bottom. You can hold that down. You can send us a voice message. Well, Kim, the other member of the Russell Wilson fan club, actually sent us a voice message. This is Guy Ferrari is the name he gave us, letting you know that you're not alone.
Kim Becker is right. I supported Russell Wilson from when they traded for him. And if you think about it now, if they get rid of him, they're going to set the Broncos back another 5 years. That's what we're going to go through. Another 5 years of the same thing. And everybody's cool with that? It doesn't make any sense to me.
My guy. Guy is my guy.
I love it. First of all, thank you for leaving us a voice note because that's
Absolutely.
amazing. We love to hear your voices.
Love that.
Part 2. All right, Kim, let me just ask you this.
Here we go.
Is Russell Wilson leading if he were to stay, can he get the Broncos to a Super Bowl? Russell Wilson.
Yes.
You don't even believe it. You don't even believe
No,
it.
I'm going to say yes because I'm going to stay true to my opinion here. Yes. The caveat is better than anybody else that would be a legitimate option for the next few years. Guy is right. We're going to be set back 5 to 6 years here in Denver with this NFL team that resides in this city. If they move on, if they change it up, if they keep Jarrett Stidham. And do I think that's what they're going to do? Yes. So I guess what I'm saying is all of you out there who are complaining about Russell Wilson, complaining about having him, didn't like what he did, whatever. Well, you're about to not like what's going to go on for the next 5-6 years. Guy is right.
What if they get Michael Penix?
Do you think that Sean Payton's going to be like, yeah, sweet, Michael Penix, get in there under center. Let's go. Let's get to the Super Bowl. No. What rookie quarterback have you seen come in and take their quarter? You're going to say CJ Stroud, aren't you?
You can see my eyes just light up. Yeah, I'm going to say CJ Stroud.
Dang it. I bit my tongue on that one. I really did.
Look, Michael Penix is not CJ Stroud.
I was thinking of Bryce Young, and we all know what happened there this year, guys.
Exactly right. No, you know what? You know what I think gets a little convoluted about the Jarrett Stidham piece is I think a lot of people have taken the view that the Broncos might view Jarrett Stidham as the actual answer at quarterback.
Well,
I don't think they view him that way.
And possibly not, but Jarrett Stidham views himself as that way. You heard what he said in their postseason.
And he should.
You're right. So I guess maybe people just take that, and I am maybe speaking on his opinion there too as well, and maybe I need to correct myself a little bit there, but we all saw Michael Penix. He didn't play that well in the championship. Are you really that high on him? Are you as high on Michael Penix as you were on CJ Stroud? Or were you even high on CJ Stroud?
I really wasn't. I wasn't that high on CJ Stroud given the history of Ohio State quarterbacks in the NFL.
Do you think DeMeco Ryans and CJ Stroud, that relationship has anything to do with what's going on in Houston this year?
Yes.
Me too. Do you see Sean Payton and Michael Penix having the same type of relationship? No.
Maybe?
I don't
Question
think so.
mark.
There's a lot of different variables here, people, okay? We're just trying to talk through all of them.
Yeah. Yeah, Eric brings up a good point. Joe Burrow did pretty well in his first and second seasons too. Yeah, he did. It can be done. I think that I don't fault the Broncos for wanting to see what Jarrett Stidham looks like.
Okay.
I don't think that they think that he's necessarily the long-term answer, but also the question is, I wonder if they think that how close they think they are to, making a deep playoff run. I always use
What's the question?
Yeah, I always use the Super Bowl around here because we win Super Bowls around here. The Broncos, that's what they do.
Okay.
They get there and they win them.
That's true.
And so I still think that that's the standard. And if you're saying that Russell Wilson can get you to the playoffs and that's great, well, hi Baker Mayfield. Yeah, it's great, but I want a title around here. That's what I want. I want the Broncos to have a title. We'll
You
just
think
see.
Michael Penix Jr. is going to get you that title next year?
Well, not next year, but it wouldn't be 5 years
So
down
we're
the
not
road.
in a hurry.
Yes, we are in a hurry. But the process is the process, Kim.
All
the
right.
process is the process. What's next, Nick?
Nelly, let's go. I'm over this.
Wow.
Keep
All
moving
right.
here.
Beck says
Keep the pace up, would you?
we're on to story number 2. This hangout area that we have next to the studio, is it still the bullpen?
Yeah,
It's
the bullpen.
it's not the sports lounge or something in the new fancy studio.
It might be the sports lounge.
Well, anyway, the bullpen sports lounge. I was in there after the show the other day, and during a commercial break, D-Mac came in, guns a-blazing, and he walked up to me, myself, and Josh Grismer, and he asked us, "Is PS2 tradable?" And my gut reaction was to say, "No, I don't think he's tradable." And D-Mac said that you would trade him potentially to move up in the draft to get a higher draft pick to get a quarterback. That is the only reason that you would move PS2. And he rattled off some reasons why he thought that was a good idea, and it got me thinking. And then earlier today, we had Nick Kosmider on the show, as we do every Thursday, and he spoke on that exact subject.
We've seen a couple of those in league history of a dynamic all-pro type young player getting traded by a team that really needs to add the draft capital. But if you look back at what the Jaguars got for Jalen Ramsey, it looked like such a huge haul at the time. But when you now game it out and see what they've got and what that turned into, it rarely comes close to what you're giving up in the player. You spend a lot of time drafting players trying to get a player like Pat Surtain, and so I just don't see that as a reason to move him to get capital that you need. Yes, but to what end, right? To make your team quite a bit worse defensively.
D-Mac says yay. Kosmider says nay. What do Beck and Dempsey say?
I say nay. I've always been on the my opinion has always been do not trade Pat Surtain. I just why? And look, I can soften that a little bit if you're going to tell me that the Broncos get the number 1 pick in the draft, right? You're going to tell me they get the number 1 pick in the draft and it takes Pat Surtain to do that, and because I still do believe that quarterback is just because it's the most important position. If you move up and get the best one, that's the literal only circumstance, the only one. Other than that, he makes your defense better.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're going to get in the free agent market and have a average to bad quarterback or get a rookie quarterback, the defense is going to need to be really good. And your defense has potential to be, but it gets a lot worse if you don't have PS2.
Yeah, I say nay, and on all accounts, because what would happen if Pat Surtain was traded is we would be having this exact conversation about the defense next year, and we would have a crappy quarterback or a rookie who wouldn't be able to figure it out under Sean Payton and under center in his rookie year. So even that said, even if it's Caleb Williams, I think if he were to come in here, he would struggle a little bit in the NFL. It takes time to transition from college ball to the NFL. So you want that transitional period for the offense and for the quarterback, and then take it down a couple notches on the defense right now. If you trade Pat Surtain, I don't think there's a good contextual trade in it at all, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're thumbs down from everybody here. Thumbs down.
Yeah, and I mean,
Keep
there
PS2.
are people on the Twitch line saying, well, it sounds like a normal Broncos season to me. It's very true, and that's what we're trying to get away from, people, right? We're trying to make step forwards, which is not what we've seen lately.
8 wins. 8 wins can be
It
10
was supposed
next
to be
year.
double digits. It needed to be double digits, man.
Nelly, what's next?
Sorry, D-Mac. The tribe has spoken.
Yeah, that's right.
Baker Mayfield, you may remember, he played on the Rams before he was playing for the Bucs, and that was during the infamous day Christmas game when Russ burned what he was trying to cook. So after the Rams got bounced by the Lions, and then the Bucs won their playoff game, and they're set to face the Lions at Ford Field, Baker texted some of his old Rams teammates and just asked them about the game and what it was like playing in Ford Field. Across the board, They all told him that it was the loudest building that they had ever played in, period, end of sentence, new paragraph. That's how starving the city of Detroit is for playoff football. According to Rick Stroud of the Tampa Bay Times, the Rams-Lions playoff game at Ford Field reached 133.6 decibels, which is equivalent to the noise level of a 747 taking off.
Yeah.
Holy cow. Oh my
So,
gosh, I hope they were
good luck,
handing out
Baker.
earplugs.
Good luck, Baker. That's all I got to say.
That was, I think you said it right, man. That's a fan base that's been starved for not just a playoff game because, they were starved for a playoff game. Let's just start there. But now that we're here, let's win said playoff game because the team is good enough to do that, and you just get all of the. I mean, what is it? It's like 30 years worth of pent-up energy on that football team. Yeah,
text messages. But talk about a loyal fan base as well. You love that. Those are not bandwagon fans. Those are people who have been loyal to that team who's been disastrous for years to come, and now they're good. So I think that's awesome.
So there are these instances in Ball Arena where it'll get so loud that my watch will say, if you keep you're in a super noisy situation, and if you stay in this for like 10 minutes, it can promote like hearing loss or whatever. Yeah.
That's cool.
I could I can only imagine what the Apple Watches were saying in Ford Field because it was loud, and I would expect that it's going to be every bit as loud, this week against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers because why wouldn't it be? I mean, now they're like sharks, or there's like blood in the water. Like they want the next W in the playoffs and to watch their team move on to the NFC Championship game. So. Good for them. I'm with you, Kim.
Yep.
Good for them.
I think it's awesome.
What's up next?
Mike Tomlin is actually in a better mood today. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe I'm looking at the forecast in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania right now. It's about 31 degrees, partly cloudy, a little bit of snow due in the next hour. But for whatever reason, Mike's happier. And after the Steelers got bounced from the playoffs by the Bills on Monday, in that press conference, somebody asked him about his contract situation and if the Steelers will retain his services. And he didn't crack any sort of facial expression. He just turned around and he left the podium. Well, today, during his media availability, he had this to say instead.
Good afternoon. In a little better mood today, man. Anybody got any contract questions?
So good. So
As
good.
he should be. He had just lost a game. Of course, he's going to be in a better mood now. The 24-hour rule, people, that applies to media as well, I think. Jeez.
He was not trying to answer the contract question the other day, and then today just smiling. And look, for extra context to that as well, he informed the Pittsburgh Steelers that he definitely wants to come back and coach what is the final year of his contract. So, it was a situation, obviously, he didn't want to adjust. And Kim, you're not wrong, especially after a bad loss in the playoffs, a tough loss.
Yeah, you're done. Your season's done.
And then they come back and say that. I also kind of hope, like, if you also make that joke, just apologize to the reporter too. Just say, hey, like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that.
Anybody got any contract questions?
I don't think reporters. Do you think a reporter needs an apology for that? Like, we all know what we get into when you become a sports reporter. Like, you have to have tough skin. You have to have tough skin. You are speaking to people who are putting their passion and their livelihood out on the line, especially in a playoff game. And if you lose, it's over. Your season's over. That guy dedicates his entire life 24/7 to this team, to that organization, and they just lost. The season's over, and you're going to be asking about his next year. Like, reporters have to understand that you're going to get that emotion from coaches, and you want that emotion. That's what people want, is to see. Look at that tiny little clip of him walking off the podium. That went viral. Everybody found out about it. Had that person not asked that question, we wouldn't have known that. So you have to know what's going to come with it. I mean, good on the reporter. I don't think they need an apology.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, gosh. Well, that's where we differ. Nelly, break the tie here. What do you think?
Much like a reporter, I think you need to consider your source when you're talking to Dempsey. Have you gotten burned in a press conference like that before? Is this bringing up PTSD?
This is an emotional, personal.
Maybe.
Is this triggering your fight or flight response here?
Maybe. Okay. Here's what I'll say about that. If you the next day come back and you go, hey, anybody got contract questions? Here's what you're basically saying. Maybe I shouldn't have acted like that the first day. Like, if you're gonna acknowledge that you acted like that the first day by coming back the second day and going, oh, that was kind of cool, that was funny, huh? I was funny, it was great.
Okay, so you're
Everybody
saying
thought it
just
was
to make
wonderful.
him look better, you think he should have apologized. Not necessarily that the reporter needed an apology, but you think Mike Tomlin was kind of just trying to dodge a bullet there by saying like, oh, ha, 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 that's funny. I've acknowledged that I did something wrong. You want him to actually say it for his sake.
Yeah, didn't he just say it without saying it though?
Well,
You
yeah,
know
so
I'm
that's what I
saying?
mean. So do you need him to say it then if you said it without saying it? Do you really need him to say the words, I'm
Maybe-
sorry?
Maybe not.
No,
Okay,
come on.
fine.
Dempsey,
You
why
win.
do
Okay,
I
you'll
have
have
thicker
to-
skin
You know
than
what?
you right
Fine,
now?
you win. You win.
You boys are so soft these days.
You know who's not soft? UConn coach Dan Hurley. His team won a basketball game against Creighton yesterday, and he had a really funny thing to say about being number one. We will play that when we come back.
That's so exciting. Did you guys really not know?
Sometimes men feel angry or overwhelmed. So at mantherapy.org, men can deal with life's issues using tools like Aroman Therapy. Dim the lights, make yourself comfortable, and heat up some essential oils like the ones that emanate from a skillet of sizzling bacon. Now, take a deep breath. Mantherapy.org. Therapy the way a man does it.
This is Todd Frayton's heart. He's begun his wellness journey. This is its sound on a treadmill, at a slight incline, on a stroll through the forest. And this is the heart of Maria Sanchez, his physician. What's it doing here? A lot, actually, because when we partner with you, we don't just offer a strategic plan and status updates. We put our hearts into it, beat for beat. We call it the power of we, Intermountain Health.
Here's Bruce and Steve, the Williams brothers.
Today, consumers have a choice between natural earth-mined and synthetic lab-grown diamonds.
And there are important differences you need to know before you buy.
If you want to learn about all diamonds, come to Williams Jewelers, Denver's most trusted jeweler.
We'll educate you on the benefits and values of both and let you decide.
And because we buy all our diamonds directly from the world's finest diamond cutters and sell at true market pricing,
you can't buy a better quality diamond at a lower price anywhere in Colorado. That's the Williams Diamond Guarantee.
we even have flexible payment plans up to 5 years for qualified buyers.
The choice is always yours at Williams Jewelers in Cherry Creek North.
And Williams Jewelers of Inglewood,
where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines. In Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue between Fillmore and Detroit, and in Inglewood at Broadway and Bellevue.
Hey, Nick, I hear the best snowplows in Denver are at Lampert Hitch.
A lot of our customers tell us it's snow way or no way. The powered wings on a snow way plow are amazing and make plowing so much easier.
Plus, you guys have the most experienced pro technicians for snowway installation and same-day repair service for most brands.
Yep, but don't wait. Get on the schedule today. When it snows, move it with Snowway.
Lampert Hitch, bigger and better, at 55th and Marshall. They trade and sell used plows, too. LampertHitch.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Go to nomoredraftywindows.com for full offer details.
Linda, your house is so nice and cozy. Mine is so drafty and cold.
Our house was just like that. Then we figured out it was our old windows just letting hot air out and cold air in. So we texted Renewal by Andersen and took care of it.
New windows from Renewal by Andersen really made that big of a difference?
Yes. There was no way we were going to spend another winter freezing and paying huge heating bills. Renewal by Andersen solved both problems. Plus, they offer a 100% full service process. That's why they've worked with over 500,000 happy homeowners like us. And all we had to do was send a text to get started.
Text YEAR to 200-300 right now and schedule your free consultation with Renewal by Andersen online today. Plus, text now and get $359 off every window and $887 off every door. Don't wait. Text YEAR to 200-300 for no dollars down, no payments, and no interest for a full year with Renewal by Andersen. Text the word YEAR to 200-300. Text YEAR to 200-300.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. so you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know there's dust floating around your home?
Really?
Yeah. Dust starts on hard surfaces like shelves and ceiling fans. And when you walk by, dust starts to move, compromising the quality of the air you and your family breathe.
So, what do I do?
Get Swiffer Heavy Duty Duster.
All right, into the last segment of the program. So you remember when Mike Brown, the Sacramento coach, brought the laptop to the press conference to point out all the ways in which the officials messed it up for his team a couple of games ago? Well, he was fined $50,000 for that. $50,000. This it piqued my interest, Kim, because the going rate for, hey, I'm going to talk smack about the officiating after a game is $25,000. And he wasn't anywhere near, like, if we were to play his audio next to the Toronto coach's audio, like, those are two very different things. But the Toronto coach was fined $25,000 because that's what the fine is for talking, publicly criticizing the officiating. So in the NBA's statement, they said, it was not just for publicly criticizing the officiating, it was for also aggressively pursuing a game official during live play. Do we know how many times in an NBA game that happens a week? Like hundreds. They all do it. Players,
what's
coaches.
The difference?
Yeah, what is the difference?
Why is he getting $50,000?
I think he's getting $50,000 because he turned that laptop around and gave us all the video lesson.
He called him out.
Of exactly why the officials were messing that up.
With evidence.
Yeah.
Nobody likes evidence in
No.
these
Right.
businesses. Nope.
Right. Because even if you just pull what he said, I mean, I think he just said something like the officials have a very difficult job. I just wish they were more consistent with how they call this game because of this right here. But that right here is the NBA. And when I say that the NBA is trying to, like, the officiating in this league this year has been bad.
Yeah.
And they are trying to get their employees to stop saying that. That's why I think that $50,000 means. It's very, very interesting. I have not seen a fine like that for just kind of talking about the officiating, but now here we are.
Can he appeal that?
He could, but I'm gonna guess that he's not going to.
Just kind of let it.
Yeah.
Okay. Let the dust settle.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, that was interesting. Meanwhile, number one, UConn. They are the number one team, and look, we're about, what are we in, at the end of January now? So that would put us about
almost March Madness.
I was going to say about 8 weeks away from March Madness. The number one team in all the land is the UConn Huskies. The UConn Huskies beat Creighton, and Creighton's really good. Although we saw Colorado State smash Creighton too, but Creighton has risen to number 18 in the country. They went and they got handled by UConn in Storrs, Connecticut yesterday. But what I thought was very amusing was Dan Hurley's comments afterwards, and it was a normal press conference, right? You win the game. Tell us why you won the game. But then, kind of late in the press conference, a reporter asked him, said, "Okay, well, you guys are number one in the nation. What have you said to your team about how to handle themselves as the number one team? Because there's been so many of them so far this year." And this is what he said.
I mean, our mentality should be, again, like it's like carrying around a belt, man. It's like carrying around a UFC heavyweight belt or some type of WBC boxing belt, man. And you do got to treat it like when you're number one in the country, man. I just think that it's not going to have any bearing on how our season goes, regular season, Big East tournament, national championship, Final Four, Elite Eight, any of that. But it's like, somebody should have to pry it out of our lifeless body and our dead hands. I mean, we should play so hard to keep this thing right now that somebody's got to rip it out of our lifeless body.
Lifeless body. Speaking from the heart, baby. You love to hear it.
They're going to have to pry it from your lifeless body.
You know who loves to hear that, though, I'm sure?
Who?
The players. They probably loved hearing their coach talk about them like that. That's going to give them all the confidence boost in the world.
I love coaches so much.
I think it's so awesome.
They're the best. Let's just pry it from our lifeless body. Which nobody really has been able to do. UConn really, really good again. They are the defending national champions. They won it last year. They are really, really good again this year. Meanwhile, the Avs are back in action tonight at the Boston Bruins. What are we hoping to see from them here tonight?
Yeah, I think firepower on offense. I hope off to a really strong start would be good. The Avs lead the NHL and come from behind wins. I believe half of their wins, they have 29 under their belt right now, have been come from behind. This last one, they overcame that 2-goal deficit, 5 goals, and I believe it was 18 minutes and 58 seconds in their last game to beat Ottawa 7-2. I think just seeing a game where they start out and they control this game would just be relieving, not only for fans, but for the team. And I think that's something they obviously have the caliber to do. We just haven't really seen it lately. And I think it would just be very refreshing and relieving for them to get a game like that before they head home in they have a couple more on the road still, Boston,
and then Philadelphia.
And then they come home next Wednesday. So yeah, just to start out really strong. And the Bruins, I mean, they've had, I believe, a pretty good record at home. They're a really strong team right now as well.
13-3-3, I believe.
Yeah, so I think to be able to make a statement against the Bruins in the first period would be great for the Avs tonight.
Yeah, this was a matchup that in Ball Arena, the Avs won in a thrilling
back and forth though. That one,
absolutely, it was. It felt like a playoff.
Yeah.
I remember my take on that after having watched that was like, wow, that would be great as a Stanley Cup final. That would be a whole lot of fun.
Well, and that's a good point too, Dempsey, because in that game in Ball Arena, everyone said there were almost more Boston fans than there were Avs fans. So to turn it around and go into TD Garden tonight and have a really big, strong start to the game, I think would be great, because I doubt there's going to be that many Colorado fans there. I mean, Boston fans travel, but I don't know if there'll be that many Avs fans there. So that'll just show all the Boston Bruins fans in Colorado just even more what this team can be made of. So I think that would be great.
Well, yeah, and sweep the season series against one of the really great teams in the league. The Avs in a couple of the games already on the road trip, to Kim's point, they have come from behind. I mean, they have scored 5 unanswered goals in 2 of those games. They won them both, and go into tonight's contest 2-1 on this particular road trip. I'm with you, Kim. I would love to see not 4-2 or 3-0.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
Not a come from behind. Please.
Even though now look, I mean, if any team gets down, you want it to be the Avs. Like the Avs can they can basically come back from those kind of deficits all the time. It's just that we don't. When you play with fire, sooner or later you get burned, and that's what I don't love. I don't love seeing from this hockey club. But outside of that, the fact that this team is really never give up. They don't let go of the rope, right?
Which is hard to do.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, giving up at the end of a game, especially when you're down a couple of goals in hockey. I mean, it is not all the time that you see a team score even 3 goals in the last period. So to score 5 like that, to not give up, I mean, that speaks to the mentality of this team. So they've got what it takes. We just want to see it right away, not at the end. Don't let it get to that point, guys.
And if you're listening on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, obviously Connor McGahey, the golden pipes of Connor McGahey, will be joined by our Scott Hastings as well, because I was going to say the Broncos, but the Nuggets are also in Boston. The Nuggets will take on the Celtics tomorrow, but you get these moments in time where the teams cross over and are in the same city. and usually it's like the Nuggets play before the Avs, and so you get Mark Mosier on the basketball broadcast, but now it's the Avs playing before the Nuggets, and so we're going to get Scott Hastings on the hockey broadcast.
Get that shot out of here.
There we go. That's what we're going to hear. A lot of that tonight.
He should just say it.
Yeah.
Georgiev makes the save. Get that shot out of here. Hopefully we get a lot of saves from Alexander Georgiev. Kim, this was fun today.
It was so fun, and it's going to be even more fun the rest of the day. We got a few more great shows, and then tonight, I'm excited. I think I might tune in, no offense to the Avs broadcast on Altitude TV. I might tune into the radio side of things tonight.
Yeah, we got to hear it.
I think I got to hear it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's. I'm just interested to know. I mean, there are stoppages in play, so I guess there will be moments for Scott to really kind of elaborate. But I want to know what is he going to say?
I know.
I know Scott.
He'll add some color to it.
He's into it, but like I'm super fascinated to see how this goes down.
Well, you know how he is. He's just himself, regardless of what kind of microphone he's on. So I'm sure we'll hear a little fun spice.
Take a shot.
Take a shot. Kim Becker Thursdays.
Woo!
Thank you for being here. Steve Nelson, we love and appreciate you.
Somebody should have to pry it out of our lifeless body and our dead hands.
Yeah, dead hands.
We have to have that just on
hope
cue
they
at
do.
all time. You don't have to pry us out of your lifeless body or dead hands. We are out of here. PhD is next.
Let's get it. Roll call. We got Dan Tanner. I see Grizz back there. Tyler Columbus looking resplendent in the hoodie.
What's up? I showered.
And our guy, Scott Hastings, who I think is on a throwback of life, being at Broncos press conferences, of course, the NBA. I mean, come on, give me a break. And now going whole ball hog on morning skate covering the Avalanche. I mean, Scotty, my heart.
On the road, baby.
My heart grew, what did the Grinch say, 10 times that day or whatever it was?
Yeah.
We had the highest perspective of a Jared Bednar morning skate press conference from like an aerial view. It was like a drone view of Bednar.
Yeah.
From Scott Hastings with the Muggles.
There are a number of short people that cover hockey. I will say that.
Did you meet our guy Jesse for the first time? Who we've had on the show, Jesse Montano? I mean, Jesse.
What does he look like? I didn't ever go, hey, how you doing or whatever. But
he's the star of your video. Besides Bednar, it's Jesse.
Oh, so he was the guy standing in front of me. No, I didn't meet him, but I talked to him.
Yeah, he's my height.
So what's the plan? Are you doing the whole game with him?
I don't. Hey, listen, I don't know. I got dilemmas. If I want to ride over there, I can ride on the team bus. Team bus leaves at 4:30. That's 2:30.
No, why would you do that? That's ridiculous.
Why ride on the team bus with Moser and Connor?
That's getting to the game so damn early. I mean, do whatever you want.
The game starts at 7, but I'm thinking, do I do the whole full picture? Then then you get the pregame presser, and you get all
right.
Hey, if you're in, you're in. That's what I say. You're in.
You got on a bus with Connor this morning, so I mean,
that was kind of cool. But here's the difference. Here's why the only reason I'm thinking about that, because otherwise I got to find an Uber, get over there. Now I got to find a media entrance.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. You don't want to find your way in.
Yeah.
Wait, do you have a pass?
Well, it does. It doesn't really say my name on it, but it has a member of the Avalanche people.
There you go.
I was kind of excited.
The other 6'10" dude, right?
My first Avalanche, pass. And they go, well, it's so-and-so couldn't make it, and they messed up the name.
Oh, my God,
Now,
Scotty.
I will say that they even messed up on the pass Rycroft's name.
I saw that.
Justin Rycroft or something like that.
I saw that. That was pretty funny.
So they have some pass issues here in Boston. But, so, yeah.
Well, I mean, listen, after going.
I will say this. It's a little colder at a Avs morning skate than a Nugget shoot around.
So I say if you're doing the whole game, you got to get on the bus. You got to do the whole experience. If you're just making an appearance on the broadcast, show up as late as you possibly can.
I mean, okay, Scotty, but I've been to like hundreds of hockey games media-wise. You are going to be bored to tears for 2.5 hours waiting for that game to start, brother. I'm just telling you. I mean, do whatever you want, but
I know you've been to a lot, but have you covered them? There's notes. There's things I gotta write down.
You got all the names down, right?
Oh my God!
How many? Never mind. I won't put you on the spot.
Hey, I will say this now. And with all that garb on, and then they shower after the skate,
right?
And then you got a game. Shower after game. If you wake up in the morning, maybe you shower. I don't know, but anyway, right there when I walked in, right in front of me, I'm going, gee, buddy, Christmas. There's a dude in there that's just ripped.
Yeah.
And he ain't small.
I can guess who it is.
I talked to Cogliano just a little bit today. That was kind of cool.
Yeah.
Met Gerard. That was kind of cool. So. And then there's one other player I was talking to on the elevator, and I don't remember his name. I didn't recognize him, but he was American, so that's probably one of 3 guys. But I walked in the locker room, and I'm standing by Connor, and Moj is down there. And Moj, I'm going to tell you what. Do you think Moj is a fart in a hot skillet at the radio station?
Dude.
You got to see him at Av Skate.
I told you that story about him going in and get the boot, right? When his foot was hurting him or whatever. No. He is the king. He's
the mayor.
Yes. I mean, he is comfortable in that setting. How about that?
Yeah. So anyway, go to the locker room. We're just talking to Dean. It was right before we went, before I got Bednar. And this dude's in front of me, which, listen, I've seen them all in their, their sweaters and their uniforms, their kit, right? That's the only time I see Avalanche guys.
Yeah.
This dude takes his top off and takes off the pads, then takes a shirt. And this dude, I'm telling you, Tyler, we've been in a lot of locker room. This dude is
Greek God?
Ripped. I mean, I was like, OMG.
More or less of a Greek God than Brady Quinn.
Looks-wise, body-wise, 10 times more.
Okay.
Looks-wise,
What about compared to like Aaron Gordon, who I think is absurdly
More
ripped as
ripped.
well? More ripped than AG. Oof. Okay.
I think he's more ripped. He's not as big.
Okay.
But so now I'm looking at him because his back's to me. I can't see, and he turned around. Now I'm just seeing. I went up and rubbed my hands down his stomach, and I got this audio. Right? It's McDermott, and I went,
right.
Okay.
Yes, he is.
That's it.
Makes sense.
So you've seen that, right?
Oh yeah.
Am I lying?
No. And Val is. Well, you didn't see Val, obviously, but Val is very similar, too. But Curtis it's ridiculous. By far the biggest ripped sort of guy. Intimidating.
Now Googling
very
Curtis
intimidating.
McDermott shirt off.
Well, good luck on that. And he walks around with a bit of an attitude. Did you talk to him? Did you chat him or not?
Listen, I didn't know whether to drool or to run in fear.
I think you should have bowed up.
Oh, well, no. He walked by me, and I did go.
Right. But on that
Hey.
same vein, how many guys are just like normal looking, just,
dude.
like, hey, that's just a dude.
So there's probably, in fact, McKinnon was on the bus on the way over. Miko was on the bus on the bus we took over to skate. Them were regular sized dudes.
Well, Miko is 6'3", but Mac is.
Can I say when he walked by, regular sized dude.
Hey, all right.
Miko. Hey, no, hold on now. Miko's smaller than Jamal Murray.
That's true.
Think about that.
Yeah,
Think
that's
about
true.
it that way.
Yeah.
And Jamal on the basketball floor is a small guy.
Yeah, Nate's only
But
about 6 feet too, but he's got like 3% body fat. There's just there's nothing extra there on McKinnon. Did you meet or see Lehkonen? How small he is?
No, his locker. He didn't have anything in there.
Oh, okay.
But I was kind of almost standing right in front of Lekkonen's locker, his nameplate. But it was cool, man. It was cool. I got dress pants on. Had to wear a sports coat.
Why?
To get on the bus.
Because
you did?
Oh yeah.
Because
just to get on
Connor's the
bus, you
best
gotta
dressed
have a-
radio dude in America.
I didn't know there were dress rules to get on the bus, though. I was not
Yep,
aware of
there are
that.
dress code. There is a dress code to get on the bus.
Interesting.
And so, yeah.
Well,
Everybody
what do you
had
think
sports coats.
overall of morning skate? The whole process of morning
Well, you know what?
skate.
Say the coolest thing. Cogliano's the first guy on the ice, right? You've seen that.
Yep.
So there was a group, and I don't know if it was a tour of the TD Garden or what. There was a group of about 10 kids sitting up in a suite. And Cogliano comes skating out. And I don't know if these kids know who he was or what it was. They're probably all just hockey fans, right? And here comes a professional hockey fan. And they're going nuts, right? And they're cheering. He's got the pucks. The pucks come out, which I love that when they just scatter. He's going there and shooting on the goal, 3 or 4 minutes before anybody else gets out there. And every goal, these kids are just going nuts. I mean, they're like, going
That's
crazy.
fun.
And then there's more. A second guy comes out, more screaming. Third guy comes out, and they're going nuts. And they're just, they go up and down and just shoot the puck in, blah, 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 blah. Then a dude misses it, and you hear, oh. And I'm like,
It makes you jealous.
It had to be the time of the life.
The joy of the youth. It makes you jealous of having it.
And so that was, honestly, that was the coolest experience. Then you get to see, the power. They all got different uniforms, like 4 or 5 different colored practice jerseys.
Yeah.
So who was out there in the?
Do you know what they mean? Do you know what the different jerseys mean?
Well, I learned, Bo Byram's out there in the bright red, which means do not touch this guy.
Correct. All right.
So he was out there skating. The burgundy sweaters were second-line power play.
There you go. There you go.
The blue were defensemen. The lighter blue was first-line power play. And that's all. And then they had white. I don't remember anybody saying anything. The dude's wearing just the white ones.
White is kind of not quite ready yet, that sort of thing. So
you're not cool. The white means you're not cool yet.
Well, that means you're not on the PK or the power play, and who knows if you're really ready to go. And not many guys in there in the old white.
So there was dark blue, burgundy, a lighter blue, a bright red, and a white.
Yeah.
All on the ice today.
It's quite a I love morning skate. I think it's very relaxed. It's very easy. The players are super approachable, especially on the road. So, there's hardly anybody there. I love Bednar. He's very conversational. It's no big rush to get through it. And I think the conversating with the other hockey people is awesome. It's so casual. It's very social.
You know what the biggest shock was for me, though? And I know Tyler will appreciate this. Biggest shock for me when he walked by me and Bednar was like surprised. He goes, "Oh," you're like, perked up like surprised to see me standing in the hallway. He shook his hand, whatever. It's the first time I think I've seen Bednar that he wasn't coiffed.
Yep.
He's got the Bill cream in. He just got his hair.
He hasn't cut his hair yet, has he?
No, it's a little longer. His hair just, and he's still a fine-looking man.
Oh, no doubt about
But he's still just got his hair just natural and everything. Because I'm used to having
sexy.
that.
You got the grease in it. Yeah.
Yeah, the Dan Tanner Brill cream look, right? And, he hadn't done a little dab to do him yet, and just looked like a normal dude, man.
Cash Bednar. Not like the James Bond hero that we usually see behind the bench.
He's always James Bond at heart.
In the three-piece. But, and Bezzy is super cool. And doesn't surprise me that he had a nice little welcome for you, too. What kind of looks did you get today, seriously?
Nothing.
No big deal, huh?
I didn't think so. These guys are pro athletes. I'm a talk show guy. Come on now.
Oh, that's just so fun.
I don't do nothing.
It's fun, though, right?
So I get on the elevator going up. Mosier and I stopped. There's a Shake Shack across the way. Went in and Shake Shack. So we get in the elevator. The guys, they had food out for them, and they had gone and eaten afterwards and come back in. So we stop on the third floor. There's like 5 dudes jump on. And we're sitting there, and the guys get on. Somebody, Knowledge Mo, says something. Hey guys, me Scott Hastings with the Denver Nuggets. And all of them turn around and say, hey, how you doing? And then they see what bags we're carrying.
Nuggets.
One of them looks at Moj and goes, Shake Shack, Moj? See you're eating healthy again or something like that.
They know them all too well.
All right. Well, so the plan for you tonight is what, Scott? What do you think? What do you think your schedule is going to be like tonight?
Connor said, I don't know. Man, like I said, I hate Ubering over and Uber because now I got to figure a way to Uber back. Now I'm feeling like I almost bit off more than I wanted to chew. But I'm invited to the 4:30 bus if I want to do that. Otherwise, I can just Uber anytime, try to figure out a press door. Hope they don't try to match an ID up with the name on my badge.
Doesn't have a photo on it.
No. And then if so, I'm going to go up to the 9th floor. That's where they broadcast.
Oh, my
from.
God. Is that right? Oh, my Lord.
Yeah,
I saw that. Connor put that out. You were up there.
Yeah, you're up there. You're up there. It's the second time if I go in, and Connor said I could do as much as I want, and I told him I'll be a good monkey boy, stuff like that. But I don't know.
All right. Well, we're gonna have
cool.
We're gonna have Connor.
Cool.
We're gonna have Connor on at 1:00, and so maybe we can get a little coaching or whatever. And we'll catch up with what's going on with the Avs and see how they're doing. Big matchup. It's pretty amazing the similarities between the city of Denver sports and Boston. It's especially with hockey and basketball right now. It's crazy. Never mind the rivalry that once existed with the Broncos and the Patriots, and the fact the Rockies played the Red Sox in the World Series the one time they got there. But both cities with hockey and basketball are kind of going through the same thing at the exact same time right now. And I think it's great that you get to be a fly on the wall today, and then, of course, part of the broadcast tomorrow with the undefeated Celtics at home. 19-0 at home, those stupid Boston Celtics. So Gonna have a fun day with that.
Well, and I think aren't the C's like 18-3 at home or something like that? Or
The Celtics, the Celtics are 19-0 at home.
Yeah, well, the Bruins. I mean, the Bruins are like 18-3 at home.
I'll look it up, but they're real good too. I'll look it up, but I think point-wise, they're almost identical, if not exactly identical to where the Avs are right now. So the game that the Avs beat the Bruins the other day, one of their best games of the entire year. Really awesome game. So this is kind of the revenge game for the Bruins today. We'll see how it goes. And I heard Bednar, your audio with Bednar, detailing their crazy travel schedule. They've been traveling 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., all the days they've been traveling too, which is, it's good that you guys, the Nuggets have, today, I think they got to practice at Emerson University, one of 4 places I got accepted to. That's what Mosier and Connor should be doing right now, going to the Nuggets practice. They should be going getting some of that right now.
Make it Freaky Friday.
They actually got to really work today.
Right. Well, that's a fair point, too.
And Riker's sick, so Mosier got Riker sick. Remember, Mosier was sick before he left on this trip. Riker missed skate because he's sick in bed right now.
Is he going to be – do they need you for the whole game? Dude. Yeah.
All they got to do is call my name.
All right. Coming up next, though, and I have not talked to Tyler about this ahead of time, and I don't want to know until I know. But we got to get to the catwalk. We got to get Shiloh and Shedeur up there in Paris, and I've talked to a couple of buffs and their opinion, but I do not know what Tyler's going to say about it, Scotty. When you miss meetings and charity events to go strut your stuff and do Zoolander. But hey, CU football. We'll get to it coming up next. Hey, it's C-Mac for Mike Mulrooney Automotive. They've opened new dealerships in Boulder and Longmont, and we have great news for you. Buying a car, you need to be a smart shopper, and it's great to have choices. Well, Mike Mulrooney Automotive has you covered. Now you can get their lowest price and lowest payment on a new Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, and Ford. With over 1,000 new and used cars, trucks, and SUVs, you're sure to find the right vehicle at the right price. Where? MikeMulrooneyColorado.com. And as always, when you buy any vehicle from Mike Mulrooney, you'll get free delivery anywhere in Colorado and their money-back guarantee for your peace of mind. So easy to find. Mike Mulrooney, Buick GMC in Boulder. Mike Mulrooney, Chevrolet, Buick GMC in Longmont. Mike Mulrooney, Ford Longmont. Proud partner of CU Athletics. Shop online at MikeMulrooneyColorado.com. Oh. Give me my theme music.
Boom, boom.
Go. Well, I mean, it was pretty awesome to see CU have their first team meeting. Oh, welcome in Pat Shurmur. And then to see the entire team go out to the Denver Rescue Mission to volunteer their time and salute the holiday, Martin Luther King holiday, together as a team. Seemed like an amazing event to do all together. And just in the middle of all that goodness, and I saw some of those kids on social media with backpacks on going to the first day of school. I mean, it was really, really cool. And then on if you go through the social media, you see Shedeur and Shiloh walking the red carpet in Paris on a Louis Vuitton runway. So again, we had, volunteerism, first team meeting, and then perhaps the defensive and offensive captain doing their best Zoolander sort of move. So that was really fantastic.
Man.
Hey, by the way, the white sweaters are PK killers and other forwards. I just remembered that.
Okay.
Sorry.
What was that? Oh,
Sorry.
practice. Got it.
Now, I will tell you this. I saw Matt McChesney, who we love.
Yep.
And he was bursting at the seams because he hated it so much, but he just refused to actually verbally say how much he hated it.
Could you tell that when he put the hood over his head?
That's right.
That part?
You saw that. So Scotty saw it too. Now, and I talked to our friend Chad Brown, who tried to keep an open mind to it, but at the end of the day, he couldn't come to grips with it either. I have been told on social media, because I'm not a big fan of it either, I'm old, I'm a boomer, I get off my lawn, I'm yelling at clouds, I'm this, I'm that, I'm the other thing. And what I realize is you can't spell cult without CU.
That's right.
So,
true.
And I think it's obvious how I feel about it. Scotty, we'll get to you in a second. But as a former Buff, somebody who dreamed of being there his whole life, who's called games, we turn our lonely eyes to Tyler Columbus. And you've been part of it, and we haven't. So I'm going to back off the microphone and...
Yeah, man. I mean, listen, there's a lot of things going on here, right? Now, first things first. They're getting hated on for walking the runway. I'm not going to hate on them for that. Hey, man, somebody wants to pay me to walk down a runway, I'll walk down a runway. Anybody need a big and tall model? Big and fat guy, tall and skinny now? I'm happy to walk down a runway and get paid $100,000 to do it. So I got no beef with them having an NIL deal with Louis Vuitton or whatever the heck that was with Pharrell. Good for them. I almost got kicked out of the dang club last night on Twitter. I mean, I got kicked out of the Buff Club. I mean, everybody hates me. Everybody hates me because I put out a simple tweet. I retweeted the tweet that said, Deion Sanders gave his blessing to Shiloh and Shedeur Sanders to miss the first team meeting of the year so they could walk in Paris Fashion Week. I simply retweeted it, and I said, I hate to break the Buff code, but I don't like this move at all. Boy, did that not go over well. Now, when I say what I don't like about that move, it's not the fact that these guys are out in Paris. Cool, man. I'm glad that they're doing their deal. I honestly am. That's awesome, and I do think that's good for the program. Having guys out there doing things like this publicly, it's awesome. But what is the standard? And the standard's got to be the standard. So what I found out after the fact is that this was a quote-unquote optional first team meeting. Optional first team meeting, which the cynic in me, if I'm being totally honest, says would have been optional if his two guys didn't have a Paris runway walk at the same time. I don't know about that. I don't like it, man. I do not like the fact, hey, look, I guess this is get off my lawn as well. Back in my day, Scott, I think you'd agree with this one. When we had an optional meeting, when we had an optional practice, when you had an optional lift in the off season, that meant you could optionally keep your job by showing up. That's what that meant. You can optionally keep your job if you want to show up to this meeting or not. So, no, I don't like it at all. It's a tough standard, and here's the problem. So everybody on Twitter is saying, oh, he would have let anybody go out there and do that. Okay, maybe, but what's the cutoff? If for Shiloh and Shedeur, hey, man, they probably got paid $500,000 to go do this. I don't know. I mean, it probably got paid a stupid amount of money. Okay, so somebody else gets paid $100,000. Yeah, he'd probably let you do that too. What about the backup offensive lineman that has an appearance at the local ice cream shop that's getting paid $500 for an appearance? Right. Does he get an out for the $500 appearance?
Great
right?
question.
That's the stuff that bothers me on it. I know that it says it's optional. I'm just telling you, in football worlds, optional does not mean optional. Optional means you can optionally keep your job. So no, I don't like it. If I'm being honest, I hate what has happened to the CU fan base right now. Yeah. I hate it.
What is going on
there? And I'm going to go ahead and open myself up to in a wormhole here that I probably shouldn't do. That tweet last night when I put out, I hate to break the Buff code, but I don't like this move at all. I must have got 150 tweets calling me a racist for that, right? The 150 different tweets. And I hate that that's what this has become, that you cannot have a difference of opinion. I am a Deion super fan. This is the best thing that's ever happened to Colorado, all the warts and everything that comes with it. It's the best thing that's happened to Colorado in decades. But I freaking hate how divided it is. But the problem is most of the people that are losing their minds about this, calling people out, and certainly with the race stuff and everything else, whatever, they're not CU fans. They're just Deion fans, right? So I don't think like a lot of people said, Tyler, thank you for speaking your mind on it, right? It's just, for me, there's a standard, and that is a very loose line. Hey, you guys remember in the documentary that one kid that was doing after practice, was doing up downs, punching the bag because he missed a meeting, right? Okay, well, he missed a meeting on his own. Yeah. But what is the standard? There's got to be a standard.
Well said. Well said, Tyler.
It's not a good look, but I'm going to say it's not a good look for another reason.
Okay.
Because as Tyler just said, correct me when I'm wrong, that was an optional meeting, you said, right?
Yep.
Then how about have the optional meeting today?
Right.
Exactly.
Or tomorrow.
Right.
Or Saturday, and you avoid all the problem. Or you have the optional meeting on honestly, I have no idea what day of the week it is, Thursday. You have the optional meeting on Monday or Sunday, whatever. And you could have actually worked around this, and nobody would have been the wiser. And now when they appear in Fashion Week on Wednesday, we're all celebrating.
It's a great point, Scott.
So I know we're in a different time and the NILs and all that and whatever I got you. But it doesn't seem like you're doing it for your two stars. It seems like there's a different code for your kids and not the team.
Well, and that's the shame of it, right?
It could have been completely done away with by when you schedule a meeting. If they walked it on Wednesday, coming back here on Thursday, have the meeting Saturday morning.
No doubt.
Doesn't matter. It's all optional meeting. And to me, it's another example of the people running things up there aren't thinking things out, in my opinion.
I mean, that's a great point. I honestly didn't even think of that. You could have avoided the entire conversation. There would be no conversation if you just chose to have the meeting on another day.
But don't forget, you can't spell cult without CU.
Yeah.
They have a bubble around them right now of people just telling Deion whatever he does is awesome. And if you watch that documentary, he's brought like 4 or 5 guys with him for the past 20 years. That seems to be their primary job.
See, but here's the thing, and what I started this with, Deion Sanders is the best thing that has happened to Colorado football in decades. All the warts and all of it that comes with it. I would take all of this, the problems, the distractions, the conversations, whatever like loose ends are going on in the coaching staff, whatever drama there is, I'll take it all. I'll take all that drama to have this right now because we have never had this attention before. But it's okay to say that you don't like something about a team that you love, right? That's okay to say that. I love the Colorado Buffaloes, man. Are you kidding me?
Of course.
Like born and bred a Colorado Buffalo. That is like my entire life. But right now, with the Deion conversation, what I don't like about it is so divisive to have an opinion about anything going on in the program.
Well, it's 3 for 3 with ex-Buffalo, Scotty, with Tyler, Chad, Ches, all feeling basically the same way.
See, but let me ask you, like, was Ches about the runway stuff or was he about the meeting?
He couldn't. You got to see the video. It's hysterical. He really did try to pull his hoodie in front of his face because he just didn't want to talk about it at all.
Yeah.
I mean, he's screaming at people on Twitter for missing a 5 a.m. workout to, pass block.
Right.
You think he goes with this? Give me a break. And nobody wants to be associated more with CU than Ches for the right reasons. He's trying to get kids there and do the right thing. So, but he's also trying to get kids to Nebraska or whatever, you know?
You know what? Generally speaking, I actually like the fact that Deion is putting the kids first. I really do. But there has to be a standard, and I don't know how you control this now, because what does the standard become? If everybody needs to have their opportunity in the sun, right? And if one kid has an opportunity to make $1,000, $10,000, or $1 million, right? That $10,000 is as much as $1 million to the other kid. That $1,000 is as much as $10,000 to the other kid, right? So now, where does it end on a kid that needs an opportunity to make the appearance at the car dealership?
Right.
But hey, coach, I'm only getting paid $500 on this one.
Yeah, I'm at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. I'll help myself there. Making an appearance on Monday. I know we have a team meeting, coach, but it's $500 for me. I gotta be there. That's cool, right? Well, we'll see, because in the documentary, there's a kid on the phone with his aunt praying before a game, and he wasn't in the rah-rah session in the locker room, and he gets belittled and ripped to shreds by Prime for that. Also in that documentary, kids doing the up-downs you talked about. There's another offensive lineman, poor kid. He's getting ripped to shreds in terms of his accountability for whatever poor play he is. Deion in the documentary called his kids quitters after the Washington State game. And this was all approved by Prime to be in the documentary. So we have a standard where your kids get to do whatever, I guess. Meanwhile, we're going to use other kids.
Well, hold on.
In terms of
let's be fair, though, because we don't know for a fact that he's just like, I get it. Like, Scott's so right. You could have avoided this entire thing by moving it one day. Right now, what makes it feel ugly is that it was his kids on the very first team, on the very first meeting, right?
That's right.
Okay, let's give them a chance, though, that if other kids have the same opportunity, that they get the opportunity to go out there and do their thing as well.
Enough. Not only his kids, that just happens to be. He's going to have to deal with that, as long as he's there and they're there. But it's your starting quarterback.
That's right.
That you've allowed to go also. So there's a whole lot of veins on that. Like I said, to me, he probably didn't see anything wrong with it, but why? What would have happened? It would have been interesting. Maybe they'll do a documentary this year. If 6 or 7 dudes said, "Hey, those guys ain't coming. I'm gonna hang back. I'll catch the second meeting. I'm gonna miss this one too." So I don't. It's not a good look. I don't care how you fell on it or feel about it. It's not a good look, and it could have been done better administratively by just saying, "Hey, we got this." These guys got a chance to go over there with Louis Vuitton and make $100,000 and actually walk on the Paris show. I'd like to go there and be able to support them too. So let's do that meeting on Saturday. We're going to have our first team meeting, make the announcement. First team meeting Saturday morning at 11 a.m.
Sounds good.
Yep.
You can go to the Denver Rescue Mission another day as well. Keep doing the charity stuff. Be smart. Listen, the NCAA gives you a certain amount of time that you can do stuff. It's up to the coaches to figure out what window.
The charity stuff doesn't bother me. I mean, skipping the charity stuff to go do NIL, that doesn't bother me. It really doesn't, man. You got an opportunity to go make money. You could do charity stuff at a different time. It's the team meeting that bothers me, not the charity stuff.
Well, they all went to the charity stuff as a team, though.
I know. But listen, man, I mean, if kid... You can always make up time doing charity stuff. You can't always have an opportunity to make money.
Well, to Scott's point, you could have done those things anytime you wanted to. You didn't have to do them right then and there. And you're right. It does look bad. It looks like a double standard. I'm having flashbacks of Dan Hawkins and Cody Hawkins all of a sudden. You got Pat Shurmur, who we can't stand and we think is a feeble football mind anyways. No defensive coordinator, and we believe. Okay, you know what? It's so easy. And for this, what we're talking about right now, we're going to get destroyed all over the place. We know it's about to happen. But whatever. Are we going to be honest about stuff or not? I mean, what do you really want? Do you want to live in a bubble where everybody just tells you everything's great? Or do you want some honesty about stuff? And about championship habits? Hey, man, guess what? We have covered the Nuggets. We have covered the Avalanche. Tyler, you were on the Broncos winning a Super Bowl. I think we know a little bit of something about championship habits. Yeah. And right now, when you see what's happening at CU to kick things off, and by the way, this is when things kick off. I don't know if people understand these kids are in college. You have them for a fall semester and a spring semester. This is the start of it. So whatever, man, because we can go back to what we were doing with CU, which is ignoring them. If that
that
feels
ain't gonna happen
better.
as long as Deion's there.
Well,
that will never happen.
It'd be easy for me to do. I'll tell you that.
You won't. You won't.
Enjoy it for another year.
You think? Are you making that hot take?
Here you go. Straw poll.
Yeah.
Is Deion Sanders running the first meeting of next year's spring ball?
I think the timing of that question is not going to come out well.
Wow. You want to put that up, Scotty? We can do it. Dan Tanner.
I'm the more this goes, I wrote you guys this when you put that out there yesterday. I said, dude, this just feels like me. This is a coach. He's gone after this season anyway.
Okay, so yes or no poll. At the first team meeting next January, is Deion Sanders there? I mean, right? I mean, is there anything? Well, he might have a fashion walkway. I don't know. He might be doing something. Who knows? All right, that's. I didn't know where you would fall with this, Tyler, and I did not see your tweet last night.
Oh yeah,
it was ugly.
I'm getting crushed. I got my Twitter pulled up right now. I got tweets flooding in by the second about it.
I don't know how many people I've had to mute and just say I can't deal with you.
I just want to read what I wrote again, and this is the part that's bothering me about the Buff Fan Nation right now. I hate to break the Buff code, but I don't like this move at all. That's that polarizing. That's polarizing. Like, come on.
Totally agree. Yeah. We're all rowing the boat the same direction, and Chad thinks the same thing, and Ches does, and I'm going to guess the vast majority of Buff guys, old and young, feel the exact same way. But nobody's going to say anything up. That's what I heard, too. I don't hear any of his teammates complaining. Well, no kidding. You don't think every guy is intimidated by that coaching staff right now? You think anybody is going to be honest about stuff around there? Seriously. You think any media member who goes there on a regular basis is going to say anything critical? Heck, they're politicking for Deion as much as anybody else because you got to be in that little circle right there. Oh, my God. Good luck. That's what I got to say.
Here's the homer in me. I know we're trying to get out of here. Here's the homer in me. I say all of it, and I still want it. I still want this. I want this. I want this. I want this conversation. I want all of this. I want people talking about Colorado football.
All right, well, you may have to bring it up in the future because I'm not sure I want to deal with it.
But you said that about the documentary also.
I watched it.
And you loved it.
I loved it kind of in the beginning, but I was repulsed by elements of it later on because I'm not into bullying. And I know they're big and they're strong and they look all that, but
easy on the bullying.
Well, that's what it looked. Hey,
I'm not getting distracted here. I'm not going to get distracted.
That's what it looked like to me. Because you can judge it for yourself, but I'm happy to stick to pro sports because at the end of the day, I think Denver's a pro sports town. I do. And if you want to tell me Broncos, Avs, Nuggets next fall, Scotty, that's plenty. And you know what? Hopefully they win. But to everybody who's a hater, go watch the Washington State game and let me know what's going on. Okay? All right. Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy keeps his job. Sirianni keeps his job. Wow. Okay. And Belichick to the Falcons. Details next. Premier Heating and Air has been such a great friend to me over the years. My guy, Reed. I mean, it's a dozen years of Premier being in my home, helping me out, keeping my home efficient, comfortable, and up to date with the things that, a home needs. So during the cold snap that we had, if your furnace is working or not. If it's costing you money and it's malfunctioning, it can affect your family's health. It's not working at all. I mean, you got to be kidding me. Premier Heating and Air. Call them. Don't turn it into a popsicle. They're heating and air pros with free repair diagnostic. $49 furnace or AC tune-up, $1,000 trade-in towards new systems, 0% interest financing, and much more. All their equipment comes with a 10-year bumper-to-bumper warranty and a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Premier. Call 720-547-8009. 720-547-8009. PremierAirColorado.com. Check them out. PremierAirColorado.com. Well, I tell you what, man. If I were to look at the Twitch and the text line, no, I will. I'm just joking, but I saw some response already, Tyler, and it's just like, okay, but it's there. It's great to hear from folks. And Twitch brought to you by Safeway. Safeway is Colorado's local grocer since 1926. Proud to offer local products, including beef, produce, and other Colorado Proud certified items that have been grown, raised, or processed in Colorado. You support local when you shop at Safeway. Thank you, Safeway. How'd you do during the break there, did you?
I did good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
I went and had a quick phone call. Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, did you avoid sort of comments and things?
Twitter's a cesspool. It's always been a cesspool. It's a dangerous place. So you gotta delete tweets more than you actually send tweets. That's my advice to people. Delete more tweets than you send.
Okay. Are you guys surprised that it appears McCarthy and Sirianni have kept their jobs? Cowboys, Eagles.
No and no. I definitely thought McCarthy was going to get fired, so I guess I'm surprised. But I actually think it was the right thing for him, and I'm probably going to be in the minority on that one. Dude, man, it's a good football team. That's a good organization. It's a quarterback that's playing at an MVP level, and bad things happen. Like I guess maybe it's got a little Kyle Shanahan vibe to me, I guess. But that's a tough move to fire a dude. They won 12 games, right? Was it 12 games this year?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I think they were something like 16-0 at home.
Yeah, 12 games or 16 games.
Something like that, yeah.
It's a good football team. Now, listening to Jerry Jones after the game when he didn't have words. He's like, I don't even know what to say. It's the most painful loss of my entire career. Never experienced anything like this. I definitely thought Mike McCarthy was going to get fired, so I am surprised that he did not. Nick Sirianni, I think he should have got fired, so it's the complete opposite. I think he should have got fired, but I'm not surprised that he didn't. I mean, look, he's had 3 years out there with the Eagles. 2 of them have been a joke, like laughingstock. His first year and his third year were embarrassing seasons. In his second year, he went to the Super Bowl. But I would think that going to the Super Bowl buys you a little bit of grace, at least at 1 year's worth, so not surprised that he didn't get fired.
And they still won double-digit games this year. They just had such a falling off the last 2 months of the season.
Yeah,
right? I mean, didn't they lose 6 of 7 to end the season?
Yep.
And still won 10 or 11 games. I mean, in the middle of the year, everybody thought Philadelphia had kind of, if you go back to D-Mac's favorite things other than drafts, power rankings. There for a while they had jumped San Francisco in the power rankings.
Yeah, I mean they were 11-0. They started out the season. It was 11-0, right? 10-0, 11-0, something like that. I mean they were on fire. And then this is a meltdown to me. This is a more epic meltdown than what we did with Josh McDaniels when we started out 6-0.
Wow.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
All right, so how does that change the NFL landscape? The big rumors are Belichick's now going to go to Atlanta.
Had a second interview, right? Or they requested the second interview.
Is that right? It seems like it's almost a done deal. Dan Quinn, your buddy, is bumping around left and right. Not sure exactly what happens to him.
Well, if he gets a job, he'll take it this year because he's been holding out there in Dallas because I'm sure he was more or less promised he was the next man up. And now I'm sure he's frustrated at this point. Like, hey, I've been sticking around. So we'll see if he gets a job offer. I'd be surprised if he said no this year.
Gerard Mayo had quite the press conference with Robert Kraft there.
Yeah, talk about awkward. Holy cow.
What was your favorite awkward moment out of that press?
Well, see, I don't want to butcher his brother's name just like Kraft did, but you know what I'm talking about here?
I do, of course.
Okay, I don't remember his brother's name, so I'm not going to even attempt to say his brother's name, but Kraft said it, and then Mayo was like, let me fix that for you. And then he says, it's one of those black names. I got it for you. And if you looked at Kraft, man, he was uncomfortable. He was uncomfortable.
Mayo also said, I do see color when it comes to race because if you don't, then you're going to get yourself in trouble with other things. And I'm looking at a guy like, okay, like that's a guy in charge right there. That's a guy that, has a strong personality and looks on the surface, Scotty, ready to go. I think
they secretly put in his contract that if Belichick goes or gets fired, he's the guy next year. So they've obviously had an eye on him and liked him. Belichick brought him on. I read an interesting piece on him a week or so ago. Was actually running a successful business, right? Had become a businessman, was doing pretty good, and Belichick said, "You're too smart. You're too smart for that. You need to come coach football." But
so obviously he wasn't very smart. Then he went back to football.
Well, but successful business. He making $10 million a year in that successful business.
I don't think so.
No way. Yeah. Can you tell what guys have right away in terms of what they're all about as a head coach? Do you know it right away or not?
I would say not all the time. I don't know what Scott's experience has been, but. I'll use my 2012 Washington coaching staff. We had Kyle Shanahan, we had Sean McVay, we had Mike McDaniel, we had Matt LaFleur. You had Bobby Slowick there. Look, man, everybody knew who Kyle was. You know what his future had. Sean McVay was incredibly well respected, but he's younger than I was. Nobody on that staff was looking at Sean McVay like he's about to be the next whiz kid of the NFL. He had a bright future in front of him, but not like he's going to be a head coach in 2 years. Matt LaFleur was, a good guy. But then Bobby Slowick, he was like he was a defensive intern on that staff. Like most of those guys were running around. Mike McDaniel's running around hanging out with the players, not the coaches. You knew they were smart guys, but I don't know that I knew that any of those guys were going to turn into what they are today.
Scotty?
Well, it sure helps build your tree up, doesn't it, from just that alone? Yeah, not in press conferences. If you're going to try to judge a book by watching a soundbite, which is what this country's turned to, and everything we judge is basically on the soundbite, and why it's important that you probably get the right soundbite. But I think I'm pretty good if you can just have a real conversation and talk to the guy and go, okay, I see what this guy's about. Or you could see, okay, this guy got a little selfish in him. This will be interesting. I think we've come to a time in all sports, and you said something a while ago, D-Mac, about bullying and coaches and doing stuff like that, which used to be, I think, in the 70s and 80s, maybe even into the 90s, more apt than not to have happened. But I don't think you can be a BSer. And I think even the 70s, 80s with the bully guys, I think a lot of guys that were BS guys. And I've seen a handful, and it's not hard to pick them out. They're the guys that are never really to make the decision without getting a group involved and then quick to blame somebody else if it doesn't go right. You just got to be careful, man. Just got to be careful around them guys.
I know being around Hackett a little bit in the beginning, and not just press conferences, seeing everything was like, oh, no, man. It just seems too goofy. And it was. VJ, I don't think was ready when VJ first came in. I hope VJ does get another shot, but he just wasn't assertive enough. He just did not know how to put his foot down, and he just wasn't in that spot. Fangio didn't have a suit. All right? The guy didn't want the job. He wasn't ready for it. He didn't care enough about it. So he didn't strike me. But like Gary Kubiak, you're around Kubes for like a minute. It's like this guy is going to be in charge of whatever's happening in more of a quiet way. Shanny, same thing.
See, but the tough ones, like Kubiak, man, he'd been around the block forever. He'd been a head coach. He knows who he is. The harder one is identifying these young guys. Identifying Mayo. Identifying, VJ, guys that are first-timers. That's where the challenge comes in because Coops knows exactly who he is. Nobody's going to challenge him.
Let me ask you that. We saw DeMarco Ryan seem to work out, at least in the first year, right? Got a franchise quarterback, which worked out also and all that stuff. But is it getting to the point now, if you're a team hiring a coach, and it comes – through that Shanahan line, whether it's Mike or now Kyle, and now spreading out McVay, spreading out McDaniel.
Yep.
And if a guy is getting propped up and accredited from one of those guys, are you not seriously taking a deep look of who they are before you hire a coach?
I would way rather take a chance on a guy like that than a college guy, for sure.
Well, name one of those guys. Okay, I'd back it up. I'd say name one of Bill Belichick's proteges that worked. You can't. They
haven't yet.
There aren't any. Right?
They've had some good coordinators.
Sure.
But they've had struggles as head coach.
But now let's go to the Shanahan tree that's going on. Name a guy that came out of that tree that did not succeed. I think the least successful one right now is Kevin O'Connell. I'd take him as my head coach.
Kevin O'Connell. I think he's done great in Minnesota.
Well, it's been up and down. My point is I take him as my head coach, but I think he's had the least personal success of any of those guys.
Oh, yeah. Wow. That's a high bar.
They won 12 games last year with a healthy quarterback.
Yeah.
If that's your weakest link, you're pretty strong. No doubt about it.
D-Mac will remember I can't remember what coaching cycle it was, but Mike McDaniel wasn't on the radar for anybody. And I was standing on the table. Yeah. We got to go get this guy. Yeah. Nobody will hire him. You'll get him cheap. Nobody even knows who he is yet. And then lo and behold, he pops up out of nowhere, and he's the new whiz kid of the NFL.
I'm embarrassed that I didn't know who he was, considering he went to Smoky Hill High School in my backyard.
How do you not know who he is? He went to your high school.
I know. I'm embarrassed that I didn't, but I caught up for sure.
Yeah.
And
But let's say this also now. He's now at an interesting part for me in his career because he's just quirky enough you really, really like him. His personal story in overcoming addiction is a fascinating underdog story that you just absolutely love. But he's still got some answers, right?
He does.
I mean, that was another team that was just, I mean, maybe didn't implode as bad as Philadelphia did, but that was a team at one time that was rolling, and it's going to be Miami in the Super Bowl, and they kind of had a tough end of the season also.
Yeah, and not only that, Scott, not only does he still have something to prove, but everything that you love about Mike McDaniel right now, all his quirky things that makes him relatable, as soon as things are not going well, you're going to point to that and be like, see, I knew that dude was just too weird.
He's too loose.
Yeah.
He's too loose.
Scott becomes a hockey broadcaster coached by the magnificent Connor McGahey, who joins us coming up next.
Hey guys, you're out there feeling a little tired, run down, just not feeling your best. Well, if that's you, call Revitalized Health. Tyler Plumbus here. I called them 7 years ago, and I keep going back for 7 straight years because they're helping me look better, feel better, and sleep better than I have in a long, long time. Guys, my workouts go so much further than they once were before I started working with Revitalized Health. They're going to help you out with testosterone if that's what you need, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live, and you can find them online at revitalized-health.com.
Wood cuts to the net front. He scores! Reach for the sky! Miles Wood has his 7th goal of the season.
Going to Boston, baby. My hometown. Home of Peter and Eileen. Scott, are you going to have time to go visit my parents, Peter and Eileen, up in Ipswich?
No, your mom came by last night. But,
Hey!
Al Hastings wants a piece.
Don't talk about Eileen like that.
Oh, my God. All right, Connor McKay joins
See, when you
us.
put the name in front of it, it feels even worse.
I know. Hey, Connor, how are you, pal?
Boy, that was from the top rope, eh? Like, just Hastings out of nowhere with a haymaker. My God.
All right.
Hey, we're talking a hockey day. This ain't some soft NBA day. This is a hockey day.
That's right. Hastings is in hockey mode right now. That a boy. Go get him.
All right, Connor, take us through the experience of having Scotty out there at the morning skate and what we can expect later tonight.
It's a painful reminder of how short I am, pretty much. Is what it is.
Do we have a plan?
Hey, Connor, tell him the head of security, though I already got my hockey name.
So John Burbach, who's our head of security, great guy.
Yes.
So we're waiting to take the first bus to TD Garden this morning. And John walks up. He goes, who's a little guy? And so now it's like the president has POTUS, right? Like Scott Hastings, his code name is Little Guy.
Little Guy. Oh, that's good.
Yeah, for the day. Yeah. So good. But no, it's been a great day. Scott has been, it's been awesome hanging out because I never get to see Hastings, like, ever. You know what I mean? Like, we saw each other in the hotel in Dallas last year. They were literally playing that night. We had just checked in. But this is cool where the worlds have collided a little bit. I got to have dinner with a bunch more of the crew last night. That's the first time I've seen Kaz in years, I feel like.
That's crazy. That's wild.
It's not a gift of champagne. It's the only time I've seen Kosmitsky. So it's been a fun day, and yeah, it's the only press box in the National Hockey League where you need a flashlight because all the walls are painted black.
Wow.
But yeah, we'll be up there today, and we'll have a good time. I think, like I told Scotty, he can say as much or as little as he wants in between whistles. So it's totally up to him.
So it's not like, is he on the whole game? Is that the plan? Are you guys going the whole game?
Yeah, sure. I mean, if he wants to. I mean, I it's totally. I don't see why not.
Yeah,
here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. TV wants him too. TV wants you too. So I don't know what's going to happen.
Well, here's the whole thing. Rycroft is a little under the weather, so
Yeah, I know.
Who knows? Slap on over there. Anyway, Connor, let's get in a little bit of the broadcast tonight. Anyway, Pasternak. When you compare him to the Avalanche, we know the Avalanche guys how good they're good. How good is David Pasternak?
Well, he's good. I mean, he had a career high 61 goals last year.
Wait, time out for a second. Is this you trying to be a hockey guy right there, Scotty?
Pretty good.
Not that I want to avoid hockey talk, but
well, he had 61 goals last year. He's a little under pace right now with just 26. So he's a little under that pace right now, but he does have 35 assists.
Scotty, if you're gonna do this, just ask who's gonna fight Brad Marchand tonight, okay? I mean, just get to the stuff that really matters.
I want Scott to do it. I mean, everybody's wanting to punch that dude.
Hey, I walked in with Connor. I was telling these guys a while ago. And that's the first time I've seen McDermott without a shirt off. If anybody's going to fight anybody, that cat right there is the guy, period.
Well, there are very few people who can take on Nick Delorier, Ryan Reeves, Milan Lucic. McDermott's one of those dudes, and that's just what he does. And, most nights he doesn't have any customers because nobody wants any piece of that. And I don't blame them at all because you just see Adonis walking through the locker room who's also strong as an ox, and that's a tough combo. I wouldn't want any of that coming at me.
Right.
Dude, next time he gets in a fight, he needs to take the whole kit off. Like
they can't. They can't do that anymore.
The gears will come off. Yeah.
Well, I know why they can't do it because I worked for the Buffalo Sabres with Rob Ray, and he wouldn't buckle his gear. He wouldn't buckle it.
He wanted it to come off easy.
He did, and they had a rule, the Rob Ray rule, a tie-down rule. You have to secure your equipment so that can't happen anymore. Or that was the move, Connor, back in the day.
It was because and it had more to do with safety than anything else. Because as much as you'd want to show off the washboard and the cannons, if a guy could get a suspender, a shoulder strap over the head, you can't see, you're thrown down to the ice, you don't have your helmet on, and then you have a much worse issue than just taking a haymaker to the left jaw. You know what I mean? So, and speaking of Rob Ray, I know you spent some time around him. I have
a lot.
As well.
Yeah.
D-Mac, can you imagine getting hit in the face with that hand?
No,
it's an absolute hammer.
No, and he used to fight Ty Domi all the time, who again, Connor, is like our size. I'll just lump us together there; it's easier. But and Marchand is, he's a turtle. He's not going to fight.
He's not fighting anybody.
No, he's one of those pesky, annoying dudes though that you want to slap around, but you got to catch him first. But anyway, Scotty, I apologize. I interrupted your breakdown hockey talk.
Yeah, I think we should let these two. No, actually, you know what? I think we should let these two give us a preview of the game.
Yes, go ahead, Scott. Go ahead. Take it away with Connor.
No, it's two teams very similar in the standings. Opposed sides, east and west. I think Connor told me this today. A little revenge match, if you will, for the Bruins, who the Avalanche played as well as you could expect in that home win. So here we go.
Potential cup preview here?
To a lot of people, yeah, I think. I mean, that's a matchup that everyone would like to see. So let's make it happen.
Well, was it Boston last year or the year before? They had such that great season. Was it last year and then faltered in the first or second round? Was that last year?
Won the President's Trophy last year, yep. And Florida beat them. Florida... they beat Boston. They beat Toronto on the way to the Stanley Cup Finals. So, they took down all the big guns in the East. But it was one of those things where you almost saw it coming. You said you can't have a cakewalk of a regular season like that and then just waltz into the first round and then hop over people and sure as it was, it happened. So, but yeah, that was last year where they had one of the best regular seasons in NHL history, and they were out in the first.
Scotty, you got the keys to victory tonight?
Yeah, the biggest key to win the Stanley Cup is don't win the President's Cup. That's the first. That's the freaking first key. Quit worrying so much. I was talking about Dougie, and the NHL and the NBA right now are in the dog days. And I think, is it your All-Star break the end of January?
Yeah,
or something like that.
28th, and then we have sort of a bye week attached to that. So we're off the 28th through the 3rd of February.
And then you've got a heck of a road trip, another big long road trip right after that.
Yeah.
I would say after they come back from that road trip, that's when the grind, or I don't want to say the grind, that's when the laser focus starts coming into effect, the end of February and into March and part of April. But right now you're in survival. You want to fit things. You want to get things right. You're trying to win every single game you can, but you want to make sure guys are healthy over the next 6-7 weeks to make sure that push for the Stanley Cup at the end is going in the right direction.
Yeah, and that's why they're not rushing Lecky back. They said that it was a possibility that he could play on this road trip. It's looking more and more like Washington at the beginning of next week for the return of Arturi Lehkonen. Maybe Bo Byram the same, who was on the ice in what color sweater today, Scott?
Big bright red. Big bright red one.
Don't touch me.
Don't touch the guy.
No touchy. No touch. Yeah, exactly.
Only mama's hugs when you wear the bright red thing.
Hey, Tyler, who do you think travels better, the Nuggets or the Avs? Should we?
I'll tell you who I'd prefer to travel with. I'd prefer to travel with the Nuggets.
We're staying in the same hotel, by the way.
Are you really?
Oh, is that right?
Are you
Yeah.
Wow.
We're literally on the same floor right now. Yeah, but Scott,
Kroenke got to save some money. You know, he just bought out the whole hotel at one time.
Wait a second, Connor, you're on the same floor right now?
Well, here I offered earlier to take my headset over to Scotty's room.
Well, no, hold on. Connor, go knock on Scott's door and come on in so we can see you.
I'm not doing that. I don't know what room he's in. Plus, I'm packing. Anyhow.
All right.
I was going to do it earlier, but Scotty's Comrex was actually manufactured here in Boston in 1775, so there's only one headset outlet for it.
All right. In terms of pregame routine, as a hockey broadcaster, some advice for Scott. Pregame, what should he get ready for? How should he get ready for?
Well, I think the least amount of prep work possible is ideal. Just shoot from the hip. Just don't even
listen. I'm not Moser. Come on now.
No, so here's what I'm curious about, Connor. You don't have a whole lot of time here, but we know how hot. You can't see the numbers. Like, have you caught Scott up to speed on the mannerisms of Nate McKinnon, of all the players out there on the ice?
Hold on.
Yeah,
so let me. Yeah, we talked about it, and I got to see it firsthand in skate. So we're up on the 9th floor looking down on the ice, right? And Doug Menzies, who's been a longtime producer and now director with the Avalanche, is up there in our booth with Connor and myself. And they start talking. And all these jerseys, the whites, the dark blues, the burgundies, the bright reds, all the different colored jerseys they got going on there. The one thing they don't have is numbers. Not one sweater has a number on it, right? And they're sitting there talking about, well, look at this. I can't even hardly see the guy. They look like little ants down there. He said, well, McKinnon, look how he's skating. He's looking good. And I'm trying to find it. Look at Randon. And I'm like, so they keep having this conversation. Look at Georgiev. They're trying to get the pads right. Trying to get used to the black background. And okay, well, I see the goalie doing that. Okay, I got that one.
I got the goaltender.
And they keep talking about these dudes
it's crazy.
Who skate. And swear to God, I was like the tennis guy. the pucks, the ball's over here, and I'm over, and I'm like, and they were looking at it, and I'm opposite the tennis mats the whole game. And Connor and I talked about that before. He goes, I'm really good with our team. I can tell just by how a guy skates who he is.
Yeah, that's crazy.
How his body moves. I know who that is. I don't have to look at the number. He said. And for most of the big name stuff, I'm pretty good with the other teams too. But I'm down there. And he goes, "There's McKinnon." I saw him on the bus, but I didn't see him on the ice. I'm like, where? I'm. So hey, them dudes like Connor, and I'm not just saying it because he's here, and I love him to death. Artist. Frickin' artist.
Yeah, and some are Michelangelo, and some are Bob Ross paint by numbers. So there's Moj.
Hey, don't you dare diss Bob Ross.
Well, that's true. That's true. We'll put up some lovely little trees here. All right. Well, listen, pregame at 4:30 right here on 92.5 and Altitude TV as well. And then they drop the puck around 5. And what a day it's going to be. What a fun moment. I don't know how often this happens in the schedule. Does it happen once a year, or is this really that rare, Connor?
This is rare.
Probably one. Yeah, it is rare. I mean, Moj went on with Kaz as an analyst. I think that was last year in Toronto, I believe, or maybe the year before. But yeah, I mean, it's only a couple times. I mean, every 6 or 7 years.
Wow.
So, yeah,
wow.
Yeah, this is going to be great.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, and it's a great game too. Great game.
So
yeah.
Connor, 4:30 bus.
Hey, if they'll let you go, $4.30.
Well, you kind of got to do that now, Scott, and you have to dress like a hockey player, which you wear a suit jacket and a wool cap, a toque, which is what? Yeah, you got your toque.
No. Oh,
yeah,
I had it, brother. I had it on. I had it. Yeah.
And the stupidest look ever, because
apart.
You realize these guys, Tyler, go from a 5-star hotel into a bus that's parked outside of the 5-star hotel.
I've done the life, yeah.
Into the arena, and they have to wear
Inside.
a hat inside, and they all are wearing hats with suits. Like, it's not that cold, but they.
Oh, no. It is here.
Just ask Todd Bowles. Todd
Dude,
Bowles might
hey,
disagree.
I got a hoodie on in the room right now because I was chilled at practice, and I'm still cold.
No, see,
I don't know how to do it.
see, the hat is a vet move, just so you don't have to do your hair. That's all that is.
All right. Anyways, the suit with the toque is a
good call.
classic hockey look. So you got to get you can go turtleneck. You don't have to go tie, right, Connor? But in general, it's
100%.
tie. Yeah, one way or the other.
But we remember at altitude we had all courtesy of John Mitchell. We had an all turtleneck night about a month ago. I don't know if you remember that. So yeah, everyone went full turtleneck, and to cap it all off, it's the toque on top, because remember, it's
Toque
not
on
how
top,
you ski,
Scotty.
It's how you look in the lift line.
All
there
right.
you go.
All right. Okay. Well, have a great call with Scotty tonight. Thank
See
you,
you, buddy.
Connor. Yeah, Scott, you got to get on the bus now. I mean, you've gone this far with it. You got to go all the way. I mean, screw it. Maybe you're going to be bored for a couple hours, but you know.
Oh no, here's me, because I'm stupid like this. I'll prep. and you know,
Okay.
I'll prep, and here's my whole commentary. Oh my goodness, what a rush!
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you're being smart, don't do anything other than react to Connor. That's really all you need to do.
We have an ESPN article talking about what the Nuggets need to do before the trade deadline. Very interesting. Dan Tanner has a special surprise during No Dumb Questions for you, Scott. And if you want to jump in, 303-504-0925. This is PhD on 92.5. You know, I'm not quite there yet with the before and after photos, but I'm on my way, losing 18 pounds in about a month, on the way down, feeling healthier than I have in a couple of years, that's for sure. Thank you to Soda Weight Loss. SodaWeightLoss.com, where you can find thousands of Google reviews and study the stunning before and after photos. So I want to get there. I will get there. And it's, you know, sort of one day at a time, but it's becoming easier and easier as I work with the soda professionals, and they're encouraging and they keep me accountable in the right way. And I talk to Amanda all the time. And, you know, it's just a different way of leading life that is so much more positive than where I was at. So if you want to get on your own journey and join me and lose weight and feel better, 800-555-6521. 800-555-6521. SodaWeightLoss.com. Soda Weight Loss, state of the art. Let's go. You know, an odd occurrence in Boston with the Altitude family running into each other. Scotty, I saw some photos from, of course, it's probably an Irish bar. What else would there be in Boston? But some of the crew getting together. I don't know if you took part in that endeavor last night or not.
No, I stayed in.
Okay, being a good boy. All right, I gotcha. It looked like some fun was happening out on the road when worlds collided, though, last night. I'm going to say. Has anybody checked on Mosier? Is he okay? Is he doing all right?
I hung out with Mosier today.
I was listening to the morning show today, and I heard Scott on it. And this morning, I don't know what time it was. It's probably like 6:45, 7 o'clock in the morning, and Scott said Mosier was having a beer.
Wait.
It was, you know what? That's a good point. It was.
This morning.
What?
Yeah.
No, I don't know if you're being serious or not, but.
No, it was probably 10:30. What took about 11 o'clock our time, so it would have been like 9 o'clock y'all's time. And I walk in there, and he's got a clear cup with like this like clear yellow liquid, and it looks just like a beer. And I'm like, dude's having a beer at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Look at that. Hockey. That's hockey right there. Hockey. All right. In terms of the Nuggets, man, this game tomorrow night is going to be. I didn't care about the Sixers game. I care way more about this Boston game. I mean, you've had a couple days now. I know the flight sucked, but you have had a couple days, and it should be an awesome atmosphere. And kind of like you got to win some of these road games, right, Scotty? And the thought of beating an undefeated team at home, come on, man, it's got to give you a little juice for a
add
regular
a little
season.
bit of a juice,
right?
Just like. I mean, let's be honest. Could this be a preview, right?
Could
we
it?
talked about Bruins.
Yep.
Bruins Ave in the Stanley Cup. What about Celtics? Everybody thought it was going to be Celtics Nuggets last year, right? In the finals. So, yeah, like I said, you want to play well, and you're going to try to win every single thing. I just think I don't know what I could say.
Well, be honest.
They got to get past the All-Star break, and I think they'll be okay.
Okay.
Shoot. Boston's got a 20-game home winning streak, undefeated at home.
It's crazy, right?
That's unbelievable.
Oh, they're 20-0? Did they win? Maybe they just won recently.
It says 20-0. It's what article I'm reading right now.
Okay. Okay.
20-0 right now. I do think it's a big game for the Nuggets. Just coming off, I think the game, I feel like you're kind of writing off the 76ers. I thought it was important, but the way that it ended just didn't feel right for the Nuggets because it was so anti what the Nuggets have been. They've been a great team closing out in the fourth quarter. Jamal Murray just felt a little bit sticky yesterday, or a couple days ago, felt a little bit sticky. And, man, it would be great to go out there in Boston and handle one of the best teams in the league.
Well, let me be clear why I wasn't bothered by the Sixers' loss. Scotty spent 9 lifetimes on an airplane with the team just getting there. They faded in the fourth quarter, which kind of makes sense with everything they're going through. And they've got a really long road trip with 4 more road games, including the most preposterous ping pong travel of all time, going from Washington to Indiana to New York. Who booked that? So for me, this one game really, it would have been whatever the first game of that road trip was going to be. It's not really about the Sixers. To me, it's about the timing. Well, that's over now. So you got to win some games on the road. So I care more about what happens kind of a little bit more the rest of the way. ESPN has put out what they think the Nuggets may consider doing. Scott, Tyler, let's run through it a little bit. Conventional answer, back up to Jokic. No-brainer there. Zeke has lost his rotation spot. Peyton Watson has stepped into the Jeff Green role. Let's just go there first. How big of a need is it to get a backup behind Nikola? And is that true about Peyton replacing Jeff Green, basically?
Except he's still having too many bad nights instead of good nights. Like I didn't think he was a factor in a game. The one thing Jeff Green, even kind of when he was bad, he always felt like he was a factor in the games he played in. And there's some games Peyton plays where he's unbelievably a factor. And then there's other ones. I thought in Philadelphia he really wasn't a factor in that game. So when he can get that consistency where every night he's making himself a factor, good or bad, then yes, he could probably replace that. I don't know about backup big, but I would say a backup guy that can play 4 or 5. You know what I'm saying? So, because my era was a power forward. I think you need a little girth and size of that backup. I'd like to see Peyton Watson playing backup 3 as opposed to backup 4. I think he's too thin right now. So I think I'd like a little more girth. And if it's a guy who can play 5 and 4, I think it'd be good.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that, Scott, because the style of basketball that Nikola Jokic plays obviously is not as a 5, right? He's a point center. So that doesn't mean that the dude coming off the bench needs to try to be Nikola Jokic, but does that change what you're looking for in your backup coming off? Are you looking for a more traditional number 5? Are you looking for somebody that could be a little bit more flexible like Nikola Jokic?
Well, I think if I were being real honest, I think they're fine at backup behind Joker. I think, though, what they need is a scoring presence off the bench night in, night out.
Well, the article, let me read the rest of the article. It leads right into that, Scotty, because it says Strother, Holiday, and Brown just haven't taken that sort of step. And the article says, you know what the Nuggets could need? Bruce Brown, which I think leads right into what you were saying. So whether it's Bruce Brown or somebody like him, is that the biggest need they have?
For me, and they've never really listened to what I say, but I think, and I know Dimps in front of us thinks it's Reggie. I don't. I think Reggie's a great compliment and could add a punch here and there, but and it'd been nice, and maybe Julian Strother in his second or third year, he might be that guy. But he was way inconsistent this year, even before he got hurt. But I just think you got to have a guy you can come off the bench, and pretty much every night he's going to get you 12 to 17 every single night. They don't have that guy.
See, and early in the season, Strother was so fun to watch, and he still is fun to watch when he gets hot. But, man, when he is not shooting well, what's he doing? What's he doing out there? So it does feel like specifically – coming off the bench, they need a spark. Like who's the spark guy? And none of those guys that you're talking about are spark plugs.
Frankly, I'm struggling to remember when Julian came in when the game mattered recently. It's been a minute. So,
remember
he's hurt, though, too. He's hurt.
Yeah, he's hurt right now. But the Atlanta game where he came in and hit like 6 threes, remember, and played really, really good. Might be the last kind of massive game he's had. But it was a game that gets you excited as far as potential. But I think to be honest with you, I think they do absolutely nothing. But if they do, I would try to find a scorer off the bench.
All right, time for No Dumb Questions. Let's get to it, Dan. He's got a special one for you, Scotty.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present
Dumb, 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 Dumb.
No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now.
You're a smart guy.
Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
You got a special one. Dan Tanner, take it away.
All right, so my no dumb question is for DMAC and Tyler. So with Scott being on the Avs broadcast tonight with Connor McGahey, DMAC and Tyler, would you lose respect for Scott and or Connor if a puck came flying near them and they reacted like this?
Pulls it back there, and now Murphy. Murphy throws the pass across. And that puck's going to go out of play here, and that's going to do it for that sequence right there. 9:25 left. I apologize if I just damaged your eardrums there. It went right over the mesh, right over my head. Okay. So, oh my God, I apologize for that. I'm sorry.
First off, that's hilarious. But second off, no, I would not lose respect for Scott. Matter of fact, that is what I'm hoping for. Just a memorable moment. Scott being a goofball, Scott doing something off the wall. Just give me something memorable like that, and that would be a dream come true. Scott, give us your best impersonation of that.
Yeah, that sounded like me at 16 alone in the closet. But,
Now, I'm assuming that sound, based on yesterday's show, was from 14 years ago. So I'm just going to assume that was a hockey call from a long time ago. Right, Dan? I assume so. Right.
No, Scott, just give us something memorable, man. That's all I'm hoping for. That's it.
That was Mike Haynes' audition tape.
Well, we should think of a code word for Scott to drop in.
There you go. Well, let's get the texters involved on that.
No, how about give me some hockey lingo I could drop in the game real subtly that like hockey tough. I mean, listen, that's a hockey tough. That guy's hockey tough right there.
Biscuit in the basket is a good one. If you can throw it.
That's too easy. That one's a gimme.
Top shelf where Mosier hides his passport.
Oh, that would be solid.
Well, Riker's already used it, but you could do it in tribute too, because he threw that. Top shelf where Mama hides the cookies is the classic one, but you can throw. Hey, Scotty, put something in the top shelf. Just say top shelf where Mama.
Yeah.
Well, whatever.
I think you should get
where
one.
Daddy hit the Playboys.
I think you should get one. There you go. Very good. One roast in on D-Mac and I. You should get one roast in there.
That would be good too.
Yeah.
That would be good.
All right. We love all our texters. We love all of them. And by the way, keep sending in your ideas, because I think we should make that like the whole show today. We got to figure out what the code word is going to be, right? So keep sending in on the text line whatever ideas you've got for Scott. We love all our texters. They're not all the smartest. They're not all the dumbest. Now, Scott and I try to out-dumb each other every single day.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm just pointing out a dumb text. I'm not calling you dumb. Easy, Scott. Easy, Scott.
Every day, D-Mac, I lose that battle.
I knew. I tried to include myself. I tried to make it inclusive. Here we go. Is this the dumbest text that we've had yet?
Okay.
He's talking about the Russell Wilson benching here. I still think this whole benching is a Herb Brooks-like coaching experience where he knows he's going to unite the team behind Russ by pulling some BS move, which sounds like it might have already happened. They're really trying to unite the team, making Sean look like the bad guy so that Russ can come out looking good.
I mean, I haven't heard something that dumb since.
How much importance was defensively for you here tonight?
That's I don't know how else to say it, but he's just not that into you. Sean Payton and Russell Wilson. He's just not that into it.
I'm just like, hey, whoever you are, I love you. Please keep listening. Don't leave. What world are you living in? Because that felt serious to me. That didn't even feel like that was a joke.
We should tell that texter that the Lions do play inside. Yes, Scott.
We should.
Yeah. That's where I was going to go. I will say this. I think this is Sean Payton. I don't think Sean Payton cares that it hurts Russ's feeling, and I don't think Sean Payton cares that some of the guys on the team weren't excited about the benching.
So we were talking about Hard Knocks yesterday, and the Denver Broncos are one of 3 teams that cannot say no if they're asked to be on Hard Knocks next year. I believe it's the Bears, Saints, and Broncos, if I remember correctly. Sean Payton was actually asked about Hard Knocks, and I found this interesting. He said the only reason why he would want to be on Hard Knocks, he was asked about the Russell Wilson benching, and he used that as an example as the only reason why he would want to be on Hard Knocks, so that people could see behind the curtain regarding his coaching style and personality. Now, is that him saying people are going to like my personality, or people would understand why I made the move?
Hard Knocks makes every star of Hard Knocks look like a Greek god. They put him on Mount Olympus. That's the new style of Hard Knocks, not what it was 20 years ago. They make everybody a star. Sean Payton would come across as the greatest coach of all time if he was on Hard Knocks. So, of course, that's got to have some sort of appeal to him, Scott.
Yeah. I'm going to look up a name for you guys and see if you guys know this name. Here we go. Yeah, I remember that. Sean Payton is a little bit like John Merrick.
John Merrick, the Elephant Man?
Boom! Boom!
Sean Payton.
I am not an animal.
Oh, my God.
I mean, that's Sean Payton.
Sean Payton to Elephant Man?
Dan?
I don't know.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, trying to say it.
Well, at least he's not the kid from Mask, I guess.
All right, so is that super offensive? Is that what that was?
Elephant? You don't know what Elephant Man is?
Dan, do you know what Elephant Man is?
I do. I know the movie.
Oh my
I don't
God.
really understand the reference, but that is funny.
My reference was like the Elephant Man, where he says, "I am not an animal," which he wasn't. He was a human being.
Right. That's the famous line.
But for Sean Payton and him standing up in front of you hollering, "I am not a tyrant.
I'm a nice guy.
I'm a nice guy.
I am a nice guy."
I am.
Yeah.
I'm laughing.
We do have some suggestions rolling in for Scott. We got some rolling in. We'll get to them.
Okay. We'll also have Leggy on as we go over this NFL stuff. Interesting conversation. What's that?
That might not be a bad line. If we score and I just shout, I am not an animal.
I am a hockey player.
I'm a hockey player.
If McDermott scored a goal. All right. Anyways,
Oh.
we'll have Jeff Legwall coming on next. Z-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and men. It's the new year. For many of us, it's a time of deciding to make positive changes in our lives. If you're suffering with erectile dysfunction and you're tired of the frustration and embarrassment ED causes, you should call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today, because there probably isn't a better resolution than you can make than to be done with ED. It's the new year. Resolve to get your ED treated and change your life. They have treatments at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic with success rates well over 90%. They've served the Front Range for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. So get a consult scheduled, 720-440-7900. With 5 locations, they're easy to find. They have an expert staff, and like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day of after your appointment. That would be remarkable. But call them, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
obviously the tape is the tape, and you get into that. I've seen a lot of, I've been to more live games than I've been this year. But no matter if I'm, rarely do I go to someone's house or watch a game, socially or anywhere else. But no matter what I'm watching, you're always the back of your mind, man, this player's pretty good. It's just hard to tell on TV. You can look at the quarterbacks, the receivers, but the defensive tackles, the guards, those are the guys that, obviously you can't evaluate.
Jeff Legwold joins us, brought to you by BetSafe Colorado, the exclusive club for passionate gamers and bettors across the state. Jeff, the Paytons said they would take a week off or so, and then they would, get back into it. Where do you think the Broncos are right now, Jeff, with whatever they're doing?
Well, they're just starting, or they will just start the whole breakdown. Where are we with the roster? I'm certain they'll talk about, the unrestricted free agents. Who will almost certainly depart, given the Broncos are going to lack the firepower to keep their own guys, let alone sign anybody. So I think most of their roster meetings will be, which of these young players are ready to move forward and where are they going to need to add some folks moving on. And I guess there will be some cursory what's going to happen with Russell Wilson. But again, I don't know anybody in the league who doesn't believe that at some point they're just going to release him.
Well, it just leads to the question, what are they going to do with Russell Wilson and when? So I don't know if you've got any further speculation. Everybody's kind of, spitballing about it.
Yeah. I've talked to many people about it, including, people with the Broncos and people who are close to Russ and all of those things. But you're always going to hear, somebody who thinks they have the ear of George Payton or Greg Penner or Sean Payton, and they're going to give you an opinion about what they think might happen. But, Wilson isn't going to give them a break on the contract, and I don't think they have any scenario that they want to keep him under that without. I think the only way he would stay is if there's some kind of major explosion of contract relief that's just not out there.
Jeff, I know where you stand on it, and you more or less, well, I hope not putting words in your mouth, but you more or less think it's going to be insurmountable for the team based off the finances. Well, go ahead. If I'm putting words in your mouth, go ahead.
No, not insurmountable, but I don't like the narrative that because they have Russell's salary off the books, everything's fine. I guess that's the narrative. I don't. But yeah, no, that is my opinion. I think it will be difficult.
Yeah. So sticking with that, I'm going to guess you don't have any magic solution here. But is there anything magical this team can do to come up with a way to pay the majority of his contract? Whatever, pay a team, give a team a premium draft pick. Is there any scenario in the entire world in which you can get somebody to trade for Russell Wilson?
Yeah, I think, Tyler, to get the trade, you have to somehow make people believe you're going to keep him or you would be willing to keep
good luck with that now.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And I think that's kind of what they were doing that, a couple of days after the season when they sort of left the door ajar. Oh, yeah, sure. I even asked Sean Payton, what was the tenor of your conversation with Russ? Was it, you're out of here or could you stay? And he, I think he said something like that. Well, sure. Otherwise it would have been just, hey, goodbye, was his response. But there is a scenario out there where they pay the freight for somebody and all of that, but that doesn't fix their dead money in any fashion. And that's the issue. That it's the dead money. It's not, can you get rid of them? Or can you fudge the salary cap on some things? It's the dead money. And there really is no fixing that other than getting really young, and they're not in position to do that, frankly, with just 6 draft picks.
I was just saying, so a couple of scenarios, and could you see them trade some named players that still have under contract? I know we talked about Surtain, for example, but it's got to be to a team that's going to be willing to now up him to a bigger contract and so on and so forth. So they got to have cap space. But do you see them making some moves to try to acquire a lot more draft picks And if the scenario holds true as it is now and the Russ is gone and so on and so forth, are they able to get another quarterback, or is Stinkham going to be the quarterback next year?
Scotty, I think the issue with trading the talent you do have is what are you going to do? You're trying to be more talented than you were the year before in any season. And
right.
You're not going to be if you trade the talent you do have. So I get the idea of Surtain's the most valuable player they have.
Right.
But, you in the short term especially, and I mean short term like 3 years, you trade him and other people, your talent level isn't going to be, you're going down a deeper hole, and I don't get the sense that Sean Payton would be all that excited about that. But, I guess we could see. If they got a Jalen Ramsey type offer, they'd have to look hard at that, sure. But I don't think they will. And I just don't think trading the talent you do have is going to repair this. But, again, there's a lot of things to be done.
I think George Payton would rather lose a limb than trade Patrick Surtain, so I don't think it's going to happen. That being said, you brought up Jalen Ramsey. He actually had two different values when he was traded from Jacksonville to the Rams and then the Rams to the Dolphins. And, Jeff, it did go down significantly. So just for the sake of argument, in your opinion, what do you think the value of Patrick Surtain actually is?
Well, if I'm the GM, I'm starting at Jalen Ramsey. That's the value I have.
The first time around, yeah.
Yeah, he's a lot younger than Ramsey was when that trade was made, and I just think, if he played his entire career here and stayed healthy, I think he would go down as one of the best players, since the back-to-back Super Bowl teams, no question. Maybe one of the best. I mean, he's the best I've seen they've had at the position since champ. So, I mean, he's just that good. He's that good.
So if the Broncos wanted to get insanely aggressive and try to pull off the impossible with very little ammunition and go get the Bears' #1 draft pick, do they have a scenario in which they have enough ammunition? Obviously, that has to include Pat Surtain. Maybe it's a trade beforehand for draft picks that you trade. Maybe it's right there with the Bears.
Mm-hmm.
Do they theoretically, could they find enough ammunition to move up to the #1 spot in the draft?
Well, I mean, what do they have, the 12th pick this year? That's not even in the conversation, I don't think. You're talking future #1s, and you've already had a team bail out of the first round, multiple years in a row here, and I don't know that you get good in the salary cap era without premium draft picks for second or third rounders. And I think they would have to trade most of their next 2 years of premium draft picks and a premium player to even get to 2, let alone get to 1. And I always think the danger in getting to 2, it's a long time ago and I get it, but I always think of all the Chargers gave up to get to 2, and they didn't get Manning.
Right.
Because the Colts wouldn't deal. And you get to 2, it's just not worth what you give up to get there. And I'm not sure, I'm not done with my grades, certainly, but I doubt very seriously I'll have any of these quarterbacks graded where I had C.J. Stroud. So, I mean, I think to make that kind of move in this quarterback class is really dicey. But that's just me. A lot could change. I mean, I'm going to the Senior Bowl. I'll see some of these down the board guys up close, and we'll go from there.
Jeff, we're sorry to interrupt, and hopefully you're watching on Twitch. Yes.
Yes,
go ahead.
Connor had a question.
Connor McGahee. Jeff, you got to understand we have a convergence of hockey.
Leggy, I'm so sorry.
Oh, so
I didn't realize it was
all right,
you.
Connor, go ahead. Ask Leggy a question. We got him here. Go ahead.
Leggy, what does it feel like to be the only other guy on the planet who shows up to sporting events on time? You and I, the only two.
Exactly right. Connor, people should know Connor is the only guy I could carpool with to a game. That's the bottom line.
We should get the Leggy Express going to Broncos games next year is what we should do.
There is no one on this planet that enjoys traveling with me. I mean, my own kids want to, lock me in a trunk and ship me. No, no one enjoys traveling with me. So Connor, if I ever carpool, you're my guy, man.
This is such a weird
Hey,
show, Tyler.
let's go.
Oh,
It is.
God,
It
that's
is.
just
I'm here
everything's
for it,
going
though.
on. You
What's
really-
weird about it? What's
Oh,
so weird about
Nothing.
it?
Football.
It's only weird if
hockey.
you make it weird.
Well, basketball. All right, like
So what?
We
Hey,
gotta run.
Connor, what
Altitude Sports Radio.
No, now I want to ask
I didn't
Connor
mean to
a question.
hijack the whole thing.
No,
No,
I want to ask
no,
Connor
no,
a question.
Connor.
I mean, Connor, what is the value of Justin Fields?
The value of just.
See, hey, this is where I respectfully, I still work there. You know what I mean? I don't know. You tell me. Leggy's the expert.
I meant to say Pat Surtain. Somehow I said Justin Fields.
Yeah. No,
I don't know what you said. I blacked out.
Tell Scotty if he's going to have to make the damn bed if he's going to leave it in the picture.
There
I
you
mean,
go.
come on, man.
There you go. This is why
Leggy
you guys.
says if you're going to leave it in the picture, make the bed. It looks pretty made. I mean, you got a couple pillows out of place. Just the big Four Seasons squares.
Really,
Hey,
you-
move the towel.
Yeah.
I tell you, you got to get
They're not
Twitch.
at the days in. I
Yeah,
guess. They're
Twitch.
not
No,
the
they're
days
at a fourth. It's Jeff. It's basketball travel. Where do you
in.
think they are?
I got Scotty tells me how hard it is on the road. Oh my God! I hope he's okay.
All right, Lee, we got to say goodbye and see ya. And we got Connor. You made it in there. My God.
I
So
did.
wait, Scott, are you going to hang in there for a second, Connor? Or you got to go?
Are you going to break right now?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm already.
I got 10 minutes.
Well, we're wicked pissa late, so I'll keep it Boston for
There
you.
you go.
And we'll come back with Connor in Scott's room talking about football. Man,
I
you
hate
don't
how that
want to miss
sounds.
this. That's next. Hey, it is D-Mac for Mike Maroney Automotive. They've opened new dealerships in Boulder and Longmont, and it's spectacular. And when it comes to buying a car, smart shoppers love to have choices. Well, here we go. Now you can get Mike Maroney's lowest price and lowest payment on a new Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, and Ford. With over 1,000 new and used cars, trucks, and SUVs, you're sure to find the right vehicle at the right price at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. And as always, when you buy any vehicle from Mike Maroney, you'll get free delivery anywhere in Colorado and their money-back guarantee for your peace of mind. I'm a customer. I love my experience at Mike Maroney. And now, the options you have, top-notch. Visit today, Mike Maroney, Buick GMC in Boulder. Mike Maroney, Chevrolet, Buick GMC in Longmont, or where I bought my vehicle, Mike Maroney, Ford, Longmont. Shop online at MikeMaroneyColorado.com.
Nichushkin holding. He scores! The choo-choo train pulls into the station, and he wins it in the shootout for the Colorado Avalanche, who walk home tonight with the extra point. After being blown out versus the Florida Panthers 2 days ago, bounce back. They get their 17th win on home ice, 26 overall, and in a shootout, they defeat the Boston Bruins by a final score of 4-3.
It took 20 years for Chris Marlowe to become a sportscaster of the year with the anchor of Scott Hastings hanging around his neck. Tonight, it's another journey into hopelessness when Connor McGahey embraces that anchor from the Boston Harbor with Hastings by his side. Somebody to talk to. Give me a break. This is what you give me? Joining us now from Boston is Connor McGahey in Scott Hastings' bedroom.
It's going to be hard tonight. Wicked hard.
Wicked.
Tough one out there.
Yeah.
Wicked hard one tonight.
Hey, tell Scott, who's right there next to you changing, if the Avs score a goal, he should say, "How you like them apples?" How about that one?
Oh, it's not bad. He's not changing. He's shaving.
You're
he's
shaving.
getting ready for radio tonight.
See, we'll have to do this again when Scott's got the got the headphones on. But we're looking for a phrase that pays with Scott Hastings on tonight's game, right? Because what's the point of having him out there unless he does something dumb? So some of the suggestions we have so far.
What are they?
Short like a D-Mac handed left goal.
Wow.
Okay. That goal was filthier than drinking out of Mosier's spit cup. Okay.
That's a good one.
This one's a little PG-13, but borderline. Okay.
You gave a warning to parents and kids in the car. Yes.
Slipped in the crease like prom night.
That might be more than PG-13.
That's more than PG-13.
Yeah. Off the puck in Columbus Post.
Okay.
I haven't seen a deke like that since Charlie Conway. Those are what we got so far.
Reference, though.
Yeah, Mighty
Okay.
Ducks.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I was a
you
big
have
fan
favorite?
of. No, we used to do word of the day where someone would just pick a ridiculous word that could feasibly be put in, and we would slide that into the broadcast. Like I don't remember, but like paraphernalia was the word of the day one time, and we've used it ever since. So I don't know if we want to do word of the day, phrase that pays. But it would be funny if I didn't know about it. You told Scotty after I left.
Yeah.
And then I just, then to get my reaction later.
Perfect.
Well, you look resplendent as usual, Connor, and Scott looks like a hobo in the Boston Commons. But whatever.
I just called you a hobo in the Boston Commons.
But
like it's a Ryder Cup quarter zip.
Yeah, it's okay.
Team America.
But what are you putting a suit jacket over that? Is that what he's doing? I mean,
maybe it was cold in the Garden today. It was.
Yeah, but did you? All right.
So he's going to try this out. Hold on. He's getting his sport coat out of the closet and putting it on over the Ryder Cup quarter.
I guess that kind of works. And now he needs.
Does it work?
No, that looks real good.
And now he needs the toque. Hand him the hat. That's right. No, there you go.
There's the orange.
Put on the
toque.
Put on the toque. That is a hockey look. I'm not going to lie. That is actually a really good hockey look, isn't it, Connor?
It's not bad at all.
We were talking about
Not
Eminem.
bad.
Scotty actually has a real Eminem vibe going on. He's got a serious Eminem vibe.
Real Eminem vibe going on to you right now.
All right, Connor. Give the good luck on the call.
I'll get out of your hair and return it to the namesake of the show.
Yeah.
See you, boys.
Great job, Connor. As always, 4:30 pregame, 5 o'clock puck drop right here at 92.5. Scotty.
See you in a second.
Dude, that is a good... That's a good look, man.
I think you look great.
Yeah.
I think the zip up looks great there.
Yeah, that's a solid hockey look right there, dude.
I got this from Mose today when I saw him go in. He had the 3/4 zip.
Yeah.
And let's be honest, I've only got X number of shirts and ties left for this road trip. Yeah, hey.
No. That's
not like I haven't double dipped before. But
So are you gonna leave with Connor? Look at how early he's ready for that 4:30 bus. I mean, what the hell? What time does the bus leave? 4:30?
4:30.
And Moshe is all dressed up like that well ahead of time? Goodness gracious.
Oh, dude, all Connor did was come back, take a shower, put his clothes back on, put a tie on. The only thing, what you saw in Connor, I got to tell a little story about Connor here in a second.
Okay. All right.
That he had a tie on this time. So another one of the dress code rules: no tennis shoes.
Oh, that's a problem for you.
That's a tough one for you.
Did you bring any? Did you bring dress shoes?
No, I got special.
Oh, those work. Those work.
But here's so I told Connor, and I'm going, hey, them are kind of tennis shoes. Well, now they have the dress tennis shoe, right?
Yeah.
The shoes are basically tennis shoe, but dress tennis. He goes, listen, anything that's made in Italy, I wouldn't call a tennis shoe. I went, my bad.
Connor.
He said, okay, my bad.
The funny thing about the hockey and basketball thing, the basketball guys overall make Zeke Naji, who can't get off the bench, makes $8 million a year.
Oh yeah.
But they insist on dressing to the nines left and right.
But they look like they're millionaire homeless people somehow.
The basketball guys.
Yeah.
They don't dress up at all.
No, but they do. They just their dress up is like a fancy homeless dude.
You've got daughters. They'll get older. Wait till you go to the store, and they want a pair of I don't even know what's big anymore, Lululemon or something, jeans or whatever, and they got holes all in them, and they all cool looking, and they're like $270. You go, they got holes. I remember first time I went to, I go, wait. They was Lucky. Remember when Lucky was big brand? And they had the knees split open and stuff. And the wife at the time going, well, yeah, $240. I went, they got holes in them.
Yeah, but Lucky had the funny phrase when you'd unzip. It had the funny phrase. You guys don't remember that? You never had Lucky jeans?
No.
The thing on the no, I never could fit me. But.
No, I mean, my mom would take me to Woolworths, and I would just get the
What's
same. Never mind. I just get corduroy pants, and it was awful.
Hey, we had a Woolsworth in Independence, Kansas, my brother.
And that's what I would do. Buying pants was the most torturous thing ever when I was a kid back in my day. But we get 3 pair of corduroy pants that would catch fire if you rubbed them together too quick. All right, Scotty.
Hey, so now, do you remember ever tearing a hole in one of your new pair of school pants, like early in the purge? Did you ever get the iron-on patches?
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
We didn't get new pants.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
New pants. Yeah. Joggers, sweatpants? No.
I don't, iron-on patches, are they still a thing? Like, do people still even use those?
No. Now it's just fashion.
Now they just want the hole.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's...
I got a hole in my new jeans early, like in October. Before the school. School just got an iron patch. And the cool thing is, you wore those jeans so much they were about any good. Well, they became your cutoffs for all summer. So I couldn't wait till the last day of school came, and I came home and I've been wearing that patch jeans all year. Came home and cut those suckers off so I could have my jean shorts.
All right, so Scotty, are you just going to get on the bus? Is this our last break with you? Are you going to go, or what's your plan here?
I mean, I was planning on going, but then I wasn't going. And
well, what are you doing?
You told me to take the whole experience. I thought going on the team bus.
I think you got to go on the bus. Absolutely.
I think you should.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. It's your choice. What are you going to do?
Did you come up with a word?
Oh, well, we can run them past it.
We've got some suggestions here. It's more like the phrase that pays more than a word, but short like D-Mac handed goal.
Yeah. I said if they score a goal, how you like them apples, Bruins? Like the Goodwill Hunting sort of thing.
There you go.
How you like them apples?
That goal is filthier than drinking out of Mosier's spit cup.
I like Top Shelf where Daddy hides the Playboys. I thought that was good. I think that's a quality one.
I think Connor thought that was a little PG.
No, I had another one that was R. Do I get to repeat that one again?
So,
no, that was a bad idea. That was a bad idea.
That bad?
Yeah,
well,
yeah. I mean, I guess I thought it was okay, but I got a lot of eye rolls at me.
Yeah, I would leave that one alone. Something about prom night, Scotty.
Yeah,
figure it out yourself.
Yep. Haven't seen a deke like that since Charlie Conway, the Mighty Ducks reference.
Just understand what the 5-hole is.
Off the puck in Columbus Post.
I had a cup of coffee with Connor this morning, and I kind of gave him my theory. The hockey movie wasn't no good unless Little Richard was in it.
Holy cow! I got to think about that one. Was he in Miracle? Was he there with Jim Craig and Mike Eruzione? I don't.
That was a pretty good one too.
I don't recall that. Again, tweet.
Mystery Alaska. Remember?
Oh,
Little Richard
yeah.
was singing the national anthem.
Russell Crowe.
Stretch. You need to stretch it.
All right. How about park your car here, you jerk? Hey, Marshan, you want a piece? I don't know. I mean, have some fun with it, Scott.
Yeah, if anything, just you can always settle with threatening a Boston Bruin player. Like just threaten violence.
I don't know.
What was the line on Home Alone? You dirty. What did he call the guy before he plugged him full holes?
Was it in your rat bastard?
Oh, you know what you could do? Who was Ian Eagle's partner that he was mad at?
Mike Fratello.
You could just totally patronize McGahee. That's what you could do.
Just make fun of him?
Just tell him everything that he doesn't understand.
I am about to venture into a world I don't live. I ain't patronizing nobody.
That'd be pretty funny, isn't it?
I am going hat in hand and begging indulgence.
How about this? You ain't no Marlowe. I mean, just
that's pretty good. That's solid right there.
All right, dude. Well, we'll just let you go. Have fun, man. Have fun. Get on the bus. Do the whole thing. And hey, the more you want to send out, the more we'll tweet and repurpose and have fun with, man. It's a unique night. It's going to be on the Altitude family of broadcast on TV and on radio. And I'd say go for it, man. Just I'm so happy to see you lean into it, and we'll be more serious about the Celtics game coming up tomorrow. But have a blast. That's what I say.
Hey, by the way, I'm wearing corduroys tonight.
Oh,
I can see.
There you go.
Sexiness.
Have fun with that. All right, Scotty. Good luck.
Hey, you'll do great, man. I'm excited for it.
All right, this is great.
I'm a little nervous, actually.
Well, we will be tuned in. I mean, as the night progresses, both on radio and TV, it's going to be a blast. Make sure you get that too, Con. Let's football go. Rolls next.
Hey, what's up, guys? Tyler here for my friends at Revitalized Health. I've been working with them for 7 years. You don't keep going back to the same spot for 7 years unless they made a huge difference in your life. Guys, they're going to help you look better, feel better, sleep better than you have in a long, long time. And I'll keep it honest. I had a hard time with my sleep after I retired, and my body does not respond the way that it once did in the weight room. So I hooked up with Revitalize Health, and I'm feeling like a young man again. They can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. You can find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Hey, it's E-Mac from my great friends at Premier Heating and Air. Important things to know. Their phone number, 720-547-8009. The website, premieraircolorado.com. You know where you're at with your furnace these days. We had an incredible cold snap, and either it didn't work well or maybe it didn't work at all. And if things are going fine, well, great. Premier can help you with that. But if you've had any issues at all, simply contact Premier Heating and Air, 720-547-8009, premieraircolorado.com. They can help you with free repair diagnostic, $49 furnace or AC tune-up, $1,000 trade-in towards new systems, 0% interest financing, and so much more. They've been instrumental in making my home better for more than a decade. So call them, 720-547-8009, online, premieraircolorado.com.
Solid.
Good job, Dan. Okay, Let's Football Go brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. Offering every major appliance line and brand. That's mountainhighappliance.com. For story, Dan Tanner.
All right, so we've discussed a lot on this show the trade value of Patrick Surtain and what do you guys think the Broncos could get for him? I think D-Mac and Tyler, correct me if I'm wrong, but you guys are both in the mind if they can get value for Patrick Surtain, you'd both be okay with the Broncos trading him away. But Nick Kosmider was on with Dempsey and Company this morning talking about why he thinks the Broncos should not trade PS2.
We've seen a couple of those in league history of a dynamic, all-pro type young player getting traded by a team that really needs to add the draft capital. But if you look back at what the Jaguars got for Jalen Ramsey, it looked like such a huge haul at the time. But when you now game it out and see what they've got and what that turned into, it rarely comes close to what you're giving up in the player. You spend a lot of time drafting players trying to get a player like Pat Surtain, and so I just don't see that as a reason to move him to get capital that you need. Yes, but to what end, right? To make your team quite a bit worse defensively.
Well, Nick's a wicked smart guy, but he's developed AIS, assumed incompetence syndrome. So there's a difference between the strategy and the execution of it. It's two separate things. There is the strategy to move up to be in position to make the right move, Tyler. And then there's also the football evaluation. That's a completely different thing. So you have to be able to do two things. To sit there at 12 is just going to let the dice roll and hopefully you get lucky. Making your own luck is moving up. Now, Tyler, you've got to be great in evaluation too. You have to do both of those things. Because so many teams have failed, it has freaked a lot of people out. But it doesn't mean the strategy is wrong. What's happened in the past is the evaluation by teams has been bad. So it's two different things, in my opinion, respectfully. And either you've got a quarterback or not. And it doesn't matter how good your defense is if you don't have that guy.
I am willing to move on from Patrick Surtain for sure. I am. There's always a price for everything that I'm willing not to move on from somebody. But I think I'm probably going to be closer to George Paton. George that's his dude, right? And he's going to want to hold on to his guy. I would have such a high standard, a high expectation of what I would want in return for Patrick Surtain that I think it'd be nearly impossible for me to actually trade him. Now, if I know what's on the board and I'm moving up for the number 2 pick and I'm getting the QB that I want, yeah, man, I'm interested. I don't think I would do it before the draft. I really don't, because before the draft, all you're getting is draft picks. And if all I'm accumulating is draft picks, I can't do it because I don't know what is on the board. I don't know who's going to be available. I don't know what quarterback's going to be there. And that's where D-Mac and I diverge on the quarterback stuff is I'm going to be very, very particular about the guy that I'm willing to move on from. So for me, it's a draft day move. And it's only happening when I know for a fact that I'm getting the dude that I want because I'm not willing to move on unless I get exactly what I want.
Well, I can be really specific here. First of all, 0 chance of moving up to number 1. You can't do it. It won't happen. If the Bears want Caleb Williams, forget it. You'll never do it. You'll never do it anyways because the Bears would trade with the Patriots likely to go from 3 to 1. Washington 100% is taking a quarterback as well. Quarterbacks, Tyler, are going 1 and 2, and I'm looking at a lot of mocks right now. And most mocks right now, it's 1, 2, 3. No matter how you shake it up.
That's how it is every year, though. Every year on the mock draft, you've got quarterbacks like 1, 2, 3, 4. And it very rarely actually shakes out that way.
Well, it wasn't a couple years ago when Kenny Pickett was the only quarterback on the board at all in the first round. But the way it is this year, so I'll be very specific. You will have to trade, and I would challenge anybody that is against trading Patrick Surtain. You will need to trade to get the 3rd quarterback in the draft, which will be Jayden Daniels. It's as simple as that. Would you trade Patrick Surtain to get Jayden Daniels? And either the Broncos will want to do that or they won't. But that is what it's going to come down to. And you're right about George Paton. That dude doesn't want to trade Surtain. So what it's going to happen is Sean Payton is going to have to burn with desire to get Jaden Daniels to make that happen. In any other scenario, it ain't happening.
I don't think I'd do it. I don't think I would make that move for Jaden Daniels.
Okay.
I guess I don't love this quarterback class that much as everybody else. I mean, look, there's a lot of guys that I would select if they're there. And I know you hate that conversation, but there's a lot of guys I would select. I would select Jaden Daniels if he's there. I'd select Penix if he's there. Obviously, I'd select Caleb Williams if I could. I would select Drake May if I could. I think Caleb Williams and Drake May are probably the only two that I'd be willing to make that move for, because Jaden Daniels, hey man, he could be the biggest hit in the class, and he's got that potential easily. He's got the athleticism. He's got something that other guys do not have. I don't love the dude enough. I've seen enough that makes me question whether it's going to work or not.
I understand your hesitations, and there's no quarterback I've looked at this draft more than Jaden Daniels, and my kid being at ASU and me watching him there and LSU. I've seen so much Jaden Daniels, it's ridiculous. I was shocked to see how well he played when things clicked in like, say, the last 9 games this season with LSU. Didn't expect it whatsoever. Him winning the Heisman was like absurd to me based on what I had seen at ASU in his beginning time at LSU. So the trajectory of him is going way up. I'm sorry, you can't choose when you suck. I know I say that a lot. I would for Jaden Daniels.
See, that's where I go back to what I said at the very beginning. Yes, I'm willing to move on from Patrick Surtain, but my price is going to be so high and my expectation is going to be so specific of what I want that I don't think there's realistically going to be the scenario in which it makes sense to me.
Now, you don't have to move up to 3 to get Penix or Bo Nix.
Right.
And Nix is climbing up.
Damn sure not trading him for anybody else after that.
Okay, that would be J.J. McCarthy. There's 6 guys.
No, I mean, I'm not trading for Penix. I'm not trading him for...
Hold on. You wouldn't go from 12 to... Well, I'm taking Surtain out because the only reason...
Well, I thought we were talking about Surtain
Okay,
here.
I would say this. I think we can be on the same page. The only reason you would trade Surtain is to get as high as 3, and that's as high as you're going to go. That is high as you could possibly get. Washington may move up to 1, or New England may move up, but Washington and New England are both drafted quarterbacks. Did you hear Gerard Mayo at his presser, what he implied about what they're doing? He left no doubt that they're taking a quarterback in the draft. The big question is, what are the Bears going to do? But the Bears, Tyler, would just do a deal with the Patriots, get the number 3 overall pick, and probably a future number 1. Come on. And the Patriots are probably going to stink next year, too. They're not going to turn that down. The deal you'd have to do is with the Bears at 3. You would not give up Surtain to move up that high. I would, but it's only because of Jaden Daniels. So that's where we differ. In philosophy, we're the same. I would not trade that far for Penix, although I wouldn't sit there at 12. If you could get Penix at 9, I'd make another move with the Bears. Would you do that for Penix? It's not Surtain.
You said a lot. I really don't say do
Would
what?
you go from 12 to 9 and not give up Surtain, but give up other stuff to make a deal with the Bears to get Penix at 9? Would you at least do that?
Maybe, but Penix is the one that he's the one that I have to know what happens at the combine. I have to know
that's
what
fair.
his medical reports come back as. This dude has had 2 season-ending knee injuries. I think he had a shoulder one in there as well. He's a 6-year guy. His medical reports could easily come back as do not draft.
No problem. And I'm laughing my ass off at everybody who is so in this process, Canadian, saying, oh, I would do this and I wouldn't do that and as if they've all studied the tape and they've seen every Senior Bowl, Combine, Pro Days, medical, interviews, private workouts. All of that is still to come where we'll get more information. And you don't have to make your mind up. Like you said, you wouldn't do a deal until draft day. That makes sense. So everybody needs to just sort of chill a little bit, but understand what's going on, in my opinion. And know this, if you just stay at 12 and you still want a quarterback, you're looking at Bo Nix. So wrap your head around it. Wrap your head around that, folks. And I would trade, for the record, I would trade Surtain to get to 3 in a heartbeat, but I don't think George Payton would because that is his whoopee. Surtain is his pride and joy. Dan.
All right, a couple of head coaches that were rumored to be fired are sticking around. Mike McCarthy in Dallas is sticking around, and Nick Sirianni in Philadelphia is sticking around. Now, I say that because just before the news of Sirianni coming back to Philadelphia, an Eagles reporter asked Fletcher Cox on what he thought about the rumors surrounding his head coach.
Gotten any wind on what's going to happen with Nick, and you have confidence, and if you do come back, that confidence in him if he's also the head coach.
Like any news about what about Nick?
Nick, I mean, there's obviously some speculation about whether he may be fired or not.
Huh?
Yeah.
Come on, man. No, man, he head football coach of this team, man. Come on, man. There ain't even no discussion about that.
Yeah, okay. You don't think it's going to happen?
I don't got nothing to say about that, man. You're a clown, bro. Get out of
you a clown.
You a clown, bro. Get out of my
clown.
face
Get out
is
my
how he
face.
ended it.
I'm not surprised that Nick Sirianni was not fired, although I easily could have seen it happening. I mean, look, man, he's had 3 seasons. 2 of them have been absolutely embarrassing. Year 1, he was the laughingstock of the NFL. Year 3, he started out 10 or 11-0 and lost 6 out of his last 7 games. I mean, yeah, that's fire-worthy. Easily, that is fire-worthy. But he did build up a lot of good grace by getting to the Super Bowl. So not overly surprised. Now, the other one, I'm surprised that, in my opinion, Jerry Jones actually made the right decision. And I think I'm on an island on this one because most people are team fire Mike McCarthy. How could you go forward with that? Dude, Dallas Cowboys is a damn good football team. That is a damn good football team.
Yeah.
Did a lot of good things right. They had a quarterback who was playing at an MVP level this year. I'm not so sure that Dak isn't the problem and not so much Mike McCarthy. Jerry Jones it almost felt like a sure thing he was going to fire him based off of his comments after the game. He skipped his post-game radio tour that he always does, said it was the most painful loss of his career. And I do think that Jerry Jones feels like that guy that's impulsive. But you know what? If you go back and you look at it, Jerry Jones doesn't really fire coaches the way that you think he does. He gives those guys a lot of time, and maybe that's a mistake. But I think this one was actually the right thing because it's going to be tough to get a whole lot better than they were this year.
Next story, Dan Tanner. Let's go.
All right, we've got Chiefs at Bills coming up this weekend. It'll be Patrick Mahomes' first ever non-home playoff game that wasn't in a Super Bowl. Let's hear from Bills quarterback Josh Allen on the matchup.
We've played this team once throughout this year, but really we've played them every year for the last, I think, 4 or 5 years. So I think it's 2 teams that are very familiar with each other. So the wrinkles that they put in, that we put in, that we adjust to, those are going to be key to winning this game. So, again, just trying to come in here and be as prepared as possible for game day.
All right, so my question for you guys, and I've seen a lot of this going around on Twitter, is this the new Brady-Manning rivalry in the AFC?
Oh, I totally agree with that. It's just a shame that that's not happening in the AFC West. That should have been what was, and wouldn't that have been amazing if that rivalry, which I totally agree with, was in the same division, and you would guarantee it see twice, if not 3 times a year. Damn right it is. What is a better quarterback rivalry right now in the NFL?
Yeah, it's a great one. I mean, you're gonna have Burrow and Lamar. But I mean, these guys they're primed. They're set up there to be there every single year. More I think about it though, just the better I feel about the Denver Broncos season. I mean, quite frankly, these 2 teams couldn't hang with Denver Broncos.
Okay, I'll just roll with that. Next story, Dan.
They both lost.
They both lost, but we had 12 guys on the field on a missed kick, on a fire
They
drill.
could not handle Russell Wilson and the Denver Broncos.
And the Chiefs,
they could not handle him.
The Chiefs did beat the Broncos, too.
But they lost.
Never mind.
But they lost.
Hey,
Right,
on the box score, that Bills game, D-Mac, does it say W or L?
Hey, good day.
In my mind, if one of these 2 teams goes on to win the Super Bowl, the Broncos are the real champions of the NFL.
Hey, I'll go down to Frank and Teresa's Anchor Bar there off Delaware, the home of the buffalo wing, and I'll throw that past them and see what they think.
All right, last story here real quick, fellas. So this report came out just recently. The 49ers did pursue Tom Brady during last year's offseason. So Brady obviously retired after the 2022 season.
Oh, that's fun.
With his time with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Kyle Shanahan had interest in pursuing Brady as Brock Purdy was coming off his UCL injury in the NFC Championship game last season. Shanahan told Purdy that he would be the starting quarterback unless Brady wanted to join the 49ers. Purdy said, that meant so much to me. I remember him saying, if we can get Tom Brady, we're going to try to get him. And I was like, yeah, he's the GOAT. I get it. But something deep down inside of me was sort of like, dude, I just showed you that I can play well in this system, and we're 1 game away from the Super Bowl. More than anything, I was like, okay, now let's go.
Yeah, you can't get mad. First off, respect to Kyle Shanahan for being upfront about it. Not many coaches would do that. Tons of coaches would chase somebody behind a quarterback's back. And it obviously makes it a little bit easier of a conversation, especially if you really meant that. It's you or him. It's not like I'm looking at other dudes. It's you or him. And what are you going to do as a player? Be like, oh, no, you shouldn't go get Tom Brady? No, I think that's actually a cool situation.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. And that must have been tough for Tommy to turn down, actually. Especially because he's...
Yeah, how seriously do you think he considered that?
I bet he took it very seriously. That was his team growing up. It would have been a 1-year sort of deal. I don't know where his...
Why wouldn't he have done that?
That's a good question. I'm not actually sure. I don't know. I don't know if he's got something in his contract or... By the way, do you think Tom Brady really is going to do TV stuff too? Do you think he'll actually commit to that?
I do, because wasn't it like a $500 million deal or something?
It just seems like he's having...
he might not do it the entire contract, but man, that's so much stinking money. Even as much money as he's got to just show up one day a week and call a football game.
He looks like he's having fun just doing whatever he damn pleases these days, which is a lot of cursing on podcasts, which apparently Tom is doing. It's entertaining seeing him, no doubt about it. He's got the personality to it. I'm surprised he didn't take Kyle up on that offer.
But here's the difference. Peyton Manning got himself busy. Tom Brady's enjoying life. And at some point, that runs dry. At some point, you want something to do. You want some place to be. Peyton had Omaha Productions. He had everything, man. I mean, he didn't have a dry day, a non-scheduled day on his calendar.
All right. Shiloh and Shadur on the catwalk. Isn't that fun? And somebody with a reason...
They called me up. I'm going to Paris.
Okay. Somebody disagrees with me, but is doing it in a reasonable way.
What?
Right. That's next.
Hey, this is Tyler here for my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, every single car that I bought since my rookie year has been from Phil Long Ford of Denver. And I keep going back because I always have a great experience. I know that car shopping can feel a bit cumbersome at times, but not at Phil Long Ford because they've got the largest inventory in the state of Colorado. Whether you're looking for a used vehicle or a new vehicle, they've got the largest selection and they've got the best deals. And you can check out all those deals online at phillongdenver.com. They've got incredible inventory arriving daily. They've got cars and trucks on the lot for you to choose from, or you can always go online and get exactly what you want. And check out their incredible line of electric cars, pickups, and vans with the latest technology. They've got the largest selection. They've got the best deals. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And once you buy a car from Phil Long Ford, you will be a customer for life because you will realize that it is an experience that is different than other car dealers in Colorado. Go check them out online at phillongdenver.com and let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
We have a theme of each week, and we try to focus. We got to finish. We got to finish. Anything not with a period, exclamation mark, question mark, or whatever. It's not something that's finished like a sentence. We got to finish, and I want to finish with an exclamation mark. I don't want to finish with a comma, in a run along sentence. I want to finish. And these guys, one thing that they practice their butts off today, man.
All right. What do you think Shiloh broke out? Is Blue Steel or what are some of those Zoolander poses,
Which one's the more handsome of the two?
Oh.
I know the answer.
I mean, they're both stunning.
No, I know the answer. It's obvious. Don't you know who's the more handsome?
Well, one was dressed up like an adventurous hunter.
Yeah.
And the other was dressed up as, kind of another hunter. They were both kind of like fashionable hunters out there.
Yeah. Shiloh's the better looking of the two.
Okay.
Shiloh's the better looking of the two.
You want to drop the knowledge on that? Why? What's the reasoning?
No, just he takes care of himself a little bit better.
Oh,
He's always got the rose tight, the hair's braided tight.
Yeah.
And, he takes care of himself.
Okay, all right.
I think Shador's got a little Jamal Murray in him, like lets
mean?
the hair go.
Okay.
Doesn't necessarily keep it all tight at all times.
I think they're both gorgeous runway models. Both.
They are, and I would love to be paid whatever they got paid. I'll take half to go walk that runway. I would love to do that.
What makes you qualified to rock the runway like Shiloh and Shador?
Well, if they're trying to sell the outdoors, nothing sells outdoors like a dude with a beard. Okay? So nothing sells like a rich kid from Cherry Creek wearing Louis Vuitton wearing outdoor hunting gear. Huh? How's my sales pitch?
Well, they are rich kids from Dallas that are wearing hunting gear in Paris. So you got, I guess that makes sense too. I mean,
right.
You both went to the right sort of upbringing. Yeah. You got that together.
Yeah.
I mean, you both missed team meetings, so I guess you could, you qualify in that department too.
Me?
Well, you didn't go to the team meeting.
Oh, I didn't. You're right. Yeah, I didn't go to their team meeting. You're right.
You didn't go to class on the first day.
No, I did not go to class. I did not go to the team meeting.
You didn't go to the charity thing they were all doing at the rescue mission?
No.
You got a lot in common with those guys.
Yeah. I'll take half the price, whatever they got paid. Here's the deal on this thing. I don't think this situation is black and white as people make it out to be, nor is anything in life. Like, I do respect the fact that Deion Sanders wants his kids, not just his kids. I really do think he wants all the kids on the team to benefit from their situations, right? So I like the fact that Deion Sanders allows the kids on his team, and I got to be careful on how I say kids because I understand that's part of the problem here. But I do understand, and I like the fact that Deion Sanders encourages these guys to go take advantage of their platform and make as much money as you possibly can. So I say that before I start to be critical of the whole thing at all, because I love that. And I'm not like, hey, go walk all the catwalks. I don't care. I'm not making fun of you. I don't care what you wear. I don't care what you're doing. Go make money. That's awesome. Like, good for you, man. So that part of the story is not what I have beef with, because a lot of people are like, oh, you're just old man. Get off my lawn. Like, Tyler, you don't want these kids to make money. Yes, I do. I'm incredibly jealous of them making money. Like, I'll flat out admit the fact that, like, holy cow, are you kidding me? You're telling me I could have been in college, like a kid I was coaching at Washington, making six figures a year as a tackle playing football? I would love to do that. But the problem with this particular situation is that these two kids, Shiloh and Shador, they missed the first quote unquote optional team meeting of the season, of the offseason, right? So Deion Sanders gave them a pass to go to Paris for the Fashion Week and go walk on the runway. They get to miss the optional team meeting. And that's where you lose me. That's just where you lose me. Look, I guess this is get off my lawn if you want to say it's get off my lawn. But in my day, an optional practice, an optional lift, an optional meeting, that meant you could optionally keep your job. That's literally what the definition of it was. If you did not show up, you do not keep your job. So, yeah, an optional team meeting, I do think the quarterback should be there. Yeah, I do think that Shiloh should be there. I think that everybody should be there because an optional meeting is not optional in football. OTAs, that's not optional unless you're like someone that's making so much money that you can say F you to the team. It's just, it's not an optional meeting. So I don't like the fact that the very first meeting of the year, your quarterback and Shiloh are missing. There has to be a standard that has to be set from day one. When it's time to be in this building, you are in this building. Plain and simple. It's as simple as that. When you're in this building, you're in this building. Go make as much money as you possibly can at another time. But when it's football time, it's football time.
Yeah, Prime could have actually, for whatever debate we're having, and the likelihood of us banging this drum as if we care that much about it is, well, like zero. But you could have avoided it if you cared by just moving things back a week and telling the kids, why don't you get assimilated into the next semester? We're going to have our first team meeting, January 21st or something.
Yep.
You didn't have to have it the very first day of the first day of classes. You really could have just said, kids, get back in there. We got some workouts going on, whatever. We're going to have our first team meeting on a day that, Tyler, everybody could be back. Also, you got to understand how much time they did have off. I mean, once Thanksgiving rolls around, that final game against Utah, you're more or less done with your responsibilities. You got to finish up your finals for those that are in class. You really got like 2 months, Tyler. You can do whatever you want.
But what I hate about the CU situation is that everything has become black and white. You're with Deion or you're against Deion.
Yeah,
that's not the way it is.
Yeah,
I love Deion Sanders. I want this. I want everything that's going on with it, all the warts and everything that comes with it. This is the best thing that's happened to the University of Colorado in decades. I want all of it. But it's okay to point out something that you don't like about a way somebody's running a program, a play call, whatever, right? And on Twitter last night, I just retweeted something and said Deion Sanders gave his blessing to Shiloh and Shedeur Sanders to miss the first team meeting of the year so they could walk in the Paris Fashion Week. My incredibly controversial take that I put out there was hate to break the Buff code, but I don't like this move at all. Oh my gosh, the vitriol on Twitter on this one. I mean, it's insane. Kick me out of the club. I'm no longer allowed to be at CU. Like, it's insane how black and white it has gotten. But people are making this an issue on whether players should be allowed to make money. They should. Yeah, I want them to make all the money they possibly can. But where is the cutoff line now? Because the very first optional meeting of the year, you let Shedeur and Shiloh go out to Paris. I bet they made a ton of money. They probably made $500,000. Who knows? I mean, they probably made a boatload of money to go out there and do this deal.
I'm not against that. Put that poll back up. Yeah, thanks.
But now where's the cutoff line? So if Deion's saying, yeah, it's okay if you're going to go out and make $500,000, go out there and do that. Okay. Hey,
Joe backup linebacker.
Whatever. Joe backup linebacker. You got an opportunity to go to the car dealership and make $15,000. Okay, you know what?
$15,000.
I'm gonna let you miss this one team meeting because that's a lot of money for you, dude. Tyler Columbus, third string freshman tackle on the team.
Yeah.
I got an opportunity to go make an appearance at the ice cream shop.
Ben and Jerry's on Pearl Street.
And they're gonna pay me $500. But $500 to me is a lot of money, right? Hey, coach, can I go miss a meeting for $500? How's that one gonna go over?
That's a good question. Yeah. Enjoy social media on that one, Tyler.
I've been run over.
I will tell you.
I want it all. I'm 10. I love Deion. I love it all. He's got warts. We've all got warts.
For what it's worth, with guys who've actually been there today, you, McChesney, Chad Brown are all on the same page. And I really do wonder, the people that are coming after you, kind of wonder what their experience is like going through it compared to the three of you guys. But that being said, on the poll, is Deion Sanders the head coach for the CU Buffs first team meeting in 2025? 60% say yes, 40% say no.
I'm team yes. I know Scott's team no. You're probably team. Are you team no? What are you?
No, I am team yes because I don't think he's going to get a lot of interesting offers after what happens this year. So I'm team yes for a different type of reason. He's going to need to prove that he can do it on his own before he gets that big offer. Wasn't there a show here that speculated if he was going to go to Alabama?
There were some dimwits that came on our. You know what? I think they came on our show.
Wasn't that?
Stephen A. Smith talked about it too.
So did RG3. RG3 said to Dallas. Forgive me.
You guys are in good company. Hey, you know who's in really good company? Nate and Andy. They're out at Twin Peaks. The fellas are on next. Have a good day. Sky, are you going to have time to go visit my parents, Peter and Eileen, up in Ipswich?
No, your mom came by last night. But,
Hey! Al Hastings wants a piece.
Don't talk about Eileen like that.
Oh, my God. Hey, it's D-Mac from Mike Maroney Automotive Group. Such great folks. I'm a customer there. I did my shopping at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. But listen, they're opening up new dealerships in Boulder and in Longmont. It is special. You can get their lowest price and lowest payment on a new Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, and Ford at Mike Maroney. Be a smart shopper. Have choices. With over 1,000 new and used cars, trucks, and SUVs, you're sure to find the right vehicle at the right price at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. And as always, when you buy any vehicle from Mike Maroney, you'll get free delivery anywhere in Colorado. Anywhere. And their money-back guarantee for your peace of mind. So visit them today. Mike Maroney, Buick GMC in Boulder. Mike Maroney Chevrolet, Buick GMC in Longmont. Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, proud partner of CU Athletics. Let's go Buffs! Shop online at MikeMaroneyColorado.com.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Yeah, let me ask you, do you think Sean Payton wants to leave Denver? See, I think if this goes down next year, it gets interesting. Because next year, Sean's probably more in the reality of what the dead cap does to you.
Like, Sean is now, I don't think the dead cap thing is that bad. Again,
you could keep saying it. You know what? We're all going to find out.
4 out of the 5 teams that had the heaviest dead cap hit in the NFL.
Yeah, they also had
they
young
made the
rosters
this
and
year.
quarterbacks in place. You don't.
You don't know that.
Yeah, come on now. Jordan Love's better than Jared Stidham.
You don't know that.
Baker Mayfield's better than Jared Stidham.
Jared Stidham, system quarterback, might be able to do something.
Yeah, we saw it. 16 points. We saw what it did.
Again, it is start number 1 and 2.
I love your Jared
in the
Stidham
NFL.
loyalty out of nowhere.
I'm a Stiddy guy.
We got plenty of time to fight this, including camp.
Oh, come here, yeah. Oh, my
Stiddy.
Oh, you give me a nipple.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Hey, this town needs one Stiddy guy. I'll be it. I'll be the guy.
I don't by any stretch think you're the only one.
Are there others?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think there's a lot of people that.
I don't spend a lot of time on the Bronco dark web, so I don't know
I am
who
under
else
the
is out there.
impression there is not a single thing this. I don't. You know what? Let's do this.
Yeah?
When was the last time Broncos country was united in an opinion about anything?
United in orange?
You know what I mean?
When was the last time? That's a great question.
When did everybody think the coach or the quarterback or whatever was right?
Didn't everybody universally hate Josh McDaniels?
Yeah. That's going back a minute, though.
There's got to be agreement on that. You're right about this, because I was about to say when they signed Peyton Manning, but there were, like the 24 Tebow dopes that were left in this town that were just like,
look,
you're giving up on one of the all-time great winners in the
our
history
guy
of the
D-Mac
sport.
said it was a 7-year plan for Tebow, and he wanted him to draft Wilson and not go get Manning.
7-year plan.
That's what he said. I was playing in a band with him. I know very well.
Did he concoct that term himself? That's pretty good. 7-year plan?
Yeah, I never got to. We'll have to ask him one day. Maybe tomorrow when we're back in studio, because
Yeah.
we're at Twin Peaks today. Come join us, Flatirons.
I need him
Same
to
place as last time. We need to ask him why 7. 7, man. That's the magic number.
lay out the blueprint for this 7-year plan on me.
Because I think even D-Mac knew that nobody survives running around like he did for more
Sure.
than you're going to get beat up sooner or later.
It'll get to you. Most football players don't make it 7 years.
No.
Even the really good ones can barely make it.
A lot of guys
far.
are just hoping to get a second contract. Let's
Exactly.
be honest about it. No, seriously, Nate. I mean, Gary Kubiak. A lot of people weren't psyched about Gary Kubiak.
Dude, Gary Kubiak still took heat after they won the Super Bowl.
You're absolutely right. People hated the offense.
Which
people immediately hated
Shut
the
up.
offense about 2 months into the season.
And fine if you did. Who cares? They won the Super Bowl.
I know.
There
We'd
was
all take
no
it back.
better outcome that they could have had than to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I don't know. You were Nance and Sims at the time would come in and do your games
Every week.
The nation knew who you were.
All
and
was good. Yes. No, but there was like Osweiler-Manning debate after Peyton returned and then going into the postseason. So even that wasn't necessarily a slam dunk.
Nobody was united on Case Keenum.
No. Was anybody in on Case Keenum? Some people were.
Gosh, who would they have drafted? You know what? That was the Bradley Chubb year.
Yeah.
I think had you drafted Josh Allen, as many in these parts wanted.
Josh Allen?
Thank you.
You think people would have united?
Well, with Case Keenum as the bridge guy, then it all feels more palatable.
That at least made sense.
But instead, it was $18 million for a guy that's a career backup.
I hated the Case Keenum signing the second they did.
I'm with you. You want to know why? You want to know why I hated it? Not because smarter than the room. I hated it because who you really wanted, and I know you had to do the radio shows I did, you really wanted Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
And Kirk Cousins was allegedly flirting with you, and then out of nowhere, Case Keenum, we figure out Minnesota isn't feeling Case Keenum, and they're going to go throw gobs of money at Kirk Cousins, and all of a sudden, Kurt is the meme with the guy and the girl on the street who's looking at Kirk Cousins or looking at Minnesota going the other way.
I remember during that playoff game against the Saints, the Minneapolis Miracle game, and I think I tweeted in the third quarter of that game, some team is going to give Case Keenum $25 million a year, and they're going to be idiots for having done it. And then, he throws the Minneapolis Miracle, and they win that game, and, a bunch of people are like, ooh, old takes exposed. Look at this idiot. And I was just like, I'm not changing my opinion.
Take has not been exposed.
They scored a touchdown
Yeah.
because a dude missed the worst missed tackle that I've almost ever seen in my life. Like, that's the only reason he looks like a hero. And then he got his butt handed to him the next week because he stunk. And then he signed it here in Denver, and he was terrible.
Right.
He wasn't terrible. He was Case Keenum. That's the problem, is that people thought Case Keenum, John Elway thought Chase Keesum was something else than what he actually was, and he was never that.
No. Look, he was a fine middle, I don't know what. He's the exact kind of quarterback we've been rolling with here forever,
backup.
right?
Career backup
He's a bottom.
quarterback.
He was a bottom third guy.
Yeah.
And you know what? Like, I don't know where the right spot for Case would have been. It certainly was not here. Case is one of those, pardon the pun, case studies
of
what this town does to guys mentally. I was around Case a lot that year. Tyler
Yeah.
and I were doing the show on the Bronco-only station, and we talked to him every week. And, look, he's a nice enough guy. I had to go record some of those liners that you hear and all that. So I had a few, off-the-record conversations with the guy.
Did he ever record a liner where he said that his name was Chase Keesum?
No.
Oh, that's too bad.
But he did tell you about his book he had coming out. By the way, Bronco quarterbacks, don't write a book. Just don't write a book till you're done with this thing. Write it once you're done with the Broncos. I have now decided you having a book before you start a game, that's going to be a problem.
Not a good
coming up
move.
here. Case thought he was ready to be the starter and handle all of it.
Sure.
He was not. He just wasn't. He was not ready for nothing being good enough in this town.
Then he was on a terrible team. Like, Case
And he
Keenum-
was, to your point, he's a backup. He's a
Right.
top-level backup. He's a low-level starter.
He's the kind of guy, like, there's such a fine line between, do you elevate anything around you?
Sure.
Or
you just make it all go.
Exactly. Or are you just out there? Like, Keenum could do that. He could make it go. Flacco could make it go. Teddy Bridgewater could make it go. Like, these,
But it all had to work.
Yeah, game managing, system quarterback, whatever term you want to use for what these players were. And if you surrounded them with something good, then, hey, you could do something cool. You could win some games, but the Broncos never had that team around them.
See, and I will tell you this. I mean, again, my defense of the Russell Wilson thing is about not taking the dead cap money. Russ has been amazing to me because Russ can make something not go and then turn it into something that he does make go.
Right.
But I also, make no mistake about it, I get the frustration of I can't handle watching the guy not let the easy thing work when it could have worked early on in the play. Like, I've not seen much like it. So, dude, I really don't even remember the last time this town was united on anything.
Sean Payton didn't want to live off schedule. He doesn't want to live that way with his offense, and I get that. That makes all the sense in the world to me. Russ is another guy. He didn't lift his team.
No.
It was when they won the turnover battle, Russell Wilson won football
I'll say
games.
this. At times he would lift guys, but after he broke it worse.
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like the passes to Cortland Sutton were amazing, but something easier was available before you had to resort to that.
He lifted some plays.
Right, he did.
And he also buried some of them under just, 13 feet of garbage.
Right.
And that was what everybody had to deal with the Russell Wilson experience here.
You know what? We'll see if it's done.
You
had an idea in the car.
Are you coming back around on this?
No, Taysom Hill. Let him be your Taysom Hill.
Mike Kliss today, 9news.com. Great speculation piece. I love this. This is good stuff.
What else can we do this time of year?
Exactly. Headline, perhaps Taysom Hill, Pete Carmichael can help fix the Broncos' goal-to-go woes. Which, yes, this is one of the they were one of the worst goal-to-go teams in all of the NFL this year. If they just would have been league average, they probably would have been a playoff team this season, but they weren't able to manage that. And hey, Taysom Hill once upon a time was handed a 4-year, $40 million contract by Sean Payton, which was almost basically Sean Payton's way of being like, thank you, Taysom Hill. Here's a Lifetime Achievement Award for being a very likable guy that everybody likes to have around and being a guy that's an occasional playmaker. And so, we talked about the possibility of Pete Carmichael here in Denver once Dennis Allen let him go. He's a longtime Sean Payton guy. I think there's only a handful of human beings on the planet that care to spend that much time around Sean Payton, and if those guys are out there, you hang on to them like grim death, and I think that's what Sean has to do and go and bring Carmichael in, and maybe Taysom Hill is a guy at a discount. You can't pay his full freight, but at a discount, you bring Taysom Hill in here and say, hey, why don't you go do all the wild Taysom Hill things that you do? Play some tight end, play some H-back, take some direct snaps, throw some passes, and we can relive that whole experience here, and maybe this team's goal-to-go offense won't stink as bad.
Or just hold on to Russ, let him play that role.
Can Russ play tight end?
And eventually, no, that's
Can they
true.
line him
What I
up
talk with
top?
Russell about, it's none of your
Run
business.
around and throw the deep ball kind of stuff.
Russ can cut block, right?
I keep telling you, at some point there's just a part of me that says everybody just play your poker. You're on the team.
Tell Russ to put that 15 pounds back on.
Well,
maybe
I'm
he
just
could be
telling
effective.
you, look, I'm just telling you. How bad do you want to get traded, buddy? How bad do you want to be the starter again? Let's stare at each other, because the money's spent on our side. Guess what?
Sunk cost.
It's gone.
Yes.
I ain't getting that back.
Yeah, sunk cost.
So now,
on Russell
what
Wilson.
can you do for me? Because I've already bought it, right? I already bought the jeans that are too big online, and I can't return them. So now, how many belts can I work to try to get this to make?
Can Russell Wilson be the NFL's most expensive special teams gunner?
Well,
I bet you Russ wouldn't be that bad. He's an elite athlete.
Right? All I'm trying to say is,
He
Nate,
can run down there on special teams.
Isn't there a part of you that just simply wants to? How bad do you want to be a starter again? That's all I'm saying. We're paying you your money. We're not messing with because again, the other money people are worried about is the injury clause.
Sure.
Well, you can't get injured if you're not playing. I mean, at least not a football injury that kicks that clause in. You know what I'm saying? So, anyway.
It's
God, I don't want to deal with this all year.
The stare down with Russ.
I don't want to deal with the. I just don't want to deal with it. Can't we have fun? When can we have fun? When can we talk about momentum?
You don't get to
and
have fun.
building.
No, I'm sorry.
And
You don't
what
get
we
to-
accomplished at the end of the year.
You don't get to do any of
the
those
young
things.
hot. Let me ask you this: when was the last young hot player they had that you were like, can't wait to watch that guy another year?
Surtain.
Offensively.
Offensively. Javonte. After his rookie year, that
Okay,
was how
I'll
I
give you
felt
that, yeah.
about Javonte Williams, and then he suffered the knee injury in year 2.
He was good last year, but he doesn't have the pull away that he did.
Exactly, and I don't think the story is completely written on Javonte Williams. That was his first year after an ACL. I want to see what the guy looks like after an offseason of recovery and rehab and everything else that a football player has to go through. I think there's another gear there.
Sure.
I don't think the guy's toast. He had a in a vacuum. Did he have a bad year? Yes. He was also an ACL guy. What did you want him to do?
You know what I want so bad? You know what I've just said in my top wish?
What about Jaleel McLaughlin? Can I be excited about him?
Yeah, I like him. I mean, again, but
what about Mimsy?
I like Mims. Are you going to play him? See, this is the other thing. Here's the whole thing.
And he's got his work to do, but he's an evasive, fast, and fun player.
Would we go back to your formula about cutting everybody and going young? The other fly in the ointment there is your coach hates playing rookies.
There's that too. Yeah, there is that part of it too.
I want a fun tight end. Can I just ask for a fun tight end?
Did you
Can we
realize
get a
by the
guy
way,
that can,
I
was
saw
that a nope? Did I just get the Hackett?
I saw a piece on Sportico last night. Did you realize now that Bill Belichick is out of New England, you know who the highest paid coach in North American sports is by reported salary?
No idea.
Sean Payton.
Oh, come on. Really?
18 mil. Sean Payton is the best compensated head coach in North American sports. Now, again, you don't have to report coaching salaries. But Saban is gone. Belichick is gone.
Carroll
is gone.
What about John Harbaugh?
I think he was at 12, according to
Really?
the piece that I saw. Yeah. Tomlin was at like 13.
Tomlin did say today he thinks he's getting an extension.
I would
I
hope
like
so.
that.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not quitting, but you are going to pay me.
Exactly. You gotta work this into whatever you need to do right now. But yeah, no, this was on Sportico. That yes, Sean Payton, highest paid coach in North American sports.
Well, he's going to earn it. The way it's going, you're going to have to earn it.
Pops at number 2 at $16 million. Spolstra is number 3 at $15 million. Sean McVay, co-worker, he's doing a little bit better than us in the company, $15 million. Kyle Shanahan at 14. Monty Williams at 13.1. Mike Tomlin at 12.5. Harbaugh, John at 12. Andy Reid 11.5. Dabo Swinney 11.5. Top 10 highest paid coaches in North American sports.
Is it all right that I think that our highest paid coach in the city should not be Sean Payton? Well, you got 2 championship guys sitting.
I would tend to
in
agree
Ball
with
Arena.
you on that. Quite frankly, the man that should be compensated the best is Bud Black for having to do the job that he has to do. Speaking of that, Rockies legend Todd Helton.
Yeah.
We were talking about this yesterday. He's at about 82% of the vote to get into the Baseball Hall of Fame. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we will talk to our own in-house Baseball Hall of Fame voter. Our buddy Benjamin Hockman of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch joins the program. Hooch comes aboard to tell us if he gave Todsky the nod, and he's going to have to explain his reasoning on all of that. Todd Helton up for the Baseball Hall of Fame. We're talking about that next.
1-2. Holiday at first. Todd drives one high and deep right field. Get up and get out. Hilton has done it. The Rockies win it. Todd Helton, a walk-off 2-run shot. Colorado has swept the Dodgers.
8th time on a walk-off win for the Rockies this year. Nobody's enjoying it more than that guy.
Oh, we got to hear Frazier on that one. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Altitude Sports Radio, we're out on the road today. Twin Peaks here in Broomfield, Flatiron Circle. Come kick it with us. We got the Avalanche and the Bruins tonight. We'll drop the puck at 5 o'clock. Pregame coverage beginning at 4:30. But you heard right there, Drew Goodman, George Frazier on the call, 07 style, otherwise known as the greatest, and some would argue only good 3 weeks in Rockies history. But the Rocks and Rocktober, and right now Todd Helton is in his final push for what we hope and what we believe could be his chance to be able to go to the Baseball Hall of Fame with 45% of ballots known, according to Ryan Thibodeau on Twitter. Todd Helton right now is on 83% of those ballots. So joining us right now, well, the only Baseball Hall of Fame voter I know anymore, because most of these guys have had their votes taken away. This guy actually earned one. It's our buddy Benjamin Hockman of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, longtime beloved Denver sports writer. Hi, Ben.
What's up, buddy? How are you?
I'm doing great, man. So let's start with the obvious. Hooch, did you vote for Todsky?
I did vote for the Todd Father. Did people call? Is that a thing still? The Todd Father? I think that might.
Absolutely, it never went away, man. I promise you.
You know what should have gone away though was Todd and the Toddlers. I didn't really like that one very much when it was just him and.
I don't think anybody liked that team very much, quite frankly.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I voted for Todd Helton for the Baseball Hall of Fame, and this my first year voting for the Baseball Hall of Fame. And it was an honor to write it. You mentioned Drew Goodman. He and I wrote a book about Rockies history, and writing that book just gave me an even grander appreciation for Todd Helton, what he means, of course, to the franchise, but just his numbers that are Hall of Fame worthy.
So let's dive into that a little bit, Ben, because when you look at just the traditional markers, 369 career home runs, nice, but not 500.
Right.
You know, over 2,500 hits, but shy of 3,000. So he comes up a little bit short on those particular key metrics. Also a guy with a career 953 OPS. Also a guy with a insane career walk rate, an insane career 414 on base percentage. When you went into the numbers on Todd, how did you approach that? What were the numbers that made you say yes, and what were the numbers where you were like, okay, maybe this holds him back?
Great questions. I mean, right away, and maybe your listeners are familiar with Jay Jaffe, who created Jaws, not the movie, obviously. Jaws, J-A-W-S. It's a baseball. That was Steven Spielberg, yeah, the director. Jay Jaffe created Jaws, and that is considered, or at least by many smart people and also me, to be like the best way to look at whether a guy is Hall of Fame worthy or not. He literally wrote a book called The Cooperstown Case Book based on this statistic. So this statistic has Todd Helton as the 15th greatest first baseman of all time, just below Willie McCovey, who's in the Hall of Fame, and just above Eddie Murray, who's in the Hall of Fame, and just above the average number of the 24 Hall of Fame first basemen. So by that stat alone, Helton deserves to be in. Then you can look at some other stats, of course, and one that I like and one that works really well for Todd is called WAR 7, and it's essentially the best 7 seasons any player had. What is their WAR? Because as you mentioned in regards to counting stats, you know, a lot of dudes have 3,000 hits, but how many of them, you know, were late in their career when they weren't really a great overall player? Well, Todd Helton,
compilers.
Exactly. You take Todd Helton's 7 best seasons, he's the 10th best first baseman of all time in that category.
Ben, I'm curious because we're hearing about guys dropping Todd from the ballot that had him on last year and this and that, and it got people nervous that, oh no, maybe he won't have enough vote anymore. You just said right there that, you know, it's your first year voting for the Hall. I am curious, what what would cause you? Can you think of a scenario that would have you drop a guy after you voted for him? Like, they're all retired, right? It's not like you had a bad year and so you go back and change your mind. Like, what would cause you to change your mind on somebody a year later? Can you think of any scenario?
The only scenario that comes to mind would be if next year, for instance, there are 11 worthy candidates for the Hall of Fame, in my opinion, and you can only vote for 10. So that means one of your 11 is not going to make it. At that point, you have to rank, which is unfair because it should be binary, right? Either he's a Hall of Famer or he's not, right? But because they only give us 10 total votes, yes, somebody would be the odd man out in that scenario. We've seen the flip side, though. I'm in St. Louis, and Ted Simmons was a great catcher from the 1970s, but when we were kids growing up, he was always in the Hall of Very Good, if you will, hanging around Mattingly and those Dale Murphy and those types of guys. But then people started looking at his stats like, wait, this dude got on base like a lot more than other catchers of his era, and now he's rightfully in the Hall of Fame. So we might see that with other players in the coming years, but I don't understand the idea of saying in one year a guy is a Hall of Famer, and then the next year be like, actually, no.
Well, but it's funny, Ben, because you use the term binary right there, and I think that's what it's supposed to be, right? Like you look at a player and he's either a Hall of Famer or he isn't, and yet we know that that's not how it works. You know, like Larry, the amount of years it took Larry Walker to be able to get in. Todd Helton is sort of going through the same situation. I believe he's been on the ballot since 2018, and now this is Todd's. It seems like this is his year to be able to get over the hump. Like, cases have to be built. I think, Steam's got to get going. Maybe we view particular statistical markers in different ways, and we've watched that sort of evolve over the course of our lifetime. Adrian Beltre, I think right now is getting 98% of the vote. He's a no-doubter first ballot Hall of Famer. Todd Helton, not that dude. So it's like you have to approach it and be like, well, it should be a binary, and maybe that's what it is in the mind of an individual voter, but that's also not the case. There's just going to be voters that may not have voted for Todd for 2, 3, 4 years, and now they're suddenly on the case. That, to me, is one of the weirdest things about all this.
Yeah, and I think in the older days, the voters – and I guess I was going to say the voters took a lot of pride in deciding if a guy was a first ballot Hall of Famer or not, and there definitely is credence to that. But, again, it should be binary. If you think Todd Helton is a Hall of Famer the first year he's on the ballot, he should be a Hall of Famer every year you vote for the ballot. And now I will say that with the Internet, with the World Wide Web, you can learn more about these players, and people are making great cases. We saw it over the years with guys such as Tim Raines, who a lot of people weren't thinking this guy's a Hall of Famer, and then people wrote articles and kind of broke it down. Like, hey, maybe this guy is a Hall of Famer. And for me, Bobby Abreu, if you had asked me a year ago, is Bobby Abreu a Hall of Famer? I'm like, Hall of Famer? Did he even make an All-Star team? And you look it up, he only made 2 All-Star teams. But then you look at the numbers and you break it down, you read the articles on Fangraphs and the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, the two esteemed stat sites.
Obviously. Yeah.
Obviously. You realize, Bobby Abreu is actually a Hall of Famer. And now what makes me the most mad, and I'll give credit to my colleague Derek Gould from the Post-Dispatch, he voted for Jim Edmonds when Jim Edmonds was on the ballot that first year. And Edmonds dropped off that first year. People are like, I can't believe he voted for Jim Edmonds. And even I was like, whoa, is Edmonds a Hall of Famer? Really? You spent a vote on him? But now you look at Andrew Jones, who's going to get in probably either this year or what have you, and Edmonds is the same player. Similar Gold Gloves, similar stats, and Edmonds fell off the ballot the first year. Andrew Jones is going to be immortalized.
Ben, what goes into the process for you, out of curiosity? Do you talk to other folks? Because, I guess I bring up the conversations for this reason. What do you think the holdup? What do you think the biggest thing holding someone back from voting Helton is? Is it? And look, I hate to put it on one conversation, but I know you were in town when this happened. Well, Ben, how much do you think that conversation Wayne Hagan had about things and the Baylor deal and remember when he talked about, I was talking about creatine and stuff like
Whispers.
that? Is that something that you think is a snag and they just get the guy through conversation for people, or what do you think the snag is for him?
Well, I don't think so, because I think these days, now that we're done with the McGuires and the Clemens and such, like I think voters are now to a point where it's like if a guy was suspended, like Manny Ramirez or Alex Rodriguez, then yes, he was clearly busted for using something illegal. And if a guy wasn't suspended, it's like, all right. And that's why, like in a weird – I mean, we do a whole other show about why I voted for Gary Sheffield, but that was a situation where his name showed up in some places, but I felt comfortable still voting for him. As for Helton, I think it's pretty simple. It's his home field. And I'm not – and look, I lived in Denver for many years and the whole thing, but like if you look at OPS – I'm doing it right here in real time on the aforementioned World Wide Web. So Todd Helton, OPS for first baseman, I believe that is 10th. But if you go to OPS plus, which is adjusted by ballpark, I'm scrolling, man. I'm going to get carpal tunnel just scrolling down here. I mean, he looks like he's probably 30th, maybe even 40th in first baseman for this because it's adjusted. Now, I will say – his road OPS for his career, his road OPS was 855. If you look at Scott Rowland, who just recently got in the Hall of Fame, that's right around what his career OPS was, road and home. Now, Rowland, of course, had 73 Gold Gloves, but still, I mean, he's still in there also because he's a good hitter. And basically, we're saying road Todd Helton was as good a hitter as anywhere Scott Rowland.
Ben, and again, we're talking to our buddy Benjamin Hockman of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, longtime Denver sports writer. He joins us right now on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. You know, Ben, like the 2000 season, which was Todd Helton's best year in the major leagues. And what's so crazy about that year is, again, you can look at it and go, okay, well, his numbers were absolutely ridiculous. Counting stats, 42 home runs, 147 driven in. He slashed 372, 463, 698 for an OPS north of 1,100 that season. Like, it's one of the most – I mean, you laugh. It is comical when you listen to these numbers. And then just pull up the home road splits. Like, yes, he hit 391. He damn near hit 400 at Coors Field. Dude hit 353 on the road that season. Still had an OPS over 1,000 that year on the road that very year. And what's so comical about it is 5th in the National League MVP voting that season. The award went to Jeff Kent, who was nearly 2 wins below him just in terms of WAR on the individual season. Piazza was 3rd. He was a 5-win player. The aforementioned Jim Edmonds was a 6-win player. He was in 4th that year, and there's Todd Helton at number 5. Like, you can go back and you can find some pretty egregious examples when it comes to who won MVP in a given year. Todd Helton was the MVP of the 2000 season. I will not hear an argument against that, and yet think of the year 2000, besides the Conan O'Brien bit, everybody was just talking about Coors Field in the pre-Humidor days.
Yeah. I mean, he definitely he should have the hardware, right? He should have it right now in his house in Tennessee or Aurora or wherever Todd lives. Is he still hanging around Denver? Is he still around?
I can't say that we've seen him there, Hoops,
Todd in a
but
little bit.
I don't know. I was never meeting up with Todd at bars to begin with. Maybe the convenience store run-in or whatever.
You weren't sitting in the duck blind in Brighton or
no,
whatever he was doing?
Carrying deer meat up the stairs. But, Ben, hey, real quick, Ben, before we let you go, I got to ask you, did you ever think the Nuggets would win the championship? We haven't had Ben on since
Nuggets news right here.
I know.
Right.
That's what we know Ben for.
That's our dude.
Dude, we haven't got your reaction. What was your reaction to the big Nuggets championship?
I was so happy. So, yeah, I covered the Denver Nuggets for the Denver Post from 2007 to 2013, and then I was a columnist there for a couple more years. So I spent a lot of time at what was the Pepsi Center. And, yeah, I was so happy for them to win the championship, but not just for, like, the players. I was happy for so many fans I got to know over the years. I was happy for, the equipment guys and the ball boys and the broadcasters. Marlo is now a champion, right? He's now an NBA champion. I was really happy for these people that work so hard and pour all this energy and emotion into this team, and now get to celebrate a championship.
That's well said right there. By the way, Marlo is your your sportscaster of the year, Ben.
Newly minted as of 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Nice. Well done, Marlo. He's good.
Well, and
good.
you know the key, Ben, you know why he won this year was because he didn't have anybody messing with him during pregame media availabilities with Michael Malone like he did back in the day trying to talk to George Karl.
Look, so he had this ringtone that was so loud and so like goofy. When it went off during the pregame before the Bucks Nuggets game in like 09 or whatever it was, I had to start prank calling him in the coming weeks during the George Karl press conference. I couldn't not.
Did the text saying "please knock it off"? Did that cause a little sweat on the brow?
No, there was a voicemail.
Oh, it was a voicemail. Yeah.
Well, no, but the thing was, and maybe this says something about my stature in the city or lack thereof, but when I did it the first time, I just assumed he'd look down at his phone and be like, oh, that crazy Benjamin. Well, he didn't have my number. I had his number, but apparently he didn't have my number. So he was just getting a 303 number. He's thinking, it's the laundromat or something calling him. So I kept doing it, and he had no idea that it was me. I don't know anymore. Yeah. So yeah, he's getting these calls. He'd be like, all right, Coach Karl, big game tonight, Miami Heat in town. What are your thoughts about my phone again, in front of everybody. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, Ben.
Ben, can you recreate the voicemail that he left for you live on air?
No, he was just a little frustrated about the whole situation, and he
A
let me know
little
his thoughts.
frustrated.
Yeah, you shared some give and take. You know, the one time I had anything like that happen, Ben, I was apparently chewing gum too loud, which I'm not an open mouth gum chewer, but I learned real quickly Kenyon Martin did not like gum anywhere near him. And he shot me a look where I was like, all right, no more gum before talking to Kenyon Martin.
That's amazing. That's like the belt. Like was it Belcher, right, guys? Who like just did not like getting touched on the head. Am I right on that?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, that's the same thing. Like Kenny Martin, totally normal. But if somebody's chewing gum close to his face, he'll lose it. Apparently.
Benjamin Hockman, you voted for Todd Helton, therefore you're still okay in our book. We appreciate it, buddy. And hey, enjoy covering another 15-game under 500 season out of the Cardinals. We appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah, we'll do. And you guys got to find that horse. Where is Helton's horse these days that he got?
I
the
don't
Rockies?
think it's still with us, Ben. I don't think it's still with us.
The horse went the way
Yeah.
of Johnny Cueto's horse.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There's
Okay.
somewhere in horsey heaven is what we understand.
Gotcha.
But we do know where it is.
That's what I was asking. That's all I was asking was the location.
And on that note,
Yeah.
that's the end of the interview. Thanks, Ben.
See you guys.
All right. The horse died.
Yeah.
The horse died.
Yeah. I mean, they do that sometimes.
Was the horse sick when
The
they gave it
circle
to
life.
him?
I have no idea. I don't know.
Did he have
I
a
don't know.
fungus or something?
I don't have fungus. A hoof fungus
Like
was
a-
the problem.
Like an under saddle fungus? I don't know. What do horses
I
get?
don't know.
It's
I
probably
don't know.
really uncomfortable. In all seriousness, Todd Helton's 2000
should have been his MVP year.
He also played 160 games that year. Now, Jeff Kent won MVP. He played 159. He had a sweet stash. He had a good year. It's just Helton's was so much better than that of Jeff Kent. Also, I think Jeff Kent won a sympathy vote because everybody hated Bonds. Bonds finished in second that year. Piazza was third, Jim Edmonds was fourth, and Todd Helton was fifth in the NL MVP voting. Actually, Andrew Jones was eighth that year. He had an 8.2 WAR, but Helton's was the best in the National League at 8.9. Should have been his MVP year.
Should have been, but I think that's when the media was in full
anti-Coors Field.
They were protesting anything Coors Field related.
Yeah, which I mean, fine, but like you could look up splits in 2000. Like those numbers all existed for everybody. They chose to ignore what was happening directly in front of them. Also, you got to remember in 2000,
he was not playing with a great team.
No, that was a bad team. And also, like, nobody knew about what altitude does to a baseball player and a baseball team.
Right.
Okay? I think everyone just looked at it and said, oh, you get to hit a bunch of extra home runs because you play in the thin air of Coors Field. And this was pre-humidor Coors Field. And nobody took a minute to be like, oh, yeah, going from elevation to sea level is exhausting, and it makes things that much more difficult for the Colorado Rockies. So there was no appreciation of it that existed back then. He was 5th in the NL MVP voting in 2000. But right now, 83% of the vote with 45% of precincts reporting. Looks like Todd Helton has a pretty good shot. I think we're white-knuckling it to the end, but he's got a pretty good shot of being a Baseball Hall of Famer. We are out here today. We're on the road. We're at Twin Peaks, Flatiron Circle in Broomfield, Avalanche, and the Boston Bruins. How big is this game tonight for the Avalanche? We'll talk about that next. Avs are in Boston. We'll drop the puck at 5 o'clock. We get to pregame coverage at 4:30 here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So Andy and I get the boot a little bit early here this evening. Been a weird week with East Coast road trips and whatnot. So abbreviated versions of the old K&L show. But we're going to be here today until 4:30. Tomorrow until 5 p.m. The Avs are, Andy, in Boston this evening, taking on a Bruins team coming in with an identical 61 points on the season, although the Bruins have technically played 2 fewer games than the Avalanche have thus far. Interesting matchup here tonight. Last time that the Avalanche saw these guys, things went well for Colorado. In fact, it was one of their best games of the entire season.
Yeah.
This time around, they go in with no Val Nichushkin, which is certainly a difference from what they had last time out there against those Boston Bruins. The Avalanche just came off of going 1-1 between a trip to Montreal and Ottawa. All right, Andy, this game tonight, sans Nichushkin, who scored the winner in the shootout last time they played the Boston Bruins. What are your expectations for this game tonight?
Well, it's a good question.
I know what you want to see. Tell me what you think you're going to see.
Yeah, what I'd like to see is obviously the Avs dominate, keep this like a, get a 3-2 win or whatever like that.
I was thinking 10-0, 11-0.
You like goals, do you?
I do.
Look, aren't the Bruins like 19-0 at home, 20-0? They're doing that thing again where they just don't lose at home. They're just so good at home. Here's what I don't want, Nate. I don't want, and the Avs have been good about not giving us any of these really lately. Let's not get one of those, 7-0 Vegas stinkers you didn't see coming from earlier in the year.
Sure.
To me, I don't know that they have to win this one. I think when you and I talk must-wins, I don't know, must-wins is tough in January for either of these teams, but probably I'd like to see, like if I had to pick one team get out of Boston with a win, it'd probably be the Nuggets tomorrow. You already got these guys on your home floor.
Yeah.
Right?
By the way, you were thinking of the Celtics 20-0 at home.
Oh, it's the Celtics?
Bruins
okay.
are 13-3.
Still pretty good.
On home ice. Pretty damn
Still
good.
pretty good.
You won't kick that out of
That's right, because you know where I got that number from, as you were saying, it'd be good if the Nuggets got that win and snap their, send a message to the Celtics. Either way, just give me a good, close, competitive game. You don't have Val. That's going to make it tough. As you said, Val played a big role in that meeting in Denver just, 10 days ago, a week ago, whatever it was. I don't know, 3-2 game. I take a 3-2 game.
I'll take it.
Not going to be upset. But again, I don't want to see – who all did they have that? They had didn't they have a blowout in Dallas? They had a couple of teams that just blew them. When was the Coyotes one of them? Just had a couple of early season blowouts. I remember specifically the 7-0 to Vegas where you're just like, dude, what was that? Just don't give me one of those.
This has been one of those years, and we talked about it, we were talking about this back in December, where it was like the Avalanche don't play close games. And it's not as pronounced as it was, but still, in the month of January, they've lost a game 8-4 to the Florida Panthers. They've won a game 7-4 in Ottawa. This has still been a kind of
feast or famine,
out of the normal sort of year for the Avalanche. And again, coming off 7-4 the other night, so they will see our old buddy Jim Montgomery and the Bruins tonight in Boston. Are we talking to Scotty next hour? Do we know?
He's not gotten back to me yet, so we'll do a little high five.
I mean, Hastings
he's kind of a big deal now.
He's got serious prep in front of him.
Yeah, he was saying, did you hear all the different?
He's getting ready to call hockey tonight.
On our way up here, he was talking about how he can't wear tennis shoes. There's a little bit of a pinky up as you drink the scotch thing going on in the NHL compared to the NBA.
They dress sharp.
They do.
Yes.
They do. We just saw our buddy John Michael Lyles on NHL Network here.
Yeah, they tend to look good. Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, they're all dapper in their suits.
Sure.
He's trying to pull off I can't even remember what they keep calling it, but it's just like the Scully. There's some new term for it now, I guess.
Okay.
Just whatever. The old fisherman's sailor cap.
Is he wearing a scarf?
Ooh, I don't know if he is, but first off, that'd be a lot of scarf. Secondly, it'd look pretty cool if he did. Right? Are you a scarf guy? Do you ever feel saucy enough to scarf it up?
I don't own a scarf.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah, I don't.
You're a soccer guy though, so I'm a little surprised. No scarf, no
Yeah,
Rapid scarf.
I don't have a Gladbach scarf. I need to.
You need to invest in one.
Here's the problem: was when I became a Gladbach fan a number of years ago, I was like, well, I got to get some merch, right?
Yeah. Got to show your allegiances.
So I got the jersey from World Soccer Shop, like no problem. That's an American company, but like if you go on like their team store, like there's a pretty sick hat. I was like, I need that Gladbach hat, and then I was like, oh, the shipping is twice as much as the hat. I don't need it that bad.
I don't need that hat.
I might make my own for that kind of cost. So it's one of the troubles being fans of an obscure Bundesliga side as I am.
See, my little team like that, there's an indoor lacrosse team our guy Jamie Shuchuk played for called the Victorious Shamrocks. And, of course, it's Shamrocks. You're going to have fun with that?
Sure.
Every time you go to the merch store, they're like, hey, look at this cool item. Yeah, we don't have it. It's like you click on it. No, we don't have it.
It's a hot item.
No, we don't have that either.
These things are tough to come by.
Allegedly, these items exist for purchase, but none for you.
Avalanche in Boston coming up here tonight. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're out here at Twin Peaks in Broomfield, so we'll try and get a hold of Hastings.
We'll see. Hey, look, do we need him? Not really. It's a 90-minute show.
Again, he's scarfed.
I'm barely frothed, and we're not even to the 4 o'clock hour. What are we doing?
We'll get into it coming up here in the 4 o'clock hour. We got a hot 25 minutes of Sports Talk Radio coming at you next. Perfect place to be watching the Avalanche tonight is Twin Peaks here in Broomfield, Flatiron Circle, where the cold beer is right now at exactly 30 degrees Fahrenheit. So stop by and see us. We're here with you for another 30 minutes, and then they're dropping the puck coming up at 5 o'clock. Tonight on the call, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Naturally, the voice of the Avalanche, the great Connor McGahey, will be on the call, but very excited tonight, making, I believe, his NHL debut. That's right. What I have to assume is the tallest radio analyst in NHL history, the great Scott Hastings, will be on the call tonight with Connor, and they join us right now from TD Bank, whatever it's called, in Boston. What's going on, guys?
Yes, live from whatever it's called on the banks of the Charles River here in Boston. It's a very short me.
The mighty Chuck. Yes.
The mighty chick. Yep, the chip.
Connor, you got the laugh of Snidely the dog out of that cartoon back in the day. Did you realize that? You just gave me a Snidely laugh. What is going on? Are you all right?
Dude, that's how I've laughed for 38 years. But
no,
yes,
I used to get belly laughs out of you. That means everybody else ain't trying hard enough.
Like that.
Listen to that laugh.
Now you can't unhear it. You can't unhear it. All right, so Connor, what has it been like having Scotty along with you for the day? Are you going to regret this decision?
It's just a painful reminder for me all the time of how short I am. It's what it is.
Yeah, but Hastings does that to everybody.
Yeah.
That's
but I never
he's
see.
an extreme
I never see
case.
Hastings.
That's
I know.
true.
I never see him ever. We're always ships that pass in the night. Like we call and we text and whatever. But I never see you ever.
When he first saw me, he comes to me and goes, "If I'd known you was coming, I'd have baked the cake." And I threw my hands up there and wove at you. Little Andy Griffith for you. It's really cool. It happened a couple years ago, and basically we were checking out of the hotel to go to the game in Dallas, and their bus had just pulled up to come in. That's probably been the closest that we've ever had. And then I saw this. We had 3 days, and I'm like, well, wait a minute. They play on Thursday. I said, hey, can I come sit up in the booth? To where now, I was thinking about seeing if I could just do play-by-play. And going, one guy threw it off the board over to that guy hits this guy, and then when that guy throws it over there, there's 3 guys hitting over there at the same time. There.
Hey, that sounded like hockey to me.
Listen, he's like Boban. He dribbles again, he dribbles again.
He skates,
goodness.
and he lost it. I don't know where
the puck is off the board. Now the puck is hey, Scotty, I'll be curious real quick. Yeah. Scotty, here's what I'm going to be curious for you to do tonight. Because, again, we'll pull the curtain back a bit. I know there's some that are wondering, how's Scotty going to call a game? Dude, color is the same. Your eyes stay in the same place all the time. You're watching off puck. You're watching away from ball. You're trying to figure out and tell everybody why a play did or didn't work. Scotty, what I'll be curious tonight is to see how well you track the puck. Are you worried? Now, I know that you don't necessarily have to watch the puck, but you gotta keep an idea where that thing is. Are you ready to track that sucker when needed?
Andy, first of all, this ain't my first rodeo. Second of all, I was one of the guys that was annoyed by Fox when they had the red tracker on the puck.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm like,
it would ramp up to purple and the slap shot.
I mean, come on now. No, I'm not worried about. Listen. Connor's a pro, and I'm going to let him be the color guy or the play-by-play guy. I'm not going to be jumping in until there's a break, or if he said me if there's a break, and I got a question. We were talking about this a while ago, and Andy, you and I have had this conversation. Nate, you may agree with it too, because Nate and I have done a game. Nate and I did a Nuggets game together.
That's right.
Yes. All are the same. You did something there. I got a feedback. All sports are the same. It's just the X's and O's change, right? The X's and O's change from football to hockey to but I'm going to be able to watch this game and say, hey, they ain't got a lot of energy. That's going to be the same. Or I can see guys grinding. You're going to be able to see with guys grinding. The sport of the game is all the same. And listen, and I know hockey fans, I hope they're not worried. Please don't be. I respect the game. I respect broadcasting, so I'm not going to be jumping over there and being monkey boy all the time. And I'm going to let Connor call a great game that he always calls.
Let Connor be monkey boy. That's what
Yeah, right.
that's what's
I'm
supposed to
very
happen
good
right
at that.
here.
Very good at
Hey,
that.
by the way, and again, guys, we're talking to Connor and Scotty. They'll be on the call tonight. The Avs and the Bruins at 5 o'clock. Berto's got your pregame coverage at 4:30. Scotty, I don't want to bring the conversation down, but I do want to get your perspective on this really quickly. The untimely and, quite frankly, shocking passing of Dejan Milojevic, the assistant coach for the Golden State Warriors. Serbian legend, a guy that has mentored Nikola Jokic, a guy that has been with Jokic since he was a teenager and coached him in Megabasket in the Adriatic League. Scotty, just tell us a little bit about that relationship and really kind of about what Milojevic's standing was in the game and in European basketball, because I'm not sure people kind of realize what a giant in the sport this man was.
Listen, there's, we see what Joker has done as a Serbian basketball player over here, and watch what that springs maybe over the next 10 years, right? And it's the same thing. There's 2 or 3 guys that have come over that have Serbian by birth that are coaching in the league. And obviously, it's not a giant country, and they come from a small little fraternity called basketball. They're all very friendly. I'll say this. I know that Joker loved this guy, and there wasn't a time when we played him that it wasn't, sitting down before a game that you would see this two always talking. And I was wondering, why is Joker always talking to this other guy on this other team? And then you find out who they are and the relationship. Go back to when Joker beat Golden State just a week or so ago, and after this team mobbed him, look who the first person from the Golden State era side is there to hug him. It was this coach. That tells you just got beat on a last-second shot, and you saw Curry stand there dumbfolded. Kerr and everybody else just walks off and leaves. And this coach, even though he was on the opposing team, is sitting there or standing there waiting to celebrate and honor what Nikola had just done. So there was questions. I saw with the Dallas game, they've now Golden State's now had 2 games canceled because of the passing. So that right there says what he means to the team and how disturbing it probably was for the team. But I believe there'll be a funeral someday, and I said this to the guys in the morning that knowing the Nuggets organization, if Nikola needs to take 2 or 3 days to attend this funeral, they're going to let him. That's the respect this organization, I think, has for basketball, what this organization has for Nikola and his feelings. I expect him to play tomorrow. I saw him in the gym last night and briefly, just gave a head nod, and he patted me on the back. No words need to be said. I think he knew what I was, heck, me, I'm 63. I'm going to cry if I say I'm sorry about your friend. So, but I know it's tough on him, and it's just tough. You know what? We had a 9-hour wait on the tarmac a couple of days ago. We had another 3-hour wait the other day in Philadelphia. And then a guy loses his life coaching, having dinner with friends, and the whole real world kind of comes into your lap real fast, right? And your problems become, as they should, very minute.
Well, I'm going to make the awkward transition back to Connor. And, yeah, you know what, Scotty, there's a whole reason why they're going to take a break from that. Well, Connor's going to have to pull it together. Connor, what are we looking for this game tonight? I thought it was interesting, and I think maybe you heard the guys in the morning. I was out and about early, so I caught some of the morning show. Brett Kane, Mark Mosier saying they'd like to see kind of I guess I'll use the term shutdown game from Georgiev tonight. I think – again, Connor, I don't know that people sometimes really see. I know you see the numbers. Georgiev gets a lot of one-on-one chances put in against him, or 2-on-1s, or something where the goalie has to be special. And look, that's part of winning a cup. You're going to have to do that sometimes. What would you like to see? Do you want to see that kind of – I mean, we'd all take it from Georgiev, but whether that happens or not, what are a couple things you're looking for as far as this last test?
Dang, what was that?
What's the question?
Is there a question in there?
What's the question?
What happened? I'm up.
Oh, my God. What do you want to see, Connor?
There you go. There you go.
Oh, goodness gracious.
What do you like about this hockey game tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. How important
I'm trying
is
to
it?
prep
If I hear
Scotty
one
for
more,
something
how
to look
important
for.
is- but you're right on the money, Andy, with being hung out to dry a little bit. You know what I mean? Like defensively, and you guys went over some of the losses. The couple 8s going in at home, the 7-0 loss in Vegas. That's very un-Avalanche-like, and that will be tightened up towards playoffs. But, I mean, the 2 games, they beat the Senators in both the games, but in both of them, it's the most shot attempts they've allowed in any game this season versus the Ottawa Senators. You know what I mean? And those are games that you feel like you should tighten up and be letting in 2s and 1s instead of 3s and 4s. So I just think that Georgiev himself, I mean, not the best night in Montreal the other night. He said as much. Coach said as much. But, look, he still leads the NHL in wins. And he's still, to me, he's an all-star for all intents and purposes. And he's got 2 days of rest now because he wasn't even on the bench for that game in Ottawa. It was Onanin's game. Prosvetov backed him up. Onanin will back up Georgiev tonight. But you have 2 full days of rest because you had a day off in Canada's capital. Yesterday was a full day off. And so now you're rested, you're focused, and you need to be versus Boston, who is, the 3rd best team in the National Hockey League, one of the best teams at home. I know that you mentioned that both Boston teams are good in this building. I mean, Boston 13-3-3 on home ice, only 3 regulation losses, which is not a lot. So Georgiev's going to have to be at his best. And I just think that Colorado, with personnel slowly coming back, will get that defensive structure. And, it's a symbiotic relationship. A goaltender benefits from good defensive play. And obviously the Avalanche need their goaltender to be their best player.
Hey, can I throw this in real fast? You talk about the Montreal game. He's pretty good in the second, third period.
Yeah.
I mean, from an ugly start, and that's another thing about sports that you love. Bad first period.
Yeah.
Kind of bounced back, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, and that's, again, been an unfortunate theme for the team all year long. They now lead the NHL in comeback victories with 15.
Wow.
When you're talking about multi-goals, that's 7 of them. They have 4 of those 7 this month alone. Multi-goal comebacks. 8 in the third period.
All right,
all
dudes.
3 of those lead the National Hockey League.
Yeah, we just did our pregame show.
Yeah, there you go.
That was
Listen
good.
again.
I know you guys just spent the whole thing. Come up with some new material in the next 10 minutes.
Well,
Well, talk about Scotty's stupid hat that he's wearing. There's your material.
Well,
We're wearing that
listen,
stupid toque or whatever it is.
What we could talk about is seeing if we can get McKinnon to the Art Ross Trophy is what I'm kind of hoping for. Boom!
All right.
Boom, boom,
All
boom! And if
All
not,
right,
the
dudes,
Richard, Rocket Richard
Hart
trophies
Trophy.
be good, too.
Yeah.
Well,
Rocket Richard
that's
is good. He can't win the Lady Bing anymore, so we know that. He threw his helmet a couple years ago.
What the hell is happening right now? This is more
right.
messy than our podcast.
All right, guys. Picks to click. I need it out of both of you. Connor McGahey, who's scoring tonight? Scott Hastings, who's scoring tonight for the Avalanche?
You want me to go? Oh,
I do.
you're pointing to me. Let me go first. I'm going to go Miles Wood is going to keep his hot streak going
How about
after
that?
coming back from injury and
Ooh.
looking pretty good. So I'm going to go Miles Wood.
Scotty
All
likes
hail
Wood.
Cale.
Connor?
Yep. All
All
hail
right.
Cale. He's 2 points away from 300. If he does that, it'll be in career game 279. It's the fastest to 300 points by any defenseman
Wow.
in NHL history with Bobby
Orr.
Longtime Boston
Best.
Bruins. So if he does that in Boston, goal and an assist for Cale tonight.
Best statistical breakdown ever on a pick to click right there from Connor McGahey. Scott Hastings, Connor McGahey. They're on the call tonight in Boston. The Avs will take on our old buddy Monty and the Bruins. Guys, good stuff. Have a good call. Thank you.
No
See ya, y'all.
promises. Bye.
Love you, Andy.
All right. There they go. Scott Hastings calling hockey tonight. Taller than Zdeno Chara, by the way.
I was about to say, Chara,
Yeah.
you had me trying to think through the memory. Chara's like the tallest hockey player ever, right?
Yes.
Derek Bugard, R.I.P., isn't. He was up there, too. The boogeyman, remember him from Minnesota?
Yeah, literally
the old
up
tough
there.
guy.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Chara was the tallest, and Chara is not as tall as Hastings. Maybe with the skates on.
Let's see. Yeah, Bugard at 6'7". There were a few 6'8" in there
Really?
as well.
Who's 6'8"? Give me just a 6'8".
Joe Finley
Okay, good old Joe Finley.
Old Joe
How do you
Finley.
not know the game of Joe Finley there, Nate?
Obviously.
That mustache, you better know.
I believe Joe Finley had 22 saves for the 1983 Pittsburgh Pirates.
Did he? At 6'9"?
Could have. I don't know.
Nice.
Actually, I think Kent DeColvey was their closer that year, if we're being technical about the whole thing. That was good stuff right there. I enjoyed that conversation. Speaking of confluences of basketball and hockey, did you see what happened last night to our old buddy DeAndre Ayton in Portland?
Now, I heard about this.
Yes.
I heard about this. Mm-hmm. You and I...
So
are we smelling something in the trash can?
So here's, for those that don't know, the city of Portland in the Pacific Northwest had a considerable winter storm that brought on sheets of ice, essentially, that basically has encased the city of Portland in ice. And according to Blazers beat reporter Casey Holdall, DeAndre Ayton, formerly of the Phoenix Suns, now a member of the Portland Trail Blazers. Does everybody remember the Nurkic trade? DeAndre Ayton was trapped in his house. I don't know what neighborhood in Portland that he lived in, but he was trapped in his home and informed the team he could not get out because of the ice. And the team reportedly even sent somebody to try and get him. They were unsuccessful, and DeAndre Ayton was not able to make it out to last night's game for the Portland Trail Blazers. Andy, DNP sheet of ice last night for DeAndre Ayton. However, they would not need him. The Blazers won at home.
All right.
I believe they beat Brooklyn in that game.
You and I are going to need a little help with this because as we were chatting about this on the way in,
yeah,
I will admit, now, I've not lived in the South where I've got family in the South, friends in the South that have told me it gets like these ice storms, you don't get it. Everything's sliding. It's a different kind of slick. But, you know, we deal with ice up here. So
they don't. Basically, the case is made, and this is apparently the issue in Portland as well, is that they don't have the infrastructure.
Right, to sand it.
Sand or chemical or whatever it is, the mag chloride, whatever that they need, plows, anything like that. Like the city of Portland is apparently not equipped to be able to deal with an ice storm, and it doesn't happen terribly often, so they're not going to spend the money and infrastructure to be able to deal with all of this. So this was the case with the storm that they dealt with, and DeAndre Ayton was stuck in his house. Now, again, the Blazers won the game. Buzzer beater from Anthony Simons. They would not need DeAndre Ayton to be able to win this game.
But how did everybody else get to the damn arena
Exactly.
and he couldn't?
Exactly. Like, apparently, Ayton, quote, tried for hours to combat the sheet of ice leading out of his neighborhood, and the team sent people out to help as well, but to no avail, close quote.
Well, what does that mean? Like, everybody got there, and so that was like the biggest ice rink of all the ice rink roads.
Like, they all showed up, and they were all just like baby
look
Bambi
like
on the
Yaggity
ice.
sacks. They're just, and everyone's just spinning around, and I don't get this.
There had to have been a road that got to, like, I don't know, I don't know if it's the gate or whatever the entrance to. I mean, he's an NBA player. I'm assuming he lives in a more upscale neighborhood
and probably has a large vehicle.
Probably.
Now,
has that
I mean,
as well.
I get it. Ice is ice, but
couldn't he? Okay, I don't know how far he lives from like a main road, but again, the team was able to send officials. Like, they played the game in Portland, so like it was humanly possible. Why didn't he just like scoot on his butt? Couldn't he just slide his way out of the neighborhood?
Right. How bad do you want to play? You can't get to where they can pick you up and then get you out of there if the gated community is not working?
I mean, people have questioned DeAndre Ayton's commitment before in his career. If you needed any further evidence, dude don't have that dog in him. You got it right there. I'm sorry, man. Like, I don't know, man. Slap some sandpaper on the bottom of a pair of boots and walk your ass out there. You got a game.
Alex is saying he used to live there, not a stretch of flat road anywhere in the city. Everything's either uphill or downhill. I will admit, I've never been to Portland, but Seattle's like that too.
Okay.
Where it feels like everything's at an angle,
on
and
hills.
that can make it tougher. But
Again.
but to your point,
scoot.
I'm imagining a more palatial house for his salary than, I don't know, dude. It's just, again, how did everybody else get to the arena?
Slide down on a piece
somehow,
of cardboard.
Yeah, do you have a moat around your house, and so you couldn't get over the icy moat, or what are we doing? You know?
The Crocs in the moat were all
Yeah.
with their jaws open.
It was like some bad Scooby-Doo
Whatever this
cartoon or something.
cartoonish situation was that was going on. By the way,
a lot of people are saying, though, Dallas does not know what to do. See, I've got family in Dallas.
Yeah, we've heard these things.
I've got friends in Atlanta, and they tell you. It just, but see, again, I'm like, guys, come up here. We get ice too. People figure it out. So,
I guess DeAndre Ayton couldn't figure it out. I don't know. I don't know, but it's the Blazers. What are they, like 10-27?
Yeah, I mean, I
they
question
are.
how bad do you really want to get to the arena?
And I know he's been out for a while. He's had tendonitis in his knee. And DeAndre Ayton has never struck me as like a Mamba mentality kind of guy. Okay, like I don't think that's what he's ever been in his NBA career. But give me something, man. Just like show me something that you're willing to get yourself out there and show up for your teammates, for your fellow Blazers.
Is Bruce Brown taking notes of this?
Right.
Oh, it's icy. I can't go to the Raptors game tonight. Poor Bruce Brown,
Poor
dude.
Bruce Brown.
I still feel bad for Bruce Brown. Somebody says Uber. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, whatever. And Eric points out 17,000 fans made it along with both teams.
Exactly.
But you're stuck, and I need to see this neighborhood that you could not get out of.
Anthony Simons showed up. He was able to go play the game. He was able to do it. Jeremy Grant showed up.
It's like Game of Thrones. Those North people or whatever showed up. I can't get out.
Malcolm Brogdon showed up. He played. Scoot, man. Scoot Henderson literally showed up. If he could scoot, you couldn't.
You know what?
Scoot?
If it's hilly, jump on a sled to where you can get picked up.
The Avalanche are going to show up tonight in Boston. They're coming up next. Andy, real quick, pick to click. Who's scoring tonight?
Gabe. No,
Gabe.
Gabe's not it. I don't know. We got to go.
Longest odds. Landeskog to
McKinnon.
score tonight. Good night.